What's going on, Conscious Crew? Of course, it is your host, Conscious TV. What's going on, mods? Hey, Miss Old School. Hey, nutritionists. What's going on, wifeys? Hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. This is definitely an improv show. What's going on? Oh my God, all of my mods are in the building. What's going on, Chupacabra, baby mother? Okay. I'm happy to see you guys. Probably not gonna hold you guys long, maybe, or maybe we will, because I know my guest is on a limited time crunch. But maybe I'll open up the lines and shit, and we can get more into this conversation because I'm just enthralled. I'm just really enchanted by this particular topic because I just think that there's just a lot to be said and a lot to be done, and I just never feel quite complete. So over the past few days, we've been having these discussions. You guys know that I reported on what's going on. Just Be Real. Hey, Miss Mello, what's going on, Daryl? You guys know that I had reported on the Jimmy Smacks situation with him leaking a video out of his OnlyFans of him giving oral sex to a pre-op trans woman. Okay, so that sparked a lot of outrage. There was a lot of clapback from people around him. Niggas who in the industry, people that know him, was giving him death threats, telling him they don't fuck with him, etc. The homophobia was the homophobia for me. And then obviously the conversation amongst society became whether he could still really claim heterosexuality, because Jimmy Smacks defended his video. He defended him being on his knees. He defended that dick in his mouth and said he's still very much so indeed a straight man. Okay, so we had that conversation, and we had wonderful guest Hair Moselle, okay, who's a whole androgynous, same gender loving woman. Okay, she came through with her truth. We had 1,000% top man come on and also give his perspective. So we had a really great conversation that then bled over as well to the gentleman's panel, which if you guys have not caught the gentleman's panel, I hosted on my platform Thursday, and we opened up with this topic. Okay, and I got the perspective of 4 other same gender loving men about this particular issue. They had a very interesting stance on this issue as well. Okay, but since then, one of my other good friends, and you guys all know him, honey, you guys be slobbing at his knob when he's on here, Cristiano, okay? He called me because he had caught my commentary and he had some things to say. So I want to let him come on today. And he kind of represents the straight male's perspective, and he's going to kind of speak about his attitude and truth regarding this particular topic, and we just gonna get right into it. So with no further ado, what's going on, baby mother Nicole perspective? Just finished, baby. Okay. Burn it all up. We're going to bring in Cristiano. How are you, Christian?
Hey.
Hi,
I hope everyone's doing all right today.
Well, they're happy to see your handsome face. I know that for sure.
Gracias. Appreciate it.
So you tell everyone how we got here, because you called me about this. So what made you want to speak about this?
Because I thought the story was so debaucherous, I was immediately interested. Because I personally love crazy ass people that just do whatever the fuck they want. I think it's the best thing in the world. So I was like, yes, live your best life, whatever. Because like I didn't even know who the guy was, and then I heard like who he used to date, and I was like, of course he used to date Trina. That woman is a giant. She would crush him. That energy. But anyway, so when I was really getting down to it and I was thinking about it, I was like, this motherfucker's debaucherous. He's gonna do whatever he wants. And I heard about the story. I saw the little commentary, and I was like, huh. And I was really, really thinking about it. And I was like, I just like it just wouldn't leave my mind. I was like, is this motherfucker gay? Like, and I was really questioning it. And I came to the conclusion, no. And here's why. We as a community.
Hold on. You came to the conclusion that what is no?
No, he is not gay.
Okay, so go ahead. He's not gay, okay.
All right. Please understand that most men won't agree with me because most men are just as open as I am. However, no, he's not gay. And here's why. Because if we are respecting pre-trans women and calling them women, we have to accept that all sexual acts done with them are technically heterosexual because she considers herself a woman and her partner considers herself a woman. So, yeah. And I mean, and here's another thing. Also, I think who said it? Was it Logic? He said he could suck a dick and not be gay. I've also heard about straight men sucking dick before, like out of curiosity. Yeah, I won't say who on the panel, because obviously they're probably gonna want to keep that secret for the rest of their life. But I have met straight men. I am gonna say they are white who have done this.
A lot to be said there.
There is a lot to be said there. They are white, but who have said this, and they don't consider themselves gay. Like, you know, they have the conversation like, yeah, dude, I did it, and it was like, whatever to me, and that was that, and then I never did it again. I was like, okay.
Okay, so
I left
do
it
you believe that? Do you?
Yeah, I really do. I truly 100% do. I was like,
well, what makes you not put that into the category of by curiosity? Because if they suck the dick of a man, that would be different, right? Than them sucking.
Oh yeah. I understand what you're saying. I didn't put it in by curiosity because I think the way he described the situation, it was like in an entanglement of multiple situations. So I think it was just a moment, and I think like for him, he was playing a character within the moment he was in. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, Cristiano.
I truly believe that he was. No, and I'm so serious because he was having him and his partner had picked up somebody else. I guess they were doing the thing, and then I guess he just did it. And he was like, you know, I didn't think it was. He was like, we were in that moment. It was like, it was just a thing, and I was like, okay, bro. I didn't need any explanation because I take that face value.
What?
Because we have to take people for their words, and because really, honestly, perception is everything. And I will wholeheartedly say this: if a trans individual walked by me and I did not know they were trans, I couldn't tell, because like that happens. I bet that happens to tons of men. And when they find out they're men, that's when they freak out. It's perception that affects what we believe. And if we are all naturally agreeing, oh, this is a woman, then that's a woman. So that's why I'm saying it's not gay. And that's why I'm defending Jimmy Smacks on him not being gay.
Okay. I look, your friend, curious. That's some curious stuff. Okay, so all these women that I just plastered on the screen are trans women. I believe we have Janice Mock.
Isis
Laverne
King
Cox.
is represented in Isis King is like top at like the management firm I'm at. Like she's trans, she's a huge trans individual. Respect the fuck out of Isis. She makes way more money than I do.
Well, like we have Janice Mock, Laverne Cox, Amaya Scott, Caitlyn Jenner, to name a few. There's a lot of other trans women here. These are all beautiful trans women. I'm not sure if they are pre-op or post-op, but these are trans women. Would you date a trans woman?
Possibly
as a straight man? Okay, now when you say possibly.
I mean, I guess it would just depend on the situation. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this. Anything can fucking happen. Like, I'm not going to say, like, no, I would never do that. Because that's even though the probability is low, it can still fucking happen. What's her name? She's like, there's a, God, I'm so sorry. I can't remember. It's a drag queen, and she was on RuPaul's Drag Race, and she's my favorite fucking person in the world. And Blair St. Clair. I'm not gonna. I love watching that show, and I had a mini crush on Blair St. Clair whenever they were in drag, because I was like, oh, they look like a woman, and I'm accepting that in this costume they are a woman, and I'm like, okay, I can see the beauty in that. I can see the beauty with it done, because beauty is perspective. I can admit men are handsome, but not be attracted to them. I can admit women are handsome. Women are beautiful, but not be attracted to them. I can admit trans people are pretty, but not be attracted to them. But there could also be a situation where there was someone just so enigmatic and personally interesting to me, where I'd be like, oh, I could see why they would be attractive, or I could see an attraction happening. So like, I don't think I I just don't think it's realistic for anyone to say they can't be. Because I mean, I think a lot of men tend to like their machismo is just like, where they're like, that's too gay for me. And I'm like, and most of the time, those are the men who are like doing the super gay shit on the sports team, slapping each other's asses like way too much. Like, I think we're all doing ourselves a disservice not being 100% who we are. So if that's what you like, God bless you. If you don't like it, shut the fuck up and keep to yourself. It's none of your damn business.
Okay, so you say that this is a low possibility of happening, but that really wouldn't seem to be the case if you are a straight man who finds women attractive, since trans women are considered women, and you believe that trans women are also women. So that means that if you was just out single and you engage in a woman and then found out that she was trans and she was post-op, that you would definitely be open to entertaining a relational dynamic with her because you're into women. You're into women. You're into
I'm
female.
gonna say this: fucking anything can happen. You know,
Okay,
I'm
so
not
you might
gonna
want to
say
clear
like
that
I'm not.
shit
Here's,
up.
let me clarify that.
Fucking
I'm not saying.
anything can
I'm not
happen.
okay. Let me say, fucking anything can happen. Yeah, no, but no, I'm just saying like, I mean, shit, I've heard. Come on, let's not pretend. There's a bunch of white guys right now who are ashamed of themselves because of things they did in Bangkok. Let's just be real. Like trans attraction is a very naturally occurring phenomenon that, because of the society that we live in, that is such a rigid structure,
Yes.
we shame the fuck
Like
out of
we live
anything
in a
that is
polarizing binary for one.
exactly, and we shame the fuck out of everybody for anything that isn't just the most boring, bland shit. And I'm gonna say this: I'm a debaucherous motherfucker. I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do. So if that mood ever hit me, then I would just do it.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. Like, I want to cure up the mood part. Well, so there are terms in behavioral science called.
This is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say, like, okay, so if like I had that impulse and it was a strong enough impulse where I was
But
like,
what?
you
Hold
know
on,
what?
hold on, hold on. But what
What would
impulse?
create
Like,
that
what
impulse?
are you talking about?
Like
Because
if
I don't think
I
that there's a trans
okay,
impulse per se. Like, there's just a
if
I want to engage with the woman impulse, or don't want to engage with the woman impulse. I don't know if there's a trans impulse
I don't
though.
no. Because here's another fucking story I have for you. My dad, I'm not gonna say his name or anything because I don't want to reveal any of his friends. Used to know this guy that whenever he did drugs, he wanted to get blown by trans women. It's like an impulse. He's like, and he would say it up and down, like, dude, I swear to God, it's just like whenever because he was a crackhead, obviously, but he was like, not obviously. Let me clarify that. But let me not. That sounded awful. Let me clarify something. He liked drugs. I'm not saying that you have to like drugs to be attracted to trans individuals, but every time this man was on drugs, that was his impulse. So what I'm saying is the impulse can exist. Maybe it's a deep down subconscious impulse that maybe tons of men are fighting, maybe tons of men aren't, and whatever you're fucking dealing with. I'm just saying it's an impulse that does exist.
Okay, so let me say this then. So how do you feel about this? Oh, hold on. Like, I don't think it's per se a trans impulse. I think sometimes, because as we just said, we live in a polarizing binary society. So what happens is I think a lot of men have to muster up the courage to just do what's natural to them. But because they have to muster up the courage and they have to make sure the setting is straight, they got to make sure that it's discreet. They got to make sure that they stop, drop, and roll, and they got to make sure that they got to go through all those loops because of homophobia and the fear and the paranoia that creates. That maybe to us it could be observed as like a impulse, but really it's not an impulse. It's just you. Okay. because this goes back to what I was going to initially say. We discussed on this platform some behavioral terms. One of those terms is genophilia. Genophilia describes the sexual attraction to women or femininity. Now, because we know that femininity exists on a spectrum that includes cross-dressing men, androgynous men and women, very effeminate men, and women themselves, trans women themselves. This means that genophilia people who are attracted to femininity, their levels can exist on a spectrum in terms of sex and or gender, because femininity isn't completely exclusive to women. So I think a lot of men are genophilia, which is why a lot of them, because I know a lot of down low men who they're not just going to engage in sexual relations with just any old type of a guy. Like, they need him to be effeminate. They want him to be like as girly and effeminate as possible. Like, that's what turns them on. What they don't care about is the fact that it's a man. What they are attracted to is the femininity that that man expresses. And it goes the same for trans women. Like, a lot of people be like, well, this is a trans woman, so how can that man be straight? Because what that man is turned on by is the femininity. They see femininity. Men are also very visual. So anything that quacks like a woman, talks like a woman, walks like a woman is something that most men are going to be able to bring themselves to be turned on by. But then, because of religious conditioning, there also is just like this emotional and psychological backlash to being attracted to femininity, maybe in a trans woman, because according to religiosity and social norms and social taboos, trans women are not considered real women. Same thing with homosexuality. It's abominable and unnatural for two people to be in relationships. So people have these psychological and emotional hang-ups, but that doesn't stop the fact that they're indeed still attracted, which is why a lot of download shit still goes on. With this definition of genophilia, do you think because it is possible for you also to be with a trans woman that you might consider yourself a genophilia? Because you also just talked about this drag queen who, when you saw him in very effeminate form, you was like, oh, this is my favorite person. She's adorable. She's beautiful. She's da 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 da. You seem to be a genophilia yourself.
Yeah, I think there's an attraction to femininity. I think a lot of people experience that. I think here's a good example. I mean, I've dated a lot of bisexual women who just love okay. Sorry. I'm coming. All right.
You can walk and chew them at the same time, I guess.
Yes.
Christian's dad is trying to drag him to a walk or to the store.
A what?
Yeah. You see how ghetto?
Maybe. Let me check. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm sorry, I lost all train of my thought.
You was about to say something.
I apologize. It was gonna be a great thought. Anyway, no. Okay, so what I was gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say.
And all that.
Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description. I think because I can but I think my perspective might be a little different because as an artist, knowing that, like, yes, I may have to kiss men in the future, I think I don't really. Yeah, I guess that would work. I guess you have to kind of just see the beauty in everybody. So maybe that's how I do it.
Well, I think that there would be a difference between something that's work related, but something, because I am talking about like a genuine attraction, not a mechanical. I have to kiss a man in an acting scene. That can be a complete.
Yeah, but that still has to come from a no. That still has to come from a real place to be good.
No,
and I think men within scene.
I am not sexually and romantically attracted to women, but if I acted, I mean, I could make it come off realistic, but it would mean nothing to me internally. I would not be turned on. I would not be emotionally strike. But I would be able to make
awful acting. I'm not gonna lie.
No.
You'd be able to kiss someone, but you wouldn't be able to do it well within.
But I've acted. I acted in school. I've done it well. I'm a convincing actor. Like, that just means I'm just good at pretending, because that's all acting is being a really great pretender. And people get bamboozled all the time in life because people are great pretenders in real life. So you can completely convey something in a realistic way that has no personal intrinsic value to you. I consider myself an actor too. I am an artist.
I mean, that's not how I perform.
But maybe that's a philosophical
so
thing.
I think
or
that,
whatever.
Yeah.
So
we have to take it specifically from my perspective, which is how I live my life in a very like intrinsic way, because
Hello?
my personality.
Okay, I think your phone had went out for a second. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes. As I was gonna say though,
as I was saying, I think I'm so sorry. This keeps happening.
I told you this.
Genophilia. I think genophilia is a real thing.
Of course it is.
And I think I could fall into that category realistically.
It is a real thing, and I'm gonna tell you why it's a real thing. Because I used to have like straight up masculine, like top butch lesbians growing up who used to find me so attractive because I used to gender bend so much, and my style was always kind of androgynous, and people would question the sexual orientation of those studs to be like, well, they can't be into you. But now, because of this type of language, which we weren't aware of like 20 years ago, I'm like, no, this person is a genophilia. Like, you
a really good example of that would be Shalimar. One of the people in Shalimar looked like, I think it was Mickey Free. I think that's who it was. There's a really great example of Charlie Murphy talking about that on the Dave Chappelle show, about how everyone was attracted to the lead motherfucking Shalimar and didn't know he was a man just because of how androgynous he was. That's an example. Like, black men who've openly said that when they didn't know. So honestly, I think is there an opposite of that? Because I think there's
the opposite of
like
what?
Genophilia. I think. Do you think that there's just two types of people, genophiliacs and then people just attracted to extreme masculinity?
I think that genophilia, the opposite of genophilia, I think would be someone who is maybe just attracted to biological women, and they don't, because if your attraction is exclusively to biological women, then that means that you.
Oh, I meant in the terms of people who are just attracted, because like I was looking at it in a binary system of there's people who just are attracted to femininity and people are attracted to masculinity, because but that's also
but maybe that's where heterosexual comes in at, because I think if you are if you're like a hetero man, you only like femininity in biological women. You don't care if it's a effeminate male. You don't care if it's a cross-dressing male. You don't care if it's a trans woman.
Well,
you're only going to be turned on if, in fact, if that femininity is expressing itself through a biological woman.
I don't.
But when you get to the genophilia, honey, you get to a very
the idea that gender is. Well, I think when you put,
because you have
men,
like, you have a lot of men who are not attracted to femininity in other people. They're only attracted to femininity in biological women, and they think that the rest of it just looks fucking weird. Like, they think that a feminine man is a weird ass situation. They don't care.
I don't think that really exists.
Pretty the man looks.
I don't think that exists.
I think, but I'm gonna tell you why.
True heterosexuality. I just don't think that's an accurate representation.
I'm gonna tell you why I believe it is because we are talking about a spectrum, and on a spectrum exists like extreme ends. So I think on the extreme ends is heterosexuality, and on the other extreme end is heterosexuality. All that gray space is where we get the androphilias and the genophilias, and everything else falls into that middle space. But there always is an extreme opposite.
Yeah,
so the extreme opposite is homo and hetero.
Here. There's true extremes where like there's no example of like feminine beauty that can be attracted to outside of a biological woman, just I don't think really exists. I mean, like, I think there might be maybe one guy, maybe one.
Hold on. Say that again.
Like true heterosexuality where like they're only attracted into femininity within a biological woman probably is like such a really small proportion. Like, I mean, probably like maybe 1% of the population. So I think everyone else would realistically fall outside of that spectrum. And I mean, that's just a logic game.
But why do you feel that again?
Why do I feel that way?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, logically, true extremes, they exist, but they rarely exist. Like, for instance, what's a good example? Like, okay, think of like pure love. Think of like that joyous feeling you feel when you fall in love. Now think of the exact opposite of that. Like what actual pure evil really is, what it would feel like as a manifestation. It exists, but like how many of us have ever really seen that? That's what I'm saying.
Our U.S. government, racism, the witch hunts, the witch trials, the Inquisition age, the Dark Age of the Church. We've seen many atrocities historically. We got many countries completely suppressed, torn apart, people blown up and hunted down all over this world. So we're seeing wickedness in this world today.
No, but I mean, like, okay, yes, I agree. I agree with some of what you're saying, but that's political in its own standpoints. But I'm saying if we really take logically, like
both of the sunlight and the darkness is setting in the world. Like they're both extremely there, and then every other shade is there too.
Exists in such a small space. That's what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is pure heterosexual.
You're saying that it's a minority. Like you're saying, yes, it exists, but it exists in a small proportion, in a microcosm.
Yes.
Like
So I'm saying
I don't know if I agree with that, but
that's what I'm saying. So logically, everything else will fall outside of that. Because if like I feel like if there's two poles and we're and I think realistically most people aren't like touching the very fucking tip. I just don't think so.
Okay.
I think because the more and more I've been talking to people, the more and more I see that people now more so than ever, as we have like slowly bent our norms, have slowly slinked away their sexualities, their perception of sexuality, and as we start accepting gender terms, like it's I don't think pure heterosexuality even exists. Because like if I'm saying I'm an ally to the community, when someone says, like, for instance, if someone is a biological man and they're saying they're a woman, and I've accepted that they are now by their deems a woman, that, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's all too intermixed for true north and true south to be bigger than like hands full, hundreds, maybe thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. So yeah, I think we could probably go up to any man and find an example that he would probably realistically fall for. Because
I think, yeah, visually, but we still are talking about men who, like, I don't think that a lot of men, because I'm attracted, I mean, as a homosexual male, obviously, for me, like, what that means is that I'm, first of all, attracted to the autonomy of the male sex, but that also, a little bit of that is also, I'm attracted to masculinity in some way, shape, or form, which is represented within the male population. Now I'm also can be attracted to effeminate males as well. But my attraction to a femininity exists like in a fringe way. And even though I'm willing and can be attracted to like effeminate men, androgynous men, etc., that unfortunately stops there. Like, I'm not attracted to women sexually or emotionally. I think that women are aesthetically gorgeous, and I think that they are incredible goddesses and human beings and spiritual beings. But in terms of like an intimate attraction to women, it's not there for me at all. Even like a lot of trans men, like I see like a lot of trans men and they are fucking hot, but I'm not sexually or romantically interested in a trans man. It's just something about the actual autonomy that is a
But
turn
if
on
you
for me.
didn't know, would it
Well, in the case of a trans man, I am going to know eventually, especially when it comes to them draws dropping.
But that's what I'm
gonna
saying.
really know.
Once,
Yeah, like on an aesthetic level, yeah.
but
I mean,
no,
like
I'm saying like
it's kind of like if some,
post-op, would you would you know, like, you know?
I mean, post-op or pre-op, like you can't have a. I mean, like the science isn't there for them to give you, to reassign a functional penis. Trans men don't have functional penises.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I
we're
didn't
going.
know that.
Yeah. So I'm going to know that like what
Is
the
it
T is.
the
But at the same.
Is it the same way for trans women?
No, obviously not for trans women. Like the science is much more advanced. Because
why is it much more advanced? That isn't that
well,
strange?
I don't think that is necessarily even much more advanced per se. Because I mean, because all they're doing in gender reassignment surgery for trans women is folding the penis inward and keeping everything working, so trans women can still have an orgasm. They can still train their bodies to have an orgasm even when they go through with the gender reassignment surgery. But because we're talking about a penis and we're talking about a ball sack and we're talking about that
there's
being
a lot of stuff in there.
realistic and that being functional and blood being able to flow to this part of like that, it just takes more advanced evolution, etc. But so I think it's just more possible in terms for trans women than it is for trans men. But I'm sure the science will be there. I mean, we in the age of Aquarius, technology is going to be almost wicked in a sense. I mean, this is going to be the age. Mm-hmm.
I gotta feed this cat. So
Okay,
in conclusion, if that's the case, I mean, okay, how should I wrap this up? My best thing to say is we shouldn't judge anybody. We should take them at face value. Whatever makes you happy, just do it. Love you guys.
Okay. And he's out. So there it is. Now I'm going to drop the stream. People said that they have questions. If you guys want to chime in on this conversation. So I told you he was on a limited time, honey. He's working on a film project and all type of shit. So we appreciate Cristiano. I'm going to drop the link in case anybody wants to jump in. The banana gets peeled and the balls get taken away. Yes, God, Chupacabra. I did not know that you were a trans woman. Oh my goodness. I did not know that. Okay, T Lounge, if you want to pop on, boo, with some questions, let's go. We can do this today. I got some time. What I will say too, well, so I do believe in the extreme of the binary. Like I do believe in hetero and I do believe in homo. Like I know some gays, baby. They gay. And I know some straights, baby. They straight, baby. But I do believe that there is something to question about the middle space. There probably is more people who are pansexual and who really do exist within that middle ground than we know of, but because of social conditioning, religious conditioning, we're taught to really assign ourselves with what is predominantly the case for us, and to deny whatever other percentage of maybe bisexuality or pansexuality that maybe exists. It would be interesting to live in a society that was stripped from all of these ideas, and we could see kind of what human beings look like without these a prejudice ideas that maybe come from a religious fanaticism and ideology. Like who would we all be if we were not necessarily taught to identify so strongly with our sex and with colors and activities and blue and pink and this is a feminine style hairstyle for a woman and this is a masculine style for a man. But if human beings could just be and do what's fluid to them, and because we don't live in a society that has been that open, we are living in a society where people have been trained and trained well. It's hard to really get a true grasp on what people really have going on within themselves. Now we have Lady T here. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I am wonderful. How are you on this Saturday?
I'm pretty good. I'm nervous as hell.
Don't be nervous. This is just a personal private call with you and the CTV. Ignore the audience.
Yeah, I'm nervous because I consider myself to be fairly progressive, and I have been an ally, I would say, to the LGBT community my entire life. I was practically raised by gay men, and my friends, and I hate that. I sound like one of them white people, but I don't mean to come off like that. I'm just saying, that. But I'm gonna keep it like a buck.
Okay.
I've had gay male friends of mine in private conversations say to me, and I don't know where they stand now that this the trans movement has picked up speed or whatever, but they've said in the past that they feel like that is like a mental illness or a mental disorder, and that's coming from a gay man. So I think on a lot of different levels, heterosexual people as well as homosexual people all have like questions or just questions in regards to trans people. And one of them is, I understand, like, okay, let me see if this will help.
Okay.
On the RuPaul's Drag Race, there's a drag queen, Gottmik. Now, for me, although some Gottmik may confuse some people, Gottmik actually, for me, makes the point for it, because this is a trans man who, kind of like identifies or kind of like, comes off as like a gay male. And for me, it's like, okay, you're not taking gender and making it like this monolithic standpoint. You know what I mean? Like it's because part of the reason why it's like hard for me to understand, or like part of the reason why it's hard for me to understand completely in totality is because it's like, when I hear, I felt like a woman in a man's body. It's like, how do you know what it's like to feel like a woman? Because how can you even possibly describe it? Like,
yeah. Oh, I get what I totally get what you're saying in all actuality. Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
And then it's like these things where it's like, okay, when once you seem to understand something and everything, then the rules change. So it's like, okay, homosexuality is two men who are attracted or in love with each other, whatever, and then or women, and then it's like, okay, but then there's this question of a man and a woman. I just get confused, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I'm going to speak to that, and I do have a Cristiano back. Are you there, Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts about what Lady T just said before I speak to what she just said?
I actually didn't get to hear the whole thing.
Okay. Well, she basically asked like what the hang up for her is like when people who are trans say that they've always felt like the opposite sex, but only existed biologically as the sex that they are. Like, how can they know that they feel like the opposite sex if they've never been the opposite sex? Like, how does a trans woman feel like a little girl or a woman all her life as a biological male if you've never been a woman? How do you know that? Or if you are a trans man, how do you know if you've never been the opposite?
Okay, well, I guess that's like the same thing as how do you know you're straight if you've never had a gay experience, or how do you know you're gay if you've never had a straight experience? But there's tons of gay men who've never had a heterosexual experience, and there's tons of straight men who've never had gay experiences. So I mean, I just feel like I feel like individual have to accept people's feelings as they are, because ultimately that's their reality, and that their reality is saying this, I don't think this feels right, then I'm going to accept that. I just don't think I need to justify it in my head to tell someone else that their reality is not correct, because I'm not experiencing it. And if you're not a trans individual and you haven't experienced that feeling, which we don't know what that would feel like, then how can we say it doesn't exist?
But see, I have to disagree, because number one, when it comes to sexuality, you know when you're attracted to someone else, and you know what turns you on, and all of those sorts of things. So I think it's different. Now, I see someone says because the spirit knows. I can understand, as someone who reads tarot, I understand the difference between femininity and masculinity. I'm not negating whether or not somebody can feel effeminate, or or identify more with their feminine nature as opposed to their masculine nature, because we all embody both. But when it comes to gender, that's where I get confused, because I can understand if you feel feminine. I can understand if you feel masculine, but there are women. There are women who, outside of sexuality, may identify with with their masculine side more so than their feminine side, and it may show in their dress. It may show in a lot of different ways, and in a lot of different ways. Okay, so for me, it's just like, someone made a point of, would it be more palatable? Listen, stick to the rivers and like you that you used to. Would it be more accepting if it was called trans female or trans male, as opposed to woman and man? I don't know if that would make more sense, or like, I don't know. I just have my questions, and mind you, I've had conversations, like my homegirl who has transitioned. She's post-op. Like, I've seen her pussy and everything. Like she's a woman. I get it. You know what I mean? I understand, but I remember asking, and it's like, it's I guess it's inexplicable, but it's kind of weird, because it's like, how do like, I mean, you may enjoy sex you may be heterosexual, you may be homosexual and enjoy sex with the with the opposite sex or whatever like that. But that doesn't mean that you are heterosexual, because you might have had a nice experience with a female, or nice experience with a man. You might still want to be with a woman, you still want to be with a man. Like, it's like, to me, completely different than saying I always knew that I was a woman, or I always knew that I was a girl on the inside. It sounds like we're talking about femininity and masculinity, and that has nothing to do with gender, in my opinion.
Okay, so let me speak to the initial question of how does one know? And I'm gonna try to say this in the most comprehensible way. Yes. Somebody said it here too, and it might have, I forgot who it was. Hey, Buffs to God, what's going on, baby?
Hey.
Male, female, it's the autonomy biology. Men and women are social constructs. Okay, yes, I was just about to go there. So sex is the objective science. It's the objective biology. Like, you're female, I'm male, and we're separated by 6,500 hormonal differences. That's the difference between men and women. You actually have 6,500 more hormones than I do, you know, XY chromosomes, all of that stuff. So that's the blatant science biologically. But the gender is where the social constructs come into play in. So because we live in a very humanity is very philosophical. So this is where the social constructs are created from. So now, not only are you technically biologically a woman and I'm technically biologically a man, now society will create activity and ways of life for you and I. That's why there's a such thing called manhood and womanhood. Society is going to teach you what it means to be a woman, whether that's to be submissive to men, to be modestly dressed, to be subservient to men, to be a nurturers, etc. They're going to teach me so-called how to be a man, which is to be a protector, to be a part of the warrior class. And these, once again, are all philosophical. These things have no intrinsic value. These things are not objective in and of themselves. They're just due to maybe some objective observations. Like, obviously, if woman is carrying the child, then that woman needs to be protected, obviously, so men can protect and provide for pregnant women. But we've gotten carried away within a society. So now we have colors, and even in talking about our previous conversation, where we've gotten so extreme and genderizing things that we even genderize sexual pleasure, which is where the question of Jimmy Smack sucking the penis of a pre-op trans woman came into play at. Like, oh, is sucking penis a gay act? Well, I guess it would beg the question of whether women who enjoy anal sex are homosexual, since anal sex is considered a homosexual sexual act. But once again, these things are all man-made. Sexual pleasure has no gender in and of itself. Like, it doesn't mean anything. If a man likes to be pegged, if a man likes to suck the strap-on of his wife, because that's in a heterosexual framework, he enjoys that from a woman. And that's the point I was making about Jimmy Smacks, is that if Jimmy Smacks had been sucking the dick of a man, then he would fall somewhere on the spectrum of pansexuality or bisexuality. But he was sucking the peen of a pre-op trans woman, and that's equivalent to all men who are on their knees sucking the strap on and the dildo of the woman in their life. There's literally whole categories on porn sites for pegging, where men like to be strapped up, they like to be banged out, they like to, you know, perform oral sex on the strap on. And what would be the difference between a man doing that with a dildo on a woman versus actually being with a trans woman who still has her piece? There really, in fact, is no actual difference. Now, back to
I think that there's a space for a man to be able to, within themselves, know that this is plastic and it's just the shape of, and it's just, know, as opposed to this is a live action hero. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's veins and warmth and skin and ball.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm gonna tell you why I challenge that just a little bit, because we're going to get into that. Now, because we live in a binary, right? So that means, like, okay, I have a sex. I'm male, but maybe I'm really a trans woman. How I know that I am a trans woman and not actually a biological male is because this binary actually exists. Because you get to walk around in things that society deem as feminine. So the only reason why I want to assimilate to what you're doing as a trans woman, and you're a biological woman participating in society, in a binary society, is because you are the one letting me know that I am not this, I am indeed that. I'm a trans woman existing as a boy in these shorts, in the shirt, in this low haircut, but I'm a whole trans woman. And so I feel uncomfortable because society created a binary, I get to look at what women are and say, oh, that's what I am. I'm not this body. I don't feel comfortable having a penis. I don't feel comfortable having a low cut and doing things that a boy is supposed to do. I'm attracted to what girls are supposed to do or created to do, whether that's playing with Barbie dolls, whether that's having long hair, whether that's wearing dresses, whether that's, you know, all the femininity that women exude. So because that binary exists, that's what that's what informs trans women and trans men that they are in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kind of like if you walked into the men's restroom, because of the way that men's restrooms are designed, you would know, oh, I'm in the wrong restroom. You know, like,
really quickly, I see something in the chat that I really would like to address kind of quickly with the pansexual and the children thing. No, it does not mean that you like children. Just in the same way that a heterosexual person ain't gonna like a little boy just because, or, you know, a little girl. It, like, getting into children, that's like a completely different arena, you know, as far as like sexuality amongst adults and consenting individuals.
Yeah, Heather, that's a pedophilia.
Yeah, that's
pedophilia.
Pansexual is, you know, they go by how they feel about individuals, not whether or not somebody's trans or female or male. It's just about that being, that person, that adult individual, you know.
Yes, when you think of pansexuality, just think of people who are attracted more so to the chemistry between them and another person, despite the sex or the gender. Like if you meet somebody, y'all have a lot in common, whether they're man or whether they're male or female, you are able to base your romantic interest or your sexual interest just upon your experience of the person. It doesn't have anything per se to do with the sex in and of themselves, which is why a lot of people just put pansexuals in the same category as bisexuals overall, even though there is a nuance there. But pansexual people are very a chemistry based. It's all about their experience of a person. They don't really care about the other gender and the sex. Like if you cool, you make me feel good, we got a line of common, we enjoy each other, like we vibe, there's a resonance there, then boom, baby, we can date, we can have sex, we can do whatever. So that. Now there was something else you said, T, that I wanted to speak on, but I forgot what it was. My God, you said something. No, it's my fault. I should have jotted it down, but you said something. God damn it. What was it? I don't even know what it was. Oh, okay, yeah. You talked about, so you believe that a straight man would know the difference between, I mean, obviously a man does know the difference between, you know, a piece of plastic and a real thing. But this is what I was going to say too about the Jimmy Smacks thing and oral sex. What a lot of people don't understand about like straight men who like to be pegged or who like to perform, you know, fellatio on a woman with a strap on, is for a lot of straight men, because of a patriarchy and this being a male dominated society, it doesn't have anything to actually do with the sex themselves. A lot of men actually, for a lot of men, this is just about being submissive and tapping into their femininity more so than it is about the sexual act themselves. This is men kind of checking out of having to play this very structured, mechanical role in society and actually being able to just let go and surrender and not have to be responsible in the ways that men are having to be in this patriarchy. So a lot of men really are into the submission of it all, which is where like the dominant porno genre comes in at, where men like to be tied up and spanked and all of that. It's just, so it's more so an emotional and psychological release for men than it is about sex themselves. Obviously, as observers, when we see it, we say, oh, that's either gay or that's straight. But for them, even if they're doing something that sexually may be deemed as homosexual, that's not the inner context in which they're doing that from. Like, this don't have nothing to do with the fact that it's a strap on or a dick. Like, first of all, I want it from women, whether that's a trans woman or a biological woman, but I'm in a submissive position because I really want to submit to the feminine principle. That's a way for me as a man to tap into my own feminine nature and to surrender, which men don't do a lot of. We talk a lot on this platform about how men are emotionally clogged up. They're emotionally numb. They're emotionally stupid. They lack emotional awareness. They lack emotional intelligence. And that all because, and a lot of that is because of social conditioning and patriarchy and the roles that women play, because women get to be emotionally present and emotionally aware and introspective and completely tap into their a divine feminine here, but men don't get to do that because of patriarchy. Men are taught to not have emotions. They're taught to not surrender. They're taught not to be passive. They're taught to be the dominant ones, to be the ones who are in control. So a lot of these sexual acts like a pagan and all of that is just really a psychological and emotional feel good for men, more so than it is about the actual act itself. Some men just need to submit for their own psychological like for the sake of their own sanity. Like, does that make sense to you? Like,
it makes sense to me, but I also would say that if it's a guy who is getting paid by his woman and he only wants to be paid by a female, let me say that, then I feel like, you know, he can kind of stay in the heterosexual category. But I feel as soon as you do it with a trans person, then I think you need to scoot on over to the other end of the LGBTIQNA and head on over to the P, where your behind belong, in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. I just feel like I don't think that I could consider him heterosexual anymore. I think that he's a P. Is that wrong?
He's a P?
A P.
That,
a pansexual.
Okay, so you're saying that like if he was dating okay, go ahead, Christian.
I actually thought that was really interesting because you have to look at it, like I said, perspective is everything. So based on your perspective, that's how you feel. But like, I guess he'll be, we need to look at it this way. He'll only be considered gay and until the day society shifts enough to where that is where like we deem that like until like society presses the other way where we become more sexually open and just better, it will always be demonized in the media as a gay act until we as a society open up and change our perspective.
I don't think it's gay because I think gay is to males. I would put him not even in the B because I think the B excludes trans people. I would put him in the P. I would put him as a pansexual. I would put him as someone who is open to sex and sexuality and getting down with an array of different people. You know what I mean? That's just me. And you know, what does that mean that I don't respect trans people and their pronouns and all those sorts of things? No, not at all. Like I'm absolutely, you know, accepting and respectful of that. But when it comes down to that, you know, now here's the rub. And lies the rub. And this is what I'm like, I don't, please, if anything, call me trans ignorant and not trans.
No, we are open and we understand because we're all
working
through all of this. Yeah, like we're all working through it.
Now, as uncomfortable as it may be, and possibly because I've seen the finished product, if a man were to lay down with a post-op woman, I would, you know, even though it's uncomfortable, I would probably keep him in the heterosexual category because it's like you like vagina. Like I mean, goddamn, am I like why I shouldn't be confused tonight.
I'm sorry. No, no, but I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, like that's the same like logical principle you come from it, and like I'm pretty sure like
hold on. Like, what's that? Hold on. Like, what's the question again? Like, not the question, but the is this regarding the oral part?
It's a penis. Like,
okay, so let me. Okay, no. Okay, so this is perfect. Because see, this also goes to show you how. Hold on, because I'm about to straighten this out right now. I think I got it. Hold on, because I'm gonna lose it. Hold on, I got it. So So there's a lot of conditioning that obviously we all have chewed off as well, and is also bleeding through in our inability to understand, like, or to like rightfully judge men and women in this case, because we get to question a man's sexuality who can suck, who sucks the peen of a pre-op trans woman, but does that also mean that women who like to rim job or give rim jobs to men are lesbianic? Because we can also say the same thing about the act of eating eating someone out. The act
behind, but I think.
But that, hold on, T. But that's my point exactly. This is a trans woman's body. This is a trans woman who has breast and ass and assimilates the femininity. So she just happens to have a penis. But you also are a woman who can imitate a penis. So what would be the difference between a man sucking on?
Hold on. Now, if I run for Congress, is my whole shit gonna be out? Do I really want to say this part? Do I keep my own business to myself? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I have been with a trans man. Understood?
Yes.
Pre-op.
Okay.
But I've dipped my toe in the lady pond, and I feel like I don't feel like it's. So if you want to say I'm bi or whatever, okay, fine, whatever. You know, I'm bi. I would identify as heterosexual, but the same way I can understand men who identify as heterosexual who have had experiences with men, because I have just been around I've just been around so much that I get that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of those people. I get it. Now, with that said, I don't feel like I was with a fucking man. I don't give a goddamn about. And this is the other thing. This person in particular has no issue with pronouns. So since I've known this person like majority of my life, and I was calling her when I asked about the pronouns, she was just basically like, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? But finally, like, I remember we were like 18, 19 years old. And I was like, yeah, you know, we were joking about the fact that we didn't like the word lesbian because it sounded weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I was like, okay, so you're a lesbian. She was like, no. I said, oh, so you're bisexual? And she said, no. And when she said that, I didn't know nothing about no trans. So I just let the whole thing go for a good 20 years before it was like around the whole thing with Caitlyn Jenner. And then I came and I said, oh my God. I said, you're trans? And she was like, yes. And I was like, oh, well, why didn't you fucking say that earlier? You know, like, are you okay with, you know, the pronouns I've been using and all this other type of stuff? And she wasn't. I'm saying she because she's comfortable with me using that pronoun, and I've used it for so long. It's kind of hard to make the switch. But I personally, I feel like I was with a man. When I'm with a man, he got stuff going on. You know what I mean? And it does things, and it jumps, and it moves, and it's warm, and it's dust, and it's different. It's not the same. I don't like toys. I don't like toys at all. I don't want to be strapped on and all of that other type of stuff. I don't want nothing, no parts of that. And I'm really not interested in being with a woman at all really much anymore. You know what I mean? But like, that was like the early days. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just being honest. Like, I just don't feel like I was with a man. And if a guy were to be honest, well, I don't want to stop. I don't want to go.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't feel like, even though like you've been with a trans man, you don't feel like it gave you the experience
of being with a man.
A biological man. Okay.
I felt like I was with the woman. Like I just felt like I was with the woman who.
So let me put a pin in it right there. I think that I said, so let me put a pin in it right there. I think that that's okay, because I think that, because the actual truth is not even all biological men offer the same experience. We have a passive biological hetero man. Like, we have soft-spoken, we have sensitive straight men. Like, not every, like, because straight men and biological men aren't a monolith either. Like, it's all due to personality, and it's all due to individuality, because nobody feels the same, whether it's male, female, a trans, non-binary, etc. So I don't. So it seems like to me there you have a expectation in your mind due to like a generality about men, and when you didn't get that experience or that expectation met when you were with a trans man, then I mean to you it was a difference. But my question to you is,
and this is my like one of my best friends. Like when I say love, I cannot express. And like when we were out to eat, you know, we were out to eat, and my coworker came like through the restaurant we were at. And so the next time I saw my coworker, she was like, "Girl, who was that man you was with?" And this is before we had the conversation about her experience. And I was like, "That wasn't a man. I was like my homegirl, or whatever." And so then she was like, "What?" Like, I mean, so when I tell you my friend is one of those trans men that maybe if you got like if you saw her in her winter coat and all of that stuff, you could not clock her. Period. You know what I mean? And extremely masculine. You know, there were some feminine things, but I don't consider cooking and stuff like that being masculine and feminine, because it's, you know, chefs come in both genders. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's go back to that then. So what do you consider masculine and what do you consider feminine?
I consider masculine and feminine. Oh gosh, you know. The way that think, whether it's logical versus, you know, like emotional, you know, it could possibly have something to do with the attire, because like I said, there's women who are not gay and still dress like, hold on, I'm getting feedback. Hold on, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Should I go out?
And I don't hear no feedback. Yeah, you can go in and go out.
Okay, well, hold on. How do I do that?
Well, I can take you out and you can just hit the link again.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so Lady T's gonna come on the stream link, you guys. Any of you guys who have any thoughts, Hair Moselle, I see you in the stream, baby. Anybody want to hit the link? Y'all can hit the link and come in. This is a very interesting dialogue, but we got to have it because, as Thomas said, you know, this is the only way for us to move through, and it's truly okay. Like, I mean, you know, we're talking about something that's partly objective, is also partly subjective. So there's various perceptions and approaches and views about gender, about sexual orientation. There's no right and wrong aside from being discriminative in your attitude, but in terms of how we perceive these things or how we relate to our own sex or gender identity, or how we relate to our orientation, it's very personal, almost kind of like spirituality is a very personal matter. How we see and view God is very personal to us. And now we're back with Lady T.
Yeah, hey. Okay, it sounds better. But yeah, that was just my experience. I did see, you know, like while I was coming back and I did see some of the comments. Yeah, that's my perspective. That's my experience. There might be women out there, or, you know, females out there who has been with a trans man and they feel like they were with, you know, a man. Like for me, when there's a vagina, I'm, you know, and breasts and shit, like I'm like, you know. And the other thing, like my homegirl, she would actually go to team programs and speak to the trans females there and have conversations in regards to how to care for their vaginas, because there's like this shame attached to trans people in regards to their genitalia. And you know, she was saying that something about like how sometimes they wouldn't care for it properly, or they wouldn't go to the gynecologist and things like that. So she would, you know, talk to them in regards to, you know, their reproductive health, even though they may not be reproducing or whatever. And you know, so, you know, she was, you know, aware of that, I mean, as well. And like I said, she's not hung up on pronouns, you know, so I don't think that makes her any less trans. She doesn't have time to be bothered with it, I guess. I don't know. That's how she put it to me. So I'm, you know, and that's only because like anybody that I meet, like or they get the pronouns that they want, they desire on and off social media. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like I'm putting on, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm always use the correct pronoun. But with her, I have an issue, and with one of my students who my whole time knowing them was a he. It's hard for me to make the transition when speaking of her to she. Like it's really like that's another one that I have difficulty with. But for the most part, I'm very very respectful. But I'm gonna give somebody else an opportunity to come on.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so hold on. Before you go.
Okay.
Okay.
I am not even drunk, and I put all of this business out there.
Hey, the Conscious TV platform is a truth elixir, honey. Pull it out.
You are a witch. You are a witch. Ooh,
look,
I'm not drunk or high. Go ahead.
we got my baby mother, Hair Moselle is in the building. I'm curious to definitely know what Hair Moselle thoughts are about some of your questions and things. Hey Hair Moselle.
Hey Hair Moselle.
I don't think Hair can hear us.
Hello. Hey everybody, how y'all doing?
Hi.
Hi. Hold
We're
on,
wonderful.
hold on.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. So
what
how are y'all doing tonight?
We're doing good. How are you? And what are your thoughts about Lady T has some interesting questions and things.
She dipped out.
Okay, so what was the main question?
Hold on, let me take her out and add her in again. Can you hear us, Hair Moselle?
I think I know why. Yeah, I can hear y'all just fine. I think I know why.
Yeah.
Y'all hear me better now?
A little bit of a delay though. Good. A small delay maybe.
Okay. Is that better now?
Yes, you sound loud and clear. So
that's a lot better.
Yes. You were listening in, so what are your thoughts?
All right. So what was the main question? Because
so the first question
she answered a lot of different things.
Yeah. The first question was how does a trans person know that they are that they're not if they've never been the other? Like if you are a trans woman but you're in a biological male body, how do you know that you're not biologically male if you've never been a biological female? Like how does somebody know?
Well, how does anyone know? I don't think it has anything to do with what you look like on the outside at all. I think it has to do with what you feel like on the inside.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you know what? Like, it don't feel like nothing. Like, I mean, like, I can't explain.
No, like, so this is the way that I had explained it, Hair. I think that people are able to know that they're in the wrong place because the binary actually exists. Because we've created the social construct of gender. Trans women are able to see that what's assigned to them as boy and all of the tasks, all of the activities that are assigned to them, all of the styles, all of the aesthetics assigned to them as boy is foreign to them because the binary exists, because we genderize things. They're able to see, oh, I am not male, I'm woman. I'm what my mother is. I'm what my sisters are. I'm what my aunts are. That's who I am. That's what resonates with me, not this body and not the things assigned to this body as male.
I agree with that. And I think that is synonymous with someone knowing that the example that I used when I was talking to y'all on the other stream that we did, and I said that when I was coming up, I never saw any representation for me coming up on TV. And I said that not men, I said that straight people always have something to look up to. But when I look at TV, there's no one to show what I am. But I knew that I was different. It's just something that you feel. I don't think it has anything to do with what you look like.
Hair Moselle, what do you identify as
a woman?
Oh, so you're a cis-born woman, or a trans woman?
No, cis.
Cis-born woman. Mm-hmm. And you're saying that representation in terms of what? Are you a gay cis-born?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you didn't see representations as far as lesbian relationships on television.
Right. So I use that same example for someone who was transgender. I put myself in that kind of space because I would look, as humans, we would be naive to think that there's only one or two ways of doing something. We've been on Earth so long, and we're the ones who started this Earth. So just think about all the changes that our Earth has gone through. So we would just be a fool to believe that these things that they teach us are just the way. When we feel just like no one who's living on Earth right now has ever seen a living God, but there's one because you feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on whatever God you follow, whatever religion you follow, there's something we all know that there's something else great.
That is very true.
Right? And we don't see it, but we know. So I think it's the same thing, and I think as humans, and I'm going to be really, really open and honest and kind of tell my business. But when me and my therapist talk about this, my therapist is Jewish, and we talk about this stuff, and he doesn't look at me like I got 5 heads because he's a Jewish man who follows his faith. You understand? So that's just how I look at it. And he said the same thing. He said, us as psychologists, I would be stupid to believe that the brain can't do more, or that we can't see more that outside of what we see, that's tangible that we can see. So
hey everybody. Can y'all hear me? I got kind of booted out a little bit.
Yeah, but you. Oh, okay.
Okay. Is 1000% man here? 1000% top man here?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to welcome you to the stream. And I wanted to go back before I got kicked the fuck up out of my own shit. I wanted to speak to what Hermoselle said too. It is in part intuitive as well. Like even growing up homosexual, like I knew there was a certain magnetism that was there between me and other males that just was not there with females. And that was before I even had language. So I did not know what that was or what that was called or what that was about. But there was the best way I can describe it is a magnetism. It was like a drawing toward other young men that wasn't there for me as a young boy between me and other girls. It wasn't until I grew older and started being called gay and all of these things that I was like, oh, okay, I am attracted to the opposite sex. So I think for Hermoselle said, even for trans women, I think that in big part, or trans men in big part, it's because there is a binary that they're able to say, oh, I'm not this, I'm actually that, because the binary exists. But it's also intuitive too. Like you just know it. You just feel uncomfortable. You just feel like, as a trans woman, I can only imagine that or as a trans man, you just feel uncomfortable. You just feel uncomfortable in your body, and you might not even know why. Like you feel uncomfortable. You might even know why this feels the way that it does. But I think the more that you exist within a binary society, on top of already feeling foreign in your own body, that you feel even more fucking foreign. I was watching a documentary about trans children, and they would talk about children, trans children, before they even talking about 2-3 years old, who would be having these egregious or very volatile emotional responses to just being alive, and just existing. And then it wasn't until they started to grow a little older and they were like, Mom, I want to play with this, I want to play with that. Or they would be drawn to, in the case of trans women, be drawn to girly things. And then a lot of that anxiety and stress would wash away. And so there is something that we all know within ourselves, even prior to language. And maybe that's the spiritual part of sexual orientation, or that gender plays, that because we are spiritual beings, we know when we're out of place.
So what do you all think about transracial then?
I spoke about Transracial on the Gentleman's Panel. And okay, so this asks our question. I'm gonna let everybody else go before I go on that.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I just want to say one thing. This person here, Kendall J. Now that's if you're gonna do it, that's the way you should look as a trans woman.
Okay, wait. 1000.
I'm saying you. You're not a trans woman though. But
You
Kendall
can't say that because every
Yeah,
trans
yeah,
can
you can't.
afford to do that, so you can't say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you the issue with what you just said.
You cannot.
Because like
That's really
that
bad.
totally plays into patriarchy for one,
It
and for
does.
two, it also is a misogynistic because not all women even want to look like Kendall
Want to
J.
look like
Not
that.
all women want to like because biologically speaking, all women don't even look like this. Like and it's okay.
Biologically.
And it's okay for women to not look like that. It's okay for women to look like that, and it's also okay for women to not look like that because in reality,
I apologize for saying it that way, but she's a beautiful woman. I would never even have thought on the streets.
Well, just say she's beautiful. That's all.
She's beautiful. She is.
That's all. Just don't bias it. That's all.
yeah, because
You
you
can
know, like the
celebrate
whole
community without
But she can go somewhere without anybody.
yes,
But
and to be
everyone
honest,
can't do that. Everyone can't afford, cannot. That takes time, money, and energy. A lot of people do not have.
and that's why in the community we would say that Kendall J has a passing privilege because because she looked like that, she would be able to slide into spaces without being, as they say, clocked. But that's a privilege
Like
thing.
Cleo
Not
Monago.
all.
Like Cleo Monago.
Yes, like a Cleo Monago having a masculine presenting privilege. Trans women also have passing privilege.
That's my buddy. Now, me and him, you know, we would definitely fit in the same category.
Yes, passing privilege. But
I just think, you know, not even that without a title, you know, you are who you are. It don't even have to be what you are. No announcement needed because a lot of people won't know what you do or what you are unless you tell them, unless you just put it out there. That's your right, and that's your right to be in, and that's their right to be. That's their right to be to stay in, and it's your right to be out.
I'm gonna use this example. Someone used to tell me I would get hit on by men all the time, and they would always say, "Oh, you're too pretty to be gay," and I would say, "Oh, well, you too ugly to be straight," and they go, "Huh?" and I go, "Huh?" Like, what are you saying? It doesn't mean anything. Like, you got to look at it from those kind of angles.
But you are a beautiful woman, and a lot of people would not expect you to be as down to earth as you are. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, I mean, so
maybe what we need to do, like, I think the whole fucking system needs to come down. Like, this whole superficial system in general just needs to be completely destroyed because in the creation of these superficial systems, we obviously are abandoning a lot of people because
of these biases.
Right.
But I tell you, a lot of people don't think like you and her.
They need to. They need to.
But you know, but me and him are very far and few in between.
Yeah, most people have this misconception that if you are a lighter skinned person, you get a pass, and that most lighter skinned people have very attitudes. And it's the truth.
I know what you're saying. I have that story. I have it written down that I'm going to put on the channel. So trust me, I understand exactly what you're saying.
And last thing I have
never had that privilege, but
I want to address what Concha said about growing up. You know, of course, you're going to have people have different views on whether a person should. I don't think that a child really knows what he want or she want when they are a kid. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't even be thinking about sex. And I would feel this way. You know, most white people, they let their children, they change their sexes at a very young age and all that. I think they should let them stay who they are until they are grown and able to make their decisions, you know, because that's a lot of emotional shit that come along with that. It comes even worse. You know what I'm saying? And like you said you didn't feel you felt a certain kind of way growing up, but you didn't know what it was. However, like we talked about last time I was on your show, you got people that will beat it in you, and you may not even be that. You know, they would be like, "Oh, look at him, he gay, he sissy, he, you know, blah blah blah," and you may not even know what that is. You know, but
I knew at a young age that I loved football. I had a guy ask me, "What?" He said, "What made you like football?" I said, "Well, what made you like football?" I said, "What?" I said, how retarded? Not how retarded, but how do some people really think about gay people or really think about these roles that women and men have? I know plenty men that can't stand football.
Yeah, but we're separating sex as a child away from the actual look of what's You get what I'm saying? Maybe what you don't know when you're a child is that what comes along with that as growing up. You see what I'm saying? Because you got some men that are white men, especially, that are damn near 70 years old. They don't want to be a woman, but they feel like a woman on the outside, and they'll still be with their wife, and they accept them for that, which is crazy, you know. But that's their choice.
And Maurice, yes.
Maurice, he wasn't a 1000% man. Was not attacked. He was corrected. Something that we don't mind doing on this platform.
Was he saying that we attacked you, or was he saying that they attacked us when we were
we attacked 1000% man when he said that's how you should do it if you're going to do trans? That would be incorrect.
Oh, okay.
And we don't mind correcting. That's what the LGBT community is here to do.
And I feel, but that's what most men would go for. I'm just keeping it real with you. You know, if they want, you know, men that are attracted to women, even if the person is trans, you know, even though the biological parts on the inside is not woman, that's what most men are attracted to when they see, you know, a woman. You know, they're attracted to that.
A lot of that is put out because if you walk around with a woman that's passing, no one else is going to think to ask. That's a lot of the reason why. And that still comes from patriarchy, because many, not even many years ago, all these surgeries couldn't be done to make you look like that. So what happened back then?
Yeah, but the trick bag part of it is, you know, soon as it gets out, you know, even though he knew that she was a trans woman, would he stay? Because of his homies, you know, it's always those things that come about then.
But also,
but the thing is, he's in the light with her in the daylight. Most men won't go out in the daylight.
Okay, so I was just about to say that, like, it's not that a lot of men are just going for the Kendall J's. A lot of men are having sex with all types of women and trans women. They're just not having sex and open about it publicly. So Kendall J is not the only trans woman in the community who getting dick down. Like, lots of trans women all across the spectrum are getting dick down, but because of passing privilege, some men feel more comfortable. Obviously, kind of like a trophy woman. A trophy woman is of a certain standard. These are the women that men are going to be proud to put on their arm, versus maybe women who don't fit that bullshit standard of being a trophy wife, who men will hide behind. I know a lot of obese women talk about how even though men will still have sex with them and men will even still be in relationship to them, that they're kind of scooted to the back of that man's social life, that this man, he will not post pictures of them together. This man will not be public even maybe about the romantic relationship because of these bullshit superficial standards. So Kendall J, she is a beautiful trans woman, and her privilege is something that can keep her safe, something that we want all women and all trans women to be able to have is safety in this world. But that can't exist as long as these beauty standards and these assimilation issues are real.
I don't even think any stupid men would try to beat her up in the streets because they found out because she looked like a woman.
She would.
That doesn't matter. She can look like Beyonce walking down the street. That don't mean something can't happen to her.
Yeah, because women,
exactly, or someone gets whatever they get. That's not just because of the way she looks. Because of what she looks like doesn't shield her from any type of danger, but it does make her life a little bit easier because she's passing. But think of before she could pass.
I feel.
And think about all of the women who look like Kendall J who have died by way of domestic violence, have been raped and murdered. I mean, as Hemazel said, like, somebody looking away does not make them like, it doesn't give them it doesn't give them like profound immunity. It's only like isolated immunity within certain areas of society. But it doesn't.
I think it's different. I think it's different for a woman who is a trans man, because
I want Kendall. I would love for Kendall J to hit that link and come on here and talk about her experience as a trans woman. If you aren't too shy, Kendall, you should definitely hit the link, boo, and come up here. Because I would rather not talk. You know, like I would rather you. You know, I would rather you just be a part of the conversation. But go ahead, 1000%, Top Man.
Yeah, but the female. Well, I put it this way. I'm just telling all my business, but I've been a barber like for years in the barber shop, and for years I had been cutting this dude hair, light skinned pretty boy, you know, waves in his hair. Done seen him with his shirt off, muscles, all that, you know. Seen his wife and everything, you know. Done hung out with them, and maybe 3 years after that, you know, while cutting his hair in the chair, he took out a picture, said, "Man, look at this girl. Ain't she fine as fuck? She look good, right?" I said, "Yeah, who is that?" I said, You talking to her?" And guess what he said? "No, that used to be me. I like to drop the fucking clippers." That's why I say you never know who is what, you know.
Yeah,
and to be able to blend, that is a privilege, like you said, you know. And he told me he was a she, I immediately started going to she, and I had to correct myself, you know. But the whole point was I've seen this dude in so many different spaces and areas where the hardest of the hard knocks would be. You know, he don't hang out in no spaces with what you call it, clockable trans men. Just look like me and you. Well, me, you know, and other men who are men that look masculine, you know. I was shocked, you know. But that right, I asked her, I said, "Are you attracted to what you call it? What we stud?" She said, "No, man, I ain't. I want to, you know, somebody like Beyonce, you know." Because other than the wife, because the wife is beautiful, look like a model herself, and a real estate agent. They got a big ass house. They doing the damn thing, you know. But it shocked me to know that all that time, I'm like, what made you comfortable to tell me that shit? You know?
Yeah.
Because she knew, she could feel the energy, and she knew that you needed to know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. She knew that she needed to tell you. That's really all it was. She was like, "You know what? He been cutting my hair for a while. We cool. Let me tell him."
Yeah, and at that time, you know, I had a wife, so it was just it was crazy. We all had been out together.
I told one of my friends that one of his friends was gay. And this is a story that I told the other night. He said that he would rather him be single the rest of his life than to be with a man. And when I told him he was gay, he was like, "No, I just thought he was a little funny. He's just a little funny." I said, "No, he's not. He's gay. What's the problem?" He would not say it.
But
Same thing.
But you do have those type friends that I don't think they would rather you be single or dead than to be with a gay person. I think if you a person that's not that where it don't show, they okay with you being with them. But if you a dude that's masculine and you got a dude that's feminine, that's an issue for a lot of homeboys. They not gonna be upset with you, but they'll be upset with the feminine guy. I don't understand that, but it happens.
Oh, well, I'm gonna tell you, because men feel deeply insecure in a patriarchy, especially black men within a white racist patriarchy, because black men feel deeply emasculated within the society, and so they think that queer men or queerness or femininity is a true threat to them, because they're holding on to some fringe idea of masculinity that's not real any fucking way. So a lot of men like can give women. A lot of cis straight men will give lesbian women a pass, because for one, like, that's all within the patriarchal structure. Of course, men are going to reward women for assimilating to masculinity, because masculinity is upheld to be the holy grail.
Yeah, but
And the
only to be a friend, you know. But if nigga get drunk,
a friend approval. I know some studs right now who can walk into the barbershop and some lesbian women's and some stud women who can walk into all male spaces, be dapped up, be greeted, be welcome, and I can walk into the room and make it completely quiet. Can make it completely quiet.
Look, and they scared of you. They won't say shit either because they know you gonna get them right.
They ain't gonna say shit. They also not gonna overly welcome me either. It's just gonna silence of the lamb type tease.
Yeah,
but
when you do walk out of the barbershop, they can be like, hell no, my nigga.
Yeah, right, exactly. That's typical run-of-the-mill low vibrating bullshit. But I do want to ask you guys about what Lady T said. Because I asked this on the gentleman's panel too. Like, what do y'all think about being Transracial or Rachel Dolezal? You know, she was a big deal. She came in, you know, fully assimilating to blackness and just talked about how she just really felt black. And, you know, I think she has black adoptive, like she has siblings who are black who've been adopted, and she's very involved and a caretaker. She's worked in black spaces. And I mean, she really, according to her, feels like a black woman. Do y'all feel like there can be a such thing as transracial if there can be a such thing as transgender?
Okay, repeat. What do you mean by transracial and trans?
Transracial are people who are of one ethnicity who strongly identify with another ethnicity. So this could be a European male who identifies as black, or this could be a black person who strongly identifies as European.
I get you. I think that come with time because I do have homies that, and then again, after studying, you know, ethnicities, you could tell if a person has some black in them. But that's only the people who want to identify, who want to keep it 100. You know, knowing they got some kind of black in their family down the line, just like Tongan and Samoan people. They look more on the black side, but they will never say that they are black. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we're not talking about necessarily people who are mixed race or, you know, to be honest, we all got different, different races within us. But it's what transracial is if me as a black woman, well, me, you know, not me as a black woman. Yeah, me as a black woman saying, I'm not black, I'm white.
Oh, I get it.
Oh no. So
but that's what I'm saying. How could it be oh no to that? But then with transgender, this is why I get confused.
I'm gonna say why, because
I love Lady T.
I'm sorry, I'm just being
you fine, baby. You fine, boo. The reason why that's different is because the transgender person is not trying to change their skin tone along with their gender. They're just changing genders, going from Jim to Jam. That's all they're doing. They're not going from Black Keisha, white, Kelly to Black Tanisha. We're not doing that. You can't do that. You can identify with the race all you want, but you cannot change what you are.
But how? But they are. They literally are. I seen somebody who used to have a penis. I seen a pussy. So
Yeah. No. I understand that, but they're not changing their gender along. I mean, they're not changing their race along with it. They're just changing the gender. That's it. They're not going saying I'm a black girl on the outside, and now I'm gonna change myself to a white guy. To a white guy. No, they just changing.
But intuitively, they feel as if they are. If I feel as if I am a white person trapped in a black person's body, but I am identifying with white people. My whole life, people have said, "Oh, you talk like a white girl." I'm being facetious right now, but I'm just saying.
But that's only if you are passing. Read a book called The Passing.
No, I'm not talking about passing. This is what I'm saying. Rachel Dolezal is a white woman, right?
Yeah, she's a purely white European woman identifying as an African woman. We're not talking about.
But white women could do that at times. They could change it over.
Let me finish my statement first. This is a white woman, right? She's telling people that she's black. She's telling people that she's transracial. And she's saying, and she's now wearing braids. And in my opinion, her collecting social services, even though it's highly offensive, I think that's a part of it. You know, she was the president of the NAACP in some chapter and everything like that. She is going around saying to people she is a black woman.
I'm okay with that. The reason why I say I'm okay with that, because she's doing a little bit better than some of the regular women, or the real women, you know, that's in the women's sphere.
So as a black woman, you would be okay with me saying I'm not a black woman. I am a white woman. I identify with white women. Within myself, I feel as if I'm a white woman.
If you do it real, somebody need to mute their mic. Somebody need to mute their mic because we can't hear.
But I want to greet VJ first and foremost. Hi, boo.
Hello.
Can you hear us? Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Okay, and we just wrapping up this topic on transracial. I know you had a question, so we're gonna get to your question too. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm gonna mute you in the meantime. Okay. So just stay right there. Okay. So I think to help clear this up with this transracial shit, let me pull up something here, because this is just gonna do it, honey. Just gonna do it. This is how we're gonna distinguish transracial from transgender. Okay. Yeah, like we're gonna clear it up.
I'm just saying, I feel that if you're gonna do it, you can call yourself whatever psychologically all day, but if you don't fit the part, you don't look the part of what it is, then people still gonna see you as black. That's the way I feel about it. Just like Kendall looks like a woman. She is a woman in my eyesight because she looked like a real woman. And I'm not trying to be
hold on, because you are triggering me to death 1000%, man. Let me ask you a question. What? Because I've seen all types of biological women, including very masculine looking biological women. I remember there's a friend girl I had. Her mama looks like her daddy, straight up. And I mean, that's just the way her biology is set up. She looks like a very masculine woman. So the fact that women don't come in any particular aesthetic in and of itself, like what does it mean when we say you look like a real woman, when real women don't? I mean, real women are women based upon biological women are biological women based upon their biology. I mean, aesthetically, a woman literally is bound to come out any kind of. I mean, like think about how Blue Ivy got a lot of heat from from social media because she looked more like Jay-Z than she did her mama. And so people were trying to go in on Blue Ivy's looks as a child because she looked more like her dad as a girl than she did her mom, etc. Like, so what does it mean, like when we say that?
Well, to me, she looked more like her mom when she was a little girl.
But what I'm saying is that what does that mean when little girls maybe do look more like they have more of their father's genes, so they look more masculine than they do so-called feminine. Like
I look just like my dad, just like him, just like him.
You're right. You got some that will you will have some, like, okay, genetically you will find people that take the boy that would take his mother's side because he got wide hips and a big ass like a female.
Exactly.
You have the woman that take after her father because she has broader shoulders and a big arms and no butt at all. So I get where you're coming from on that part. But what I'm saying is Rachel, the one who went off and passed as a black woman. See, I don't think she was being vindictive. I think that she dwelled deep into the culture. And she genuinely loved black people. Now, what I think is that.
But why? Hold on. But here's my question: why you can't just be a white woman who digs into the culture and loves and is an ally to the black community? You don't have to be black yourself to love black people, to enjoy black culture, to participate in black culture. But you're claiming to be a black woman and you have no African ancestry. within your DNA. Like, you are a poser. You are a Negro impersonator. You're not
that part was deceiving.
And
you're
I
not
think
a
they call
black
them culture
woman.
vultures.
right.
Yeah, a
And she
culture
didn't
appropriator,
live,
a culture vulture, etc.
and
Like,
she
why
didn't
did she
live a
need
a
to?
life. She
I'm
lived
gonna
a
have
white
to,
person's life.
in order for me to accept, and I mean this. In order for me to accept transgender, I'm gonna also have to accept transracial, because for me, it's absolutely the same thing. Because then what happens is when people start going into their reasoning for why they feel as if transracial is inappropriate or not real or whatever wording you want to use, it then goes into, well, how would you know? How could you possibly feel that way? How could you know, like,
Yeah.
you can't
So
you aesthetically don't look this way. You know what I mean? And the person is saying within themselves they feel this to their core. You would have to accept it. Like,
no, I'm gonna tell you why it's bullshit. Because if Rachel Dolezal existed within an all-white European country where there was no Negroes, she would not identify as black, because she would have nothing to remotely even summon forth this indiscretion she has between her ethnicity and another ethnicity. We just spoke earlier in this conversation about how this, like, I was around no gay children, no gay nothing, no gay content, nothing gay on TV, no representation nowhere, 2 straight parents, no gay people in the family, and knew I was gay. I did not need other gay people to exist to know that I was gay. Trans people don't need other people to exist to know that they are not in the right body. Rachel Dolezal only knows she's a Negro woman because she gets to participate conveniently in Negro culture. She would not be on the moon around aliens and still feel, she would not be on the moon with aliens and still feel like a black woman. Her assimilating is completely external to her. It's completely it's an internal response to external stimuli. For queer people and trans people, we are inwardly stimulating, looking for ourselves outside of ourselves, not the other way around. Rachel Dolezal created her identity from the outside in. Queer people and trans individuals are inwardly identifying, trying to find where that makes sense in the outward world around them.
Let me ask you a question, though. Let me ask you a question. You don't think that I don't know what do you identify as? Because I can tell if you don't have hair, you would look just like a regular dude.
Who?
So what do you identify as?
I'm a cis male. I'm a same gender loving cis male.
Okay, now what I want to say is, Rachel, she could turn it on and off, and I think a person like you can turn it on and off.
No, I can't turn my sexuality on.
No, I can't turn it off.
No, I ain't talking about sexual. I ain't talking about sexual. Don't wear your sex on your sleeve. I'm not talking about your sex on your sleeves. I'm talking about the look. We all talking about the look of it.
But we're not talking about a look. I identify as a male. I carry myself as a male. You can see that I'm a male. Like, and the issue is, I'm not even the one who calls myself androgynous.
How does that even got anything to do with his sexuality?
Yeah, like, it don't even have anything to do with anything, because the other issue
I'm taking sexuality out of it. We talking about the looks. Because
but here's the thing, though. Hold on. I just want to make this point. I am also not the one who calls myself any of these labels. These labels are used by society. Society looks at me and says that I'm androgynous. I wake up and do Davion. I personally don't need the labels. I don't need anything, because I'm just doing me.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, though. The word androgynous is that's a beautiful word.
It's a beautiful word, and if I happen to fit that, that's perfectly fine. But what I'm saying is that I personally don't worry about even languaging myself. I just do me. Whatever that translates to other people is between them and their translation. I personally have transcended the labels altogether. I really don't, I'm not interested in the conceptualization.
But so should Rachel have the same?
No, I'm not saying that she's not, but we are here giving our opinion, and this is what I wanted to say to that. Now, so the issue with transgenderism versus racism is that, first of all, our starting basis with transgenderism has to be that all men and all women are made in the image of a divine feminine and a divine masculine creator. Like, and I always use the Christian theology as a basis for this. When in the book of Genesis, it says that I have made both male and female in my image. And then it goes further. Adam was alone in the garden. When God created a partner, he didn't create Eve external to Adam. He drew Eve out of Adam. He put Adam into a deep sleep and carved and extrapolated the femininity with our aspect of his femininity out of him. And then when Adam awakened and saw Eve, he said, bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. So what we are establishing when it comes to gender is that all men and women, irregardless of how they identify, do have access to do have access to feminine energy and masculine energy, or masculine consciousness and feminine consciousness. Now, maybe we need to go into what that consciousness is. So, for example, right, because now we're going to go to school. Divine feminine qualities are receptive, passive, intuitive, and inward. Now, those attributes are not exclusive to the female sex, but these are feminine qualities. We're talking about now a principle, the way that consciousness interacts with you. So this means that me as a man, I have all these qualities too. I'm receptive, I'm passive, I'm intuitive, I'm inward, because these feminine attributes that we're labeling as feminine functions are not exclusive to just women. They're exclusive to anybody who is accessing their feminine energy. Masculine qualities can be projective, active, giving, expansive, outward. These are not attributes that are limited to to male sex, right, but to male to the way that masculinity interacts with consciousness in general. Even scientifically, the left and right hemispheres of our brain the left hemisphere is considered masculine, the right hemisphere is considered feminine. All people have a left and right hemisphere. Well, all standard human beings have both hemispheres of their brain. So when we're talking about gender and talking about femininity and masculinity, we're talking about something that is inherent to your spiritual autonomy, to your physiological autonomy. When we're talking about everything else, we're literally talking about everything else, something that exists in a total separate, different box.
And that's exactly what I've been saying. My question then is it that transgender people are identifying with masculine and feminine, masculine and femininity, or are they identifying with gender? Because it seems to me that they are identifying with that masculine, feminine energy. Like, sometimes I wonder
Yari. Y'all see me up there?
Baby, this real life, baby. We on a real, just loud, live, and in color, baby.
I did. I'm sorry, but I
was. No, you good.
Y'all never okay. Yeah.
Let me see.
I really did. That's what my question was, though.
Hold on. So, what? Because I might have to exit out and come back in myself because my screen is acting stupid. But hold on. So your question was what? I'm so sorry, Lady T. It was what again?
My question was: is it that they are identifying with gender, or are they identifying with the masculine and feminine energy? That's what I've been.
Well, it's both, because this is what I'm trying to.
But you know what? It need to be put in the outline so that it'll be well explained, because all these different things tied in together don't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
But what we're saying is that no. Like these things are not mutually exclusive, but they can be married together, is what I'm saying. Which is why you have people who identify as trans who don't go through the process of assimilating. They don't go through any surgery. You can identify as trans woman and still aesthetically present as male because you are identifying with that feminine principle that's moving through you. See, the aesthetic part is literally the superficial element of it. And to be honest, I personally believe that the only reason why trans men and women even want to assimilate is for their personal safety. Because of homophobia and transphobia, people know that people will have a volatile reaction to them carrying themselves effeminately or so let's say like you have a trans woman, all she wants to do is, because I see these people get laughed at every day in my city, like there'll be a man who's walking around in a full-on dress, or there'll be a man who he looks like a man but he's wearing like high heels. If he's wearing those high heels and strutting his shit on the wrong side of town, his ass is bound to get killed.
I really want to ask
hold on.
Do y'all think that it was more
hold on. He's bound to be hurt. So a lot of people are assimilating, I believe, because everybody else is ignorant and people can't take that level of raw truth, which is why we also have to dismantle transphobia and homophobia, because it's even because it's really pigeonholing queer people across the spectrum, including trans people. I don't believe that we should even have to assimilate. I believe that just like the Native Americans had a third sex, which they put everybody else in the category of, and you can do what the fuck you want in that category. If you exist, if you exist on the spectrum, like we respect you based upon how you identify, even if you don't aesthetically assimilate, even if you don't do anything. But the reason why a lot of people do that is because y'all can't take unclockable trans women. Y'all can't take y'all can't take clockable trans women or clockable trans men because of homophobia, and people don't want to be fucking killed. So yeah, I'm going to go through the process of having surgeries, making sure that I can feminize my face so that I can be safe in this world with what is true to me, which is really inward. But I'm going to go through the outward processes because society has a fucking issue. Society can't take me getting on the bus just cross-dressing or being out in public cross-dressing without me being hunted down. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, when y'all really watch these documentaries and talk to trans people, especially trans people who cannot pass and what they go through. I had a trans woman on my Facebook page who went live last year, and she was just telling us what the ins and the outs of her life was. And she was saying because she is pre-op and she has had no surgeries, she very much so, you can still see a lot of her biological features on her. She says every day from the time she gets up in the morning to the time she comes home at night, because she lives in New York and she has to commute to her job by way of the train station. And she says every day she got to get up and prepare her mind for the hate because whether she, there's a lot of feedback, there's a lot of music. Yeah, somebody needs to be muted.
It's the girl.
There's a lot of background noise somewhere.
It's the girl with the braids that's live.
Her name is
I'm trying to, but I can't.
Okay, there you go, BJ. Are you good? But she was saying how from the time she leaves her house to the time she comes back at night, she is called everything from an it to a faggot to a freak, that she is stalked and harassed in the sub train on the way home. And this is 7 days a fucking week because she has to make a fucking living. So because she doesn't look like Kendall J, because she can't assimilate and look like, as 1000% Top Man said, a real woman, she's forced to consider whether she needs to go through the extraness to so-called, through the surgeries and all that bullshit, not for her own sake, but for everybody else's sake.
But I say that until you can afford to get that the way you need it to be, it's not
her that needs to be. Society needs to get the fuck over it. It's not her. What she needs to do is be black and trans, and that's it. We need to get over it. You and I need to get over it.
We need to get over it.
She not the issue. We the issue.
That's it.
I get that part.
Man, I'm 38 years old. Get out of here. I went to school. I don't think it was never that when I was growing up like it is now, because everybody is so socially, they want to just drag people. No, we need to get over it. That's why so many men that's down low and can't come out their shell. That's why the trans are being killed because these men can't even understand what the fuck they want to do. Because guess what? I'm gonna call you gay, or I'm gonna call you this, and that. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry,
Exactly.
but
No. Yeah.
seriously, though, it's a problem with women, men, gay men, women, all of that.
Yeah.
We need to start like being ourselves. Sexuality is a wide spectrum. It don't just go to 3 things. When I came up, it was you gay, you bisexual, or you straight.
Yeah.
But now this social media shit, I remember coming up, I was in middle school, going to school with a trans woman. Everybody was friends, the boys, the girls, we never had an issue. But I think it's more like they want to take a chance to put you down for who you are. And that's the problem.
Yeah, I feel you. You know, people, you don't need nobody approval just to be, and that's with a fucking capital BE. And people should mind their own business. But when it don't, I know you got ignorant people out there, and when it don't look like a duck, they won't call it a duck. That's just the harsh truth of it. Now, a person like Conscious, a person like some people that can take the costume off and take it off, to put it back on. They can, and I never even watched this shit. But what is it? What they call them? Balls on the yeah. I seen some dudes on that look straight when they walked the category, and when they got when they came back, they was dressed in high heels. I was like, what? You know, so it's all an act.
So what?
No, I'm saying it's an act. I'm not going against it. Listen, lady, I'm not going against it. What I'm saying is some people are able to turn it on and off, and that's a gift. Some people can't.
It's not even about a gift. I mean, it's like, look, art imitates life and life imitates art. Like people want to naturally show up as what they feel like, whatever the fuck that feeling is, whatever that feeling is. It could be a lot of feeling going on in you. As a human being, I mean, even constitutionally, every man is endowed with certain inalienable rights by their creator and should be afforded liberty in the pursuit of happiness. Therefore, it just makes sense as all humans that we all want to look like what we feel like. You 1000%, man, however you show up aesthetically, that's based upon the way you see yourself, based upon the way you feel. That's the case for everybody here. That's just a given. I don't even think that it's a matter of take it on or take it off. At the end of the day, like, it does come down to living in a more loving society that just like gets out of other motherfuckers' way. Like, get the fuck out of my way. Like it don't even matter if I can put it on or off. It don't even matter if it is or isn't, because what you're really getting in front of is my right to fucking be, which has nothing to do with nobody else but me. So get the fuck out of my way and stay the fuck out of other people's way.
I agree with evolve to exist.
And that's why people be way more happier.
You see that one there? Evolve to down it in the chat. Evolve to exist, Chris.
Yes, turning it on and off is for survival and not for fun. Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying about a lot of trans women only go through all that shit for the sake of the homophobes in the world who want to kill a bitch and stab a bitch and shoot a bitch because, oh, this is a nigga, this is a man in a dress. Oh my God, like niggas be having whole fucking seizures because they're seeing some shit that they don't have a reference for, or that is not considered normal to them. And people get so caught up in what's not normal to them that motherfuckers will try to hurt you because of their lack of education, or because their lack of being cultured, or because their ability to adapt to things that are not considered normal to them. This is why so many people are going through this is why so many trans women are pumping themselves up and doing all these unsafe things to their bodies to assimilate so that you don't have a problem. Not so that they don't have a problem, so that you don't have a problem. And that shit is fucked up.
Let me ask you something. I know you're a nice looking person, but I'm saying, do you like yourself even without the hair on, and still having the beard?
Okay, so I have 17 inches of natural coarse hair that I go to bed with, and then I blend that motherfucker in with 16 other inches of pre-dyed hair because it matches my pullover. So yes, I love everything that I go to bed with. I love everything that I wake up with.
I can't be
And I don't
online
and I don't have to do this. People who actually know me in real life know that I walk out of my house in fucking pajamas and raggedy shoes and a fucking bonnet if need be. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm a creative person. I enjoy fashion. I enjoy clothes. I'm a very visual individual. So for me, but I'm also, because I'm spiritual and I'm also have a healthier relationship to myself, I know there's no intrinsic value in my style. The style is just an external representation of my perception of myself. But I don't put any true substance in it. I personally don't. I don't.
Because when I see you, I see your cousin too. You see how he look? I can picture you looking like that.
But my cousin has a style. He got up here with dreads and beads in his head. Yeah, every like to one of us wear clothes. That's almost like that's almost like me asking you, do you like yourself like a naked? It's like we all wear clothes. We all present aesthetically. We all have a style. We all wear, like, we all have hairstyles. We have however we present in the world publicly, socially. Like, everybody has to go home to whatever their naked truth is. But
yeah, the point was, I was just asking, are you okay with just your natural?
Of course I am. Like,
okay, that's all.
I'm blessed in highly motherfucking favor. Everything that God gave me, baby, God gave me these cards and I have played the hell out of the hand.
Yeah, but some
Gary, I'm being so mad. I'm gonna get off live because
no, BJ, because you also have.
I'm getting mad because how could you keep asking a person if they comfortable with their stuff? It's weird as fuck to me. Like, hey, show you a picture. Are you comfortable looking how you look every day? Like, what does that mean? That's why this world is like it is now.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not disrespecting you. And I'm listen. Don't get defensive. That's the problem with women like you. You are too deflective and too defensive.
Deflective of how?
And then on top of that, you probably don't even.
How am I deflected?
You probably don't take a man. You probably don't take a man. That's why you probably got a man because you don't want the man to lead. Let a motherfucking man lead sometime and take your masculine energy off.
1000%, man.
And that's the issue, sir. Talk about take the man lead. I'm speaking from how I want to speak, sir. It ain't got nothing to do with a man. What are you talking about?
What you say, Cam? That's why she's single, huh?
1000%.
You gotta go to Kevin Samuel's page, baby.
1000%, man. Brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, but I don't like women that's just.
So let me say something. But VJ,
Kevin Samuel,
VJ is not being disrespectful. She's being raw and she's giving her commentary. She has a right to not like what you're saying, but she's not disrespecting you directly. Okay, don't mistake a passion for hostility. Don't mistake the difference between passion and hostility. She's speaking very passionately, but the things that you are saying are triggering. This is a difficult conversation. Emotions are going to come up. Okay, they're going to come up in this time because you know what? You say that your brother is Cleo Monago, but in that same interview, I think he called me delusional, right? And I let him have that because he was up here to give his raw commentary, right? I didn't chew his head off. I didn't call him a name back. I allowed his right to express whatever, and whatever I wanted to say was going to be fair, even if I would have called his ass a damn name back. But it was what it was. But this is
what I'm saying is, you see how Hair Moselle speaks? That's how a real woman is supposed to talk.
You in this real language. You in this monolithic.
Mister, are you heterosexual?
That doesn't matter. Are you?
Yeah, I'm heterosexual. I'm asking you because
that ain't got shit to do with nothing at this point. It got something to do with respect.
They asked, hold on. I'm gonna tell you. VJ asked you a logical question. 1000%, man. You are asking someone if they are comfortable with their truth but you have yet to even be able to come on camera with whatever truth you live in. That was a logical question to ask you, is where does that question come from when you have yet to be on camera on this platform? That was a logical question.
Me and you have already discussed that.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, yeah,
I tell you,
but that's me and you. She brought that point.
I don't owe nothing to her.
But it's not about what you owe her. I'm saying your response. You would talk to somebody who's never spoken to you before. You have been up here since on an avatar. So she only asked you that based on what you asked me. You asked me, am I comfortable without the androgynous style on? She asked you, are you comfortable with being on camera? Because you are not, or have not been on camera. That was just a logical question, and you could have just gave her why you not. Okay.
No, I'm not comfortable with being on camera, and I'm not going to get on just yet. Trust me. I'm confident, trust me, very confident. But who I like ain't got shit to do with what I look like. Nothing.
But the question wasn't about who you like. The question was just simply she
asked me, am I heterosexual? That ain't got shit to do with what we look like.
I wasn't asking in regards. I was.
No, not you, sis. Not you. No, not you. Not you.
But I was the one that was asking.
Oh, you was?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Have you been on camera too?
You don't even know what the fuck he's
I've been on camera plenty of times.
Yes. Oh. She's a content creator as well.
Oh, okay, I feel it. But not right now. I'm not comfortable. Yeah, you're right. I'm not. I'm gonna be honest about that.
Okay, that's it. Like, we just wanna calm it down. Now, a VJ has been here for a while, and I know that. Yes, we all live in our truth, honey.
I'm not gonna make you wrong for how I see the world. You get what I'm saying? I just ask questions. You know, like with all this screaming in the camera and acting all ghetto and shit.
But this is what we do over here on Conscious TV, because let me tell you something. I get crunk as fuck too. I get loud, I get gritty, I get gooey. Like, I mean, this is what we do. This is an open forum over here.
But 5 minutes talk about, are you comfortable with what you look like? What the fuck you mean? Oh, excuse me.
You act like from Oakland. She act like she from Oakland off on fruit.
Okay, so VJ, I want to ask you, because I know that you've been up here for a minute.
No, I'm from Detroit. Sorry.
Oh, baby. So you know that VJ gangsta as hell, honey. She's from Detroit, baby. That's that Detroit passion. That's that Detroit passion.
Where did she probably...
Well, call me what you want to. But
she didn't call you out your name. She did not disrespect you.
I didn't call him out his name one time or address him in a messed up way.
All she said, she gave you a logical question, and she gave it to you in a passionate context.
I understand. She's from Inkster.
Okay, so VJ.
No, I'm from Detroit.
What was your initial? Because you did post something in the stream about. I forgot what it was.
Jesus Christ! I was talking about something else. I don't even want to go back there.
Okay.
No, I was saying like how this spectrum of sexuality is so this way and that way. Like, I have been with men who I've pegged or whatever, but damn, do I call him gay because he like that? Or is like what you had said earlier, is it like him trying to release his femininity because he said he would never do it with a trans woman? And I asked him, I was like, why?
Or another man, probably.
And he was like, hi.
I said, or even another man. Like, he wouldn't do it with another man either.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he was like, nah, it's because it's real or whatever. And but me growing up in society, like I said first about, we only know it's straight, gay, bi. But it's so many spectrums of it. Is like, damn, I'm thinking this way about this man, but he could really, that's what he likes sexually. Right?
Yes. So that's my attitude. Like, if a man wants all that from you, doesn't that still make him straight? No matter what he wants from you, whether he wants you to peg him, whether he wants to suck the strap on, but he wants that from a biological woman. He wants that from female. So
if he or she wants it from you, what does it matter what she wants with someone else? She wants it with you, or he wants it with you.
because society is saying because a man does those things in and of itself that it makes him gay. Like they're saying because he want to be pegged, then it must be a gateway sexual experience that leads to him
Right,
wanting
that's
to
what I
be
was
gay, or
saying.
because
in that context.
and I don't believe that, because I know men
No, I
too
don't
who
believe
like
that.
to be dominated. They like pegging, and they have no sexual or romantic
But
interest
do
in the
y'all think that that's why men suppress so much?
right.
I think that's why
Because
people
of society, how me, you, and whoever else might not think that, but that's why it's so much suppression. Because people can't be who they really are, as far as how they want to sleep. And really, it's so crazy because nobody said what they do in their bedroom shouldn't matter to anybody else.
Yeah.
Number one. But you know what? I think that if men were or society were more accepting of sexuality and everything, I think women would be really surprised by how many men living with another man, just based off of like my life experiences and things that I've seen. Like I remember one time my homeboy was moving, gay man, 50 something. He's not an attractive gay man, you know, and he was moving. All of these young guys, when I say, and they were straight, or they said they were straight, you know, but they were, you know. When I tell you they was fighting to get his shit in his house, I got that, move that box, no, you gotta grab that TV. And I was sitting there like, damn, I can't even get my homeboy to come help me. And he got 3, you know, me, you know, trying to get this stuff in the house or whatever. And they would all identify as straight. His homeboy had a guy that he was seeing. That guy identified as straight. He said he was only straight. He was only gay for him or something like that. And all the other ones had baby mothers. I was sitting there like, to me, that was one of, like, not the only time my eyes were like really, really open, but that was one time my eyes were really, really open about how, like, I think more commonplace than it is than we care to imagine. Like, I don't know. I think that if they were able to just be comfortable, I think it would just be a better place. But instead, you know, they're hiding. You know,
that has a lot to do.
And that causes a lot of other mental issues too within the Black community with our men. It causes a lot, and it's just hard. Me, just like I said, I'm 38 years old, but I'm seeing as I grew how sexual experiences, not sexuality, changes. And everybody ain't the same. Everybody like different stuff. I wish we could be in a place where shit could just be like, everybody do what they want to do with no judgment. But how do we get to that place?
But a lot of men,
it's hard.
A lot of men ain't gonna find a woman like you that where he could be comfortable with that.
Well, I think that it also starts with men making a executive decision to be comfortable with themselves first and foremost.
But you have women that will do that because they figure, well, let me peg him. That way he won't go to a transgender person. And, you know, that's what they feel sometimes. Not saying you, but you got a lot of women that do that. Let me eat his ass. Let me peg him. Let me suck on his chest. You know, if he feel that way, like I feel.
Well, let me say that then. Like, let me say this. Well, that's insecurity on part of that woman. Because I also don't believe that we should be doing anything to keep our partners per se faithful to us. If you're willing to violate yourself at the extent of keeping a motherfucker in your life, that's something you need to sit down and deal with too. Just like that man need to sit down and deal with being complete and reconcile himself. Any person who is bending over all types of backwards and doing things they don't want to do for the sake of keeping somebody in there, yeah, that's a toxic posture to have in a relationship. So both people need healing in that particular example. But I think just in terms of the men who all of us have to first and foremost just be able to accept ourselves. Just fundamentally self-acceptance and acceptance has to start with self. Matter of fact, a lot of the people who can accept other people are people who first and foremost have accepted themselves. Accepting individuals create an accepting society and accepting community, accepting myself. I accept you. So I and there are women, but see, a lot of the issues is there are a lot of Black women who are okay with being more sexually fluid within their relationship to Black men, but because Black men don't accept themselves, they can't even bring themselves to have that conversation with Black women and say, hey, this is what I like, this is what I'm into, because they allow the fear of rejection to keep them silent, and then they end up committing infidelities and cheating outside to get those needs met, etc. So
yeah, that's true though. But in reverse of that, because I met men who say, well, you know, I'm not gonna that's my woman, man. She's a real woman. That's my woman. She ain't gonna go for no shit like that. But they'll let the transgender person do that to them, hoping that, you know, the wife or girlfriend would do it. But they know that the wife or girlfriend is not gonna go for it. So it is safe to say, okay, he's bisexual.
If he's with a trans woman.
Sometimes you have to, and see, that's when, like, men have to be comfortable with who they are and who they're with. Because if you never asked me, how would you know how I feel about it?
Exactly. I feel as if
you ain't never came to me and be like, look, baby, let's take it another step further, and we speak about these things. If I'm comfortable with doing it, then that's our relationship. You just feel like, well, women do it to keep a man. All women don't do it to keep a man.
Oh, no. I didn't say that. I just said,
okay, I want to do it too, baby. Let's go. And that's the thing.
I said it happens. I didn't say you. But I will ask you.
No, I didn't say me either. I just said women in general and men.
Okay, but
like if you wouldn't know unless you ask.
If he said, hey, baby, look, I want to bring Keisha in. Can we bring her in tonight in the bed? Would you let him do it?
If I wanted to, yes. No. If I did not, it would be a no.
No.
And what
it ain't about like, and that's the confidence in a woman. Like you said, yes, women who have low self-esteem, like, oh, he gonna do it with somebody else, I'm gonna do it. Bitch, excuse me. But if I don't want to do it, I'm not gonna do it. Period.
Okay, I feel it.
But if you open up the conversation to be had, then I know we're in that great space that we can speak to each other.
Yeah. Okay, I feel it.
And
so how y'all feel about So how y'all feel about this? Because to 1000% Top Man's point, Black women have to also realize that they too have bitten the apple of patriarchy and toxic masculinity too, which makes them also feminize these sexual roles. So a lot of Black women will be like, oh no, nigga, like you must be and so how do we heal up this?
But that's what I was just saying. When you only taught a certain thing, that's in your brain, like, oh, this nigga, because he's saying that. But in actuality, if this your partner and shit, because there's a lot of men that don't want to be with another woman, and what if I want to be with another woman? You know what I'm saying? You gotta be.
Not too many men gonna turn down that situation, because if I was your man and you said, hey, look, I want to bring a woman in, I'll be okay with it.
But this is the thing. Let me tell you how I dealt with that situation. I was asked by this guy that I was dating whether or not, I would be interested in a threesome. And I text back, what you mean? You and another guy? Cracked his whole fucking face. You know what I'm saying? Because all you specified was whether or not you wanted to have a threesome. You ain't stay with another woman. So when I introduced him to, if you're talking about having it with another man and cracked his face, it kind of got him to see how I felt. You know what I'm saying? As a female, being asked to introduce somebody else into the bedroom when that's really not what either one of us are really truly interested in. You know what I'm saying?
But a man, when it comes to that, he don't want no other man in the bed with him. He want you and another girl, and possibly one more girl.
Right,
that's what I would do.
Wanted him and another man in the bed.
I don't want no other man in the bed with me.
Exactly. I don't want no other woman in the bed.
It goes
Look, I feel like this. Look, this is what true compromise looks like. If you gonna ask me to do what I don't want to do, and I'm willing to do it, you gonna do what I want you to do, whether you feel like doing it. But I mean that if you want a threesome with another chick, I'm gonna need that group experience with another nigga. So like that's what true compromise means. You give up
extra shit.
You giving up something, and I'm giving up something.
Okay, Conscious. Let me ask you something then. So, if your boyfriend asks you to bring a woman, a real woman, in not say, I don't mean to say real, but a woman,
1,000. You be trying.
A biological woman inside the bedroom, and he wants you to eat her pussy, while she suck him off, and then he turn around and fuck her, and you eat her cat. What would you do it?
What type of porn you watch?
What are you? What is your actual question? Because I answered this question on the live that I was on the other day. I'm sorry, I had to put that church finger up. If a man comes to me knowing that I'm gay, right? Because they always know, then they ask, and I always tell them, yeah, I like men too, but women, whatever. And they always think that because you like a woman of the same sex, that you're going to be so willing to have a threesome with them. My sexuality has nothing to do with this relationship. When you tried to get to know me, you didn't know if I was gay, straight, or otherwise before you did that. You wouldn't have asked me if you didn't know my sexuality. I say this to say, if I'm in a relationship with you, don't ask to bring anyone into the relationship with us, because I'm not bringing us into the relationship. I'm bringing me. That's all I'm saying.
And I think that's what people don't, understand. And I think that when I do say, I had my time in the lady pond or whatever, and then they just expect because I had my time in the lady pond, then that means I want to have a threesome. No, I like one at a time. Thank you very much. That's just my judge. Like and listen, hey, y'all, if y'all are still on when I get back, I'll hop back on. But I gotta
I'm okay. Thank you so much, Lady T.
Okay, no problem. Have a good, beautiful night, everybody. Everybody in the chat. Later, y'all.
Yes, you too. Well, look, but see, everybody keeps, I think, unanimously agreeing that communication is going to be key here. Like, people just have to have the balls to just come to the table. Well, first of all, so like, I think if we back all the way up, it'll be even better. If we would accept that, look, we're all learning ourselves in life, okay? Most people don't even have a real objective understanding of themselves. So we're learning in part as we go. And things change, which is why maybe I may start off in this relationship saying, no, I don't want that. 7 years in, hey, well, after the so-called spark has died down or things become a bit more familiar, I may become a bit more open to some things. Maybe you may become a bit more open to some things, but I think all of it really just encompasses communicating. I think we just have to communicate. I think we have to stop feeling threatened by what people want. I think in the context of like sex between couples and if there should be lines and what's gay sex and what's straight sex.
But say for instance, if you dating a man that's bisexual and he mainly just used to being with women, period. And you decide to go for him. You know what I'm saying? And you love him. You know what I'm saying? This nigga really got your heart now. He got you all in your feelings. And he like, hey, shawty, we got to let her in here with us. I want you to do X, Y, Z. Would you not do it?
I'm going to go with what VJ said. Ultimately, I'm not doing anything I don't want to do. I'm just not. And it don't mean enough to be with your ass for me to be doing all type of shit that I'm just not going to find no pleasure in. Now, if I also understand that they're if I if the process of getting to know you and dating you, I come to find out that, look, it's you have a certain way of being about yourself, but you are like, no, I'm just not gonna do what the fuck I don't want to do. Like,
just be real as a real woman. Yes, of course, a real woman. If you're a bisexual man, you want both. You don't want, you want a woman and a dude.
But not at the same time.
I want the person that I'm with. It doesn't.
Yeah, like that don't have anything to do with a commitment level.
No. You're a bad boy if you can handle 2 homes. I've been in that kind of situation where
no, we're not having 2 homes. No, we're not.
What?
No. We're only having 1 home, 1 situation. If that's what you want, go find someone that is okay with that.
Yeah, but that's why there's polygamy and polyamory. Like that's what you go look for. You don't get into a monogamous relationship and then try to turn it into a polygamous or an open relationship. Just go be in an open relationship. Let somebody know that you are the person who's likely to catch feelings for other people at some point in time, and you are a person who's likely to keep your heart open even after you give your heart to one person. Like, let somebody know who you are and how you operate, and then let them decide if that's something that they can facilitate and deal with. But you can't sign up for a monogamous relationship and then pressure your partner into being in an open relationship. Like that's completely unfair.
Okay, but that's in reverse. Let's put it this way. Say, for instance, if, again, the guy is mainly just into women, period. And, you just that special person that he decided to, catch those feelings for, and y'all end up, I put it this way, no matter how much this man tell you he love you, he care about you, he ain't going to give up his woman. He just not going to do that. If he love women, he just ain't going to do that.
What do you mean if he loves women? Because if I love men, so you're telling, so with that logic, you're telling me that if I'm a straight woman, I'm not going to give up any other men, but you just going to be my special man? You okay with that? Are you okay with that?
Say it again. You just said, I was looking at your face. You like you was going to come through the screen at me.
you just said that
say it again.
You just said that the woman, you said that if you like woman, then he's not going to give up his woman just for one, even though that'll be your special woman. If that's your special woman, you should want to give your all to that woman and that commitment to that woman, because that's what you started.
You got some dudes that can't. Okay.
So then my question is, if you're not going to cut off all the women that you've been dealing with or whatever, and you want to deal with me and be your one and only, then that means I don't need to cut off any niggas. Any N words that I'm with. So it should be equal then.
Yes. And VJ, I don't have you on mute. You have your it's on mute on your end. Okay, just want you to know that. Nate says, hey Nate, every so often in your relationship, you need to reevaluate your relationship and its boundaries of what's acceptable and keep an open dialogue. How do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree, because
is not
you can't just stay in one place. Everybody, as humans, we evolve. So relationships, sexual relationships, all of that stuff has to go further. You just can't stay in one place.
And I believe that too, but I just know that a lot of men is just not going to give up their woman. They just not, a lot of them, they just, the ones I know.
But see, that's because you're dealing with men who have to be surrounded by women to feel like something, when really you just need that one woman. And a lot of that is because men put pressure on top of other men, especially Black men, to have more than one woman to make you feel like something, because you've been stripped of everything. It all goes back to slavery, patriarchy, misogyny, masochism, all of that goes back to all of that. So
I believe that
you're going to be, if I'm going to be the one that's going to be respectful to you, you have to be respectful to me.
And that means you're going to be able to take my lead too, as me being your man and your husband.
That's fine, but you have to put the lead forward. If you're telling me that you're not going to cut those other women off, then what am I following you for?
Not just because you're a man.
What lead are you giving me to follow if you're telling me you're not going to cut anybody else off? So then my lead is to say, so if I'm following your lead, then I shouldn't cut anybody off either.
Exactly. It's eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
I'm following your lead. I'm following your lead. Remember the fruit of your flock.
I ain't trying to be fun, but men and women are built differently.
No,
God.
When it comes to being in a relationship, we were not made differently. We're made from each other, so we're not made differently. And that's what y'all fail to realize. That's all patriarchy.
Yep.
All patriarchy. We were made here to complement each other, not someone be on top of each other. We're made to complement each other.
And that's the issue with this model of assigning feminine and masculine consciousness to sex, because you create a superiority complex between the sexes when you do that. Just because you are a man in sex does not make you a great leader. If this woman is healthy and she's in touch with her divine femininity, she can run this country better than your ass can.
I don't know about all
We
that.
saying that now. Let me shut up.
The only reason why you say that,
I'll put it this
the only
way.
reason why you say that is because you haven't seen it. But I would take you to go watch some history.
Let me tell you something. When a man is a leader, a woman should be under his leadership. And I say that because time is not on her side. We can be 70 years old and have a baby, still get a baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Now, that's why I like Kevin Samuel's channel. If you go there,
And see, that's why you need to be careful how you speak, because a woman can't have a baby don't mean she can't lead. You just spoke on having a baby at 70 years old as a man.
You know, Kevin, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and talk about Kevin Samuels or anything because he hasn't spoken to every woman.
BJ.
But I bet if he sat down and
Patience is a
talked to a
virtue,
woman
bro.
that was like me, he would change a little bit of his perspective.
Moselle, you look so pretty when you mad. Oh my God!
But let me ask you
I'm
this.
not mad at all. I'm not mad at all.
Let me ask you this. 1000%, man.
Oh my God, she cute.
Honest.
1000%, man. You objected to me saying a woman can run a country, but you know a lot of these women are raising these men's babies and leading their households without their help and doing awesome at it.
Guess what? The woman,
while these men are out of the picture.
It depends on what kind of man that you decide. Most women are single because they decided to be single and they chose a certain type of man to have a fucking baby by. That's not my problem.
Well, with your lead, with what you just said, so if there's a lot of men that follow your lead, you're going to have women that are going to be led astray. So when you say that women choose to be single, the man chooses to be single as well. Just like you choose to have several women to choose from, you can always choose to have one as well. So a lot of those
Let
things.
me tell you why a lot of black women are single, because black women have gotten to the point where they just not gonna settle for the low vibrating shit that black men do, and so they will
Conscious. I love you. I like you, brother, but I got to bring you into the red pill zone.
Okay,
get you out of the blue.
I'm willing to be led.
I say you in the purple, because you're neutral, but I got to get you out of the blue zone because I still see that you are a dude. You know.
I'm a male. I identify as male. At the end of the
day, like you was just talking, just like the black, like you said, the black lives matter. Women, they don't ever take up for guys like you and the transgender. I'm talking about biological women. You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
and straight women. They not a lot of
straight women do that. Straight women. Cis hetero women were the first to do it. It's black cis hetero men who disproportionately are not inclusive of anybody outside of the binary.
I don't know. You probably need to get another person that's a gay black man that's deep into the culture of the alphabet community to come up here, and they'll tell you they don't feel like they represent it. Like, what's his name? Funky Dineva said the same thing.
Are you part of the alphabet community?
No, I don't consider myself as. No.
Okay, then how do you know?
Because of what I'm hearing. You know, I read and I listen.
I would challenge you to do a little bit more research, just a little bit. And the only reason why I say that is because I want you to be able to look at both sides of the coin, not just one side of it. That's all.
And when you say he don't feel represented, about who he don't feel represented by?
And Dineva do feel represented.
Because fucking Dineva has made
that's
it,
a lie, but I believe
but that's a lie because in his because he also interviewed with Cleo Monago, and he said that not only do he feel safer in women's spaces, he feels safer also in white men and women's spaces as well, in contrast to black cis hetero male spaces.
But Funky Dineva was a man too, like me and you.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, of course he is, but you say that, but what is what are you trying to say in saying that? Because I don't understand what it means.
That's what I was trying to
say. Regardless, at the end of the day, you know, we're men and we still have to think like men. You get what I'm saying? You don't have to be a man if you don't want to.
But you kind of miss the whole thing about the feminine and the masculine and the consciousness and
But let me tell you, if you came into the all men spaces where they're all different men, they're still men, even that are in the alphabet community who are red pill. You know what I'm saying? You got to be, at some point, you got to still be a stand-up guy and be a man, regardless.
Am I not a stand-up guy? I'm a law-abiding citizen.
No,
I'm a tax-paying citizen. I don't break the law. I have a platform. I use my voice.
We mean by red pill.
What distinguishes what's a red pill and a blue pill? Can you explain to me?
That's what I was say. I don't understand.
Yeah, like can you break the red pill and blue and purple?
Hey, they got pink pill too.
And pink pill.
Well, what does that mean? Can you explain what that means?
God, it takes a lot to explain. I just can't. Y'all look it up. But I want to just say,
I'm about to look it up right now.
Yeah, please.
Are you talking about in terms of like in the Matrix, red pill, blue pill?
Yes.
Okay, well, in the Matrix, the red pill signified free will, and the blue pill is in regards to fate. So the whole concept of the Matrix was a distinguishing between free will and fate. The Matrix versus, someone's actual reality, and so free will basically says you create your reality, and then Matrix.
I'm sorry, Miss T. What is his explanation on it? I get exactly where you coming from. What is his?
Oh, let me shut up. I just got back from the bodega. I don't know what y'all talking about.
What's his definition of the red pill and the blue pill?
Yeah, that's what we want to know.
I just want to invite y'all to the space and you'll see what I'm saying. But it's only...
Okay, hold on. So let me ask you this question then, because on Wikipedia, 1000% top man, it says the term red pill and blue pill refer to a choice between revealing a unpleasant or otherwise life-changing truth represented by the red pill and remaining in blissful ignorance represented by the blue pill. Is that along with your definition of red pill and blue pill?
Look at it in the urban dictionary. It's for the black.
Okay, urban. Yeah. Okay, let me pull up red pill, blue pill. Okay, keep on talking while I find this.
Red pill, so pill, strictly black pill is what Mrs. The girl right here in the other chick that's on here.
It's Lady T and VJ. Is it, bro?
Yeah, Lady T would be black pill because she's more on the open-minded and mature side of it. Blue pill would be more on the soft side. Red pill is very strong-minded. Now to be a man, I'm talking strictly man, biologically man, to be in a space being blue pill is not a bad thing, but they would call you out on it to show you why you should be red pill and be a leader.
But to be a man or to be a woman is literally only... See, my issue with that is that those are things that are only exclusive to biology. It literally has no other meaning outside of the scientific difference between man and women are just biological. Everything else are social constructs. So when we say real men, real women, or this is how you be a man, this is how you be a woman, those things are ideals, philosophies. Those things are subjective. Those things come out of our imaginations and etc. It's like there's no science. Like men and women only have differences.
Blue pill.
Men and women only have differences biologically.
Yeah, but blue pill is basically taking, like the easy way out to ignore reality.
Okay, so let me read you this because I pulled up the Urban Dictionary and it says the red pill, the blue pill represents. Okay, so this is what it says. This is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. If you take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. That is a quote from Morpheus, The Matrix, in the Urban Dictionary.
You didn't read the first part. You only read that.
That was the
I'm only read
the first part. That was the first part.
Yeah, this is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Morpheus the Matrix, 1999. Is there a part before that you're talking about?
Hold on.
But you also know what you means by red pill and blue pill.
But it means something in the spaces where they're only men. Okay, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
You reading that part. Okay, red pill has become a popular phrase among cyber culture. Signifies free thinking attitude, a waking up from a normal life of sloth and ignorance. That's what red pill meaning. And in spaces where there are only men, it means to be awoke in a cycle of 360 degrees as a man, as a man.
So I mean, it sounds like what you're saying in short is that to be a man simply means to deal in facts and empirical data.
Say it again.
To be man means to just deal in facts and empirical data.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean if it's male.
Okay. So when you're talking about when you say things such as like 360-degree ciphers and that whole context, then you started to get into like a bit of spirituality, metaphysics type. I know that conscious woke talk. You know what I mean? And so if that's
and I'm glad you can identify with that because a lot of women can't.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Un momento.
This is very interesting.
Look up the pink pill.
Okay, so while I look at it, okay, so do you understand though, 1000% man, that what I'm trying to say to you is that what you are assigning to the sex of male can be assigned even also to female because everyone has masculine thinking and feminine thinking. Like, so that means that when like they're all like, do you realize that there are also scientists, like there are female scientists, there are female astrologers, there are female medical doctors, because everybody has these functionings and can swing between both doors. It's not anything assigned to the biology, which is why women can lead just as successfully as men can.
Reason why we separate.
But you are assigning it to actual
wait a minute,
sex.
hold on. How could you be woke and separate? Because in order to separate, that means that you are completely negating universal law, or at least one of the universal laws.
And that's true, sis. But what I'm saying is, in the space with black people, as the strong black man, as the leader, you know what I'm saying? You could still be a gay person and still be a strong black leader. Like I would consider Moselle a real red pill woman. I would consider you as a red pill woman because you guys are woke. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Y'all could go in any space and still the men who are strong black men that are very conscious, they would agree with you because you don't see things one way. But I'm just speaking from a man's point of view, and being the fact that conscious is a man as well, he has to be even stronger. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, because if he go in there with all those men who probably not going to criticize him for his sexuality or anything, or him being feminine if he's feminine. You know what I'm saying? But they're going to want him to be a stronger feminine and not talk just on women.
Yeah, because so you feel like you are open-minded free thinker?
Yes.
Honestly?
Well, I can't. I'm not gonna say whether you are or you aren't. I'm just saying it seems like your perspective is a bit westernized.
A bit biased.
It seems a bit westernized because if you're gonna
misogynist,
if you're gonna get into like Eastern thought patterns, or if you're gonna get into like as far as like the conscious woke, I would think that you would have to obey the laws of duality. And most religions outside of the Western as outside of westernized religion, have both male and female deities. So
there's nothing wrong with being blue pill, but the thing is, the blue pill is only to be 108.
But that's not blue pill.
No, hear me out.
Blue pill would be a westernized way of thinking that men are to lead and women are to follow. That is blue pill. Red pill, which would be more free thinking.
I don't know, but I don't know any man. I don't know any man that is going to have a woman and she's going to wear the pants. It's just not happening. That's why so many women are alone. They're going to die alone if they don't have someone there to, if they don't know how to be submissive a little bit.
Submissive and subservient are two different things. Submissive and subservient are two different things. Are you talking about submission or are you talking about subservient? Because submission is to get up under the mission. I'm all for supporting a mission. But as far as being subservient, I'm not with it.
Okay, and what would you consider that in modern terms?
In modern terms, it would be...
No, it can't be on the camera. No.
In modern terms, it would be to conform to some sort of gender role, as in, and I do these things, but as in, you are only made to be barefoot and pregnant. You know what I'm saying? And to take care of the household, as if I don't have a place or a mind to do otherwise. That doesn't even make sense if we are able to communicate and vibe and all of these other things. Clearly, a mind that should not be limited the same way as yours should not be limited. You understand? So we should be working in conjunction with each other, not in terms of when a ship is being.
Okay, but say for instance, women want a high figure, high earning man. If you want a high earning man, he's not looking at you to be this woman with 4 and 5 degrees and got this and that and the other. It's okay for you to have those things, but if you're looking for a man to be on that level, you got to understand you got to have something that you can offer.
I don't want to be with a man who doesn't want to be on his level.
I have a question. You're talking as if every woman wants a 6-figured man. You're talking as if every woman wants that type of man or that type of responsibility. Everyone doesn't want that. Some people just want to be comfortable where they live and where they lay. So and be loved by the person that they're with. And when we start thinking about the material things that come with it, you lose the actual reason that the union is created. So,
but every woman is not going to think like you. You're a red pill woman.
Everyone's not going to think like you're describing either.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is most women, like she just stated, she was like, "Oh no, I'm not going to be under no kind of leadership of a man the way he want me to be."
That's not what I said.
She didn't say that.
I'm not willing to be subservient. Serving. I'm not willing to serve if I'm not like if that's and to be underneath in that capacity. As far as submissive, I'm absolutely with being submissive. I'm absolutely with, and if you go into the root words, okay, and you got sub under missive mission, to get under the mission, I'm all for that. To support a mission. I'm here to support a mission. I am okay with being a help meet, okay? But I'm not okay with a submissive role. Not submissive, subservient role. That's two different things. Subservient, to serve would mean like you're my master. That's not where I'm at.
Right. I'm not here to serve you. We're here to accompany you. You understand? We're here to, if we're gonna follow your lead, if I'm gonna be with a man, I'm gonna follow his lead, but the man has to show me where he's leading me to. Like you can't say that you're gonna lead me and be the leader and you want me to stand behind you and you leading me right to the trash can. So it's not that we want a man to be just A man has to be tailor-made to fit you. So when you say that all women want to have this kind of man or that kind of man or this kind of man and that kind of man, a lot of women don't want that. A lot of women just want to feel secure. And with the way that Black women are being treated, we just want to feel
balance.
The balance with our fellow Black males. That's all I'm saying.
The issue is Black men don't strive for balance. They strive for superiority. They strive for
and that's exactly what he's saying.
They strive for total individuality.
Right, and see, that's when I say
and you throw the whole ecosystem off when you strive that way.
Exactly, you are throwing the ecosystem off by not recognizing and paying reverence to universal laws. Universal laws being the law of duality, equal, balance.
Okay, but what do you expect your man to be and do? What kind of man do you? What kind of man?
Well. The gentleman that I've been dealing with for the past 20 years, who I don't want to deal with anymore by choice, and who I called right now and said I would get back with him, would be very glad, works as a HVAC.
That's a game. That's a game. But go ahead. I'm listening.
It's not a game. He's getting on my damn nerves. That ain't real. Really, legitimately, reality, red pill getting on my nerves.
Not red pill.
Okay. You know, but what I'm saying is not. See, you think you're on. You think you're doing this red pill thing, but the trailblazer is the man who realizes that if there's a relationship, somebody has to steer that ship and somebody has to navigate.
I'll navigate all day. You just.
And who's navigating and steering should
just
not
like
be.
Sam, I'm the only person working, but my man here taking care of everything, and he makes sure when I open up that door, everything's okay and everything's good in our household. My house is protected because the man, if y'all want to go that way, but I work it, but he protect my home and he take care of home, and that's it.
And I love that. Now that's
it ain't always got to be about the man being over a woman, financially or otherwise.
Okay, but
you have to have a balance.
But the way you talking now, do you talk to him like that?
What do you mean? Because I'm speaking.
I'm talking about very.
I'm speaking?
No, but I'm saying very. You know, you got a very strong presence.
A presence of how I talk. Yeah.
A strong man can handle a strong woman.
If I feel the need to, yes. I didn't
a red
you
pill woman and a red pill man are complementary to each other.
No, she's not red pill.
So this is what I'm going to say about that. If you're a man that's supposed to be so superior, if I talk to you, it shouldn't sway you. If you're gonna take the lead and be the man, how I speak shouldn't sway you no kind of way. If you are the leader, if you are the superior, if you're superior, then it shouldn't matter how I speak. Because I'm a woman.
I don't disrespect you.
I'm a woman, and I'm not going to disrespect you. If I have a little bass in my voice, because
bass in my voice, I was brought up that way.
But let me tell you something.
What bugs me out is how Black men could possibly expect Black women who speak with a drum in their voice to have a flute, like we're some kind of
we them angry bitches. That's why we always angry Black bitches.
We're not from the Caucasus Mountains. We're gonna have a drum in our voice.
But let me tell you something though. The thing is, if your man say, "Look, I got this," and he know that you ain't your mouth could get this man killed. Sometimes you gotta. I'm saying like.
Oh,
wait a minute.
1,000.
Quicker than mine will.
I'm gonna let the women on the panel deal with that. I'm gonna let y'all.
You said my mouth could get a man killed because of how I speak.
But see, that goes back to what I just said. It shouldn't sway you no way of how I talk to you because you're a man. It shouldn't sway you. You're a man. You're supposed to be. You're supposed.
Let me tell you.
That's disrespectful. But if I can articulate and speak in a higher tone voice,
get a man killed. The only way a man. Hold on. Men are supposed to be these. They're not supposed to be gossips, correct? I can only say what you told me.
Hey, Conscious, I'm gonna come back with some homies over here, cuz.
Yeah,
but let me ask you a question. 1,000%, man. Like, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like,
I'm listening.
I'm curious as to why aren't you willing to consider some of the some of the attributes you are assigning to men as insecure, because that's really what you are talking about. If a man is willing to kill a woman because of the way she's addressing him, that is a fragile ass, weak ass, insecure ass,
I didn't say that.
stupid ass, ignorant ass man.
I didn't say that. I'm saying if it's two things going on between two men and they have issues, you know, it's a man's issue, and she jump in because of that mouth. You know, that
can I say one thing?
Yes.
As a woman that's gone to war for this country, it's not a whole lot of men that can say they did that. So when men say that a woman can get a man killed, you got to explain what kind of woman you're talking about. And if that's the woman that you're referring to, then why are you with that woman?
You're an exception, baby. You ain't them.
How come there's all these exceptions?
You're not them. You're different.
But there's no us and them. There's no us and them. There's no us and them. You got to get to know all of us. We're not all the same. Everyone is tailor-made to fit themselves. We're not.
Okay, wait a minute. What is Shanette saying here? This is such a heterosexual conversation. LOL. So much women need to think about if they like men.
Yes, I'm screaming at that comment.
I guess this is a bisexual panel. You know, I guess.
No, not that it's a bisexual panel. But what we're saying is, if you have to deal with someone who cannot wrap their thoughts around equality between genders, then maybe, you know, we might have to think outside the box, is what I think Shanette was saying. And it was just, you know, it was in jest, okay? But it's not about being a bisexual panel. I would love to be with a man. I have an issue with whether or not that man really truly understands the difference between submissive and subservient. Because I know a lot of men say that they want women that are submissive, but what they're truly asking for is somebody that's subservient.
I even got hope for you. I think that you would be submissive for
not hope. Oh my God.
A good man. You know what I'm saying? You seem like you. I know what New York women do.
Kevin Samuels?
Say it again.
Is this Kevin Samuels?
Baby.
Stop playing.
No, this is not Kevin, but we all in the same spaces. Put it that way.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So we all think alike.
I bet y'all do.
You don't.
I want you to bring you and your homies. I would be down for that show.
Yeah, but I'm
here, Kevin. But we all in.
But they would look at you honestly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
They would still look at you as one of us. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna look for you to be straight up, stand up guy, red pill, and you can't be one of these guys. It's like, oh well, the women you do it to women. It's not about women at that point. It's about how you see a woman, whether it's all the way down from your mother, all the way down to any woman you have ever been with, even a friend. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so this is what bugs me out, right? It's all of these guys talking about submission and all this other type of stuff, right? But yet, when it comes down to like the stuff that so-called men are supposed to be doing, where are they doing it? Like, where's these guys that are not homo sapiens going from one broad's house to another broad's house who has their own, and while they have their own, they paying the other one's own. They paying their girl's bill. All she got to do is worry about her nails and her hair and cooking the dinner, the food that he purchased. Where's these dudes?
Oh, it's a lot of them in that space.
Where are they?
You can't be. Let me tell you something. You cannot be in that space if you're not a stand-up guy and really, handling your business. Now, the ones who are lost, yeah, we coach them, but we don't want angry women to get up on the panel who just because she decided to get a baby by a deadbeat or a dirtbag, that's her problem. You know what I'm saying? You're in the danger zone. You're in the danger zone already if you you're already at 30 and you got a child. That's danger zone.
Guess what, Mr. Guess what? I cannot get pregnant by myself.
Yeah, but that was your choice.
How was it my
And it was
choice?
your choice to lay down with me.
Wait a
It's
minute,
your
how was
choice,
it my
just like
choice?
it's
We made
mine.
the decision together.
The only difference is I'm carrying the child. That's the only thing. But the child came from you. All I did was house it for it to grow.
Let me tell you something. Mary J. Blige came out with a song called, I'll give her an exception. Okay? She came out with a song called Baggage. The first verse says, I got all this baggage with me. Don't want to make you pay for what someone else has done to me. That means get your baggage and all that shit out the way before you come to a.
Ooh, I'm just know that I play chess. Not just know that before we go back and forth. I just want you to know I play chess, not checkers. Okay. Now I'm giving you a warning with that. And I'm still gonna checkmate you. Okay.
I want to see you.
Okay. So my question is this, right? The two people laid down together, right? Unprotected.
I ain't got nothing.
Wait a minute. I gotta give you the scenario. Two people lay down together, male and a female, lay down together, right? Unprotected and have sex. The woman becomes pregnant and decides to have the baby. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she picked him.
Okay, so what would be the alternative? Remember, I said I was going to do it, but what would be the alternative?
Okay, like I said, when you
not you. I don't have any children, so you can't say you. You got to go with this fictitious couple that I just laid before you.
No, let's think about reality. Come on now.
Hold on, 1,000% man. 1,000% man. Can you just, for the sake of just answering, can you just follow like where she's leading you?
Okay,
like,
say it a different way or something because.
Okay, so my question to you is: once the woman is pregnant, right? You're saying that it's her fault, correct? Because she decided to do what? Give birth?
No, it's not her fault because she decided to get pregnant, have a baby. The baby didn't ask to be here. However, you know, I think that when you lay down with a man and have a baby, that should be your husband. That should be the man that you.
Right. And so why is it that when a man lays down with a woman, that's not his wife?
Most of the time, that's a dirtbag.
No. What she's saying is, why is it that when the woman lays down with the man, she has to carry the burden, even though the man, she had to lay down with somebody to have a baby? But she has to carry the burden of how do you have a baby with your logic, having a baby before you're 30, or makes you a bad woman or this, that, and the other. Why is that a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. Because that person that she laid down with may have had the same sentiment that this is going to be my wife, and something just happened. You never know. Everyone that has a baby before the age of 30 is not the same situation.
What you think about what they're talking about? No, honestly, seriously.
What do I think?
No. I'm talking to somebody in here. Oh. Now, you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah. First of all, it got to come down to you got to be ready for a baby. You can't just have a baby, even though things happen. You know what I'm saying? You got to have your stuff in order for one. You know what I'm saying? You should be having a baby anyway to land that with nobody. If you ain't got a house, a job, at least supposed to stay a job.
Right, but why isn't this being applied to the men as well?
Why isn't it being applied to you as well? You need to have a house and a car and this and that.
At the end of the day, y'all the ones that go for child support when the men don't be involved, which I get. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, y'all have the when it comes to men, we don't carry babies, so y'all have the right.
No. Every woman.
I get that makes sense. You know, at the same time,
wait.
When it comes to men, we don't carry babies, so y'all have the right.
So I have the right to have my child.
Wait a minute. Please, ladies,
hold on, wait a minute, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Hello. Wait. Wait. I'm gonna have to. Hold on, you guys. It's a lot of feedbacks. Okay, so first of all, can everybody just talk one at a time? There's a lot going on. We understand. There's a lot, and and we need all this. But can we just talk one at a time? Because when everybody starts talking at the same time, literally, like, it just cancels out what everybody's saying on both sides. So let's just take it one thing at a time. Can I make a request to you, 1000%, man? Is your friend in the background? Is he okay with coming onto the stream? Can you give him the link and he also come in?
No, he right here by me talking.
Right, but
okay, I'm right here. What do you want me to say?
Okay, so somebody was saying something to you. I'm not sure who that was, but I just one at a time. Whoever got something to say.
Well, I just wanted to know. I'm still trying to get at how the onus or how it gets into the lap of the woman. Like, I'm still trying to understand how it's not like.
No, I'm not saying that it takes two to make a baby. That's true, but at the same time, y'all carry the baby, and when it comes to certain rights,
and they made the choice.
Y'all both made
right, but my thing, that's what I'm keep asking.
You made the choice as well.
What I'm saying at the end of the day, if the father ain't there, who gonna be there? The mother, right?
Right, but my question is,
no, that's not true.
Choice.
That's not true.
No, but I'm saying the father, if the father's not there, the mother is gonna be the 90%.
That's not true.
Why
Wait,
not?
Can I ask a question, please? Do you mind if I ask him a question?
Yeah, ask me a question.
When you say choice, what are the options? Because you're saying that the woman made a choice.
Okay, choice, yes. Okay, keep a baby or get an abortion. That's what I'm saying. They can keep the baby.
Okay, so my question is
adoption or adoption.
Wait a minute, please. Hold on. So my question is this: how come men are not proactive by getting vasectomies? If that's the case, if we can go under, wait a minute. If the choice is to go under involuntary surgery to have something happen to where this child does not come into this world, why not you have a vasectomy as opposed to a woman having an abortion?
Why? Wait, hold on. Wait.
The men ain't gonna do that. I'm just
no. Hold on.
We ain't gonna do that.
Wait. Hold on. Okay. From the start, I feel that a woman has the choice to say who she want to father her fucking child. Right. And if this man don't have all the attributes or all the things that a father has to be a real good father, then maybe, that's what I'm saying. That's her fault because she decided to choose him.
Right. You don't know that, but you don't know that until you have a baby. They chose each other. You don't know how someone's going to be until it happens. So when you say that, well, she chose him, well, he chose her. Like that doesn't make sense with that logic.
Okay. What about planning for a baby? You can plan for a baby. But you need to have that stuff in order. I think
you're assuming that the woman didn't have it in order. You're assuming that because the woman is single or not with the father that they didn't have it in order. You're assuming that.
I'm not assuming.
You don't know what happened. You're assuming that if a woman has a baby and she's single, that she just chose the wrong man. There are several reasons why a woman doesn't have a man of the side of her baby.
Get that too. There's more than one reason. There's a gray area. I mean, yes.
Ain't no gray area. That's all it is to it. It ain't no gray area.
It's a gray area because
the options. It's different things that can happen.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why there's a gray area because there's different things that can happen. It's not a black or white situation.
So then don't put it in one situation. Then don't put it like that. Don't put it as, well, she chose a man and it just should be. No, that's not.
I guess what we're saying. Hold on, ladies. Hold on. I guess what we're saying is that a woman should be smart enough to choose who she wants to father her child. And if you're just fucking and having fun, that's fine. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so wait a minute. A woman should be, so it's expected for a woman to be smart enough to choose an affluent man to have a child with, but yet they cannot they can't lead. And then in the same token, a man,
but that's not his fault.
She should to have an abortion, but a man should not be prepared to have a vasectomy. Tell me, please make it make sense.
Just tell me where that makes sense. Because if I have to make the sacrifice of cutting off my womanhood, then why can't you cut off your manhood? It's the same thing. Remember, we complement each other. It's not a one-way thing. It's a two-way street.
The thing is, it takes a man's seed to make to fertilize the egg, but the woman carries The woman carries the baby, exactly. So y'all have, at the end of the day, you have the choice.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We do not have the choice because when I get pregnant, first of all, when people get pregnant, it's not always a choice.
How's it not a choice?
What you mean? It's for you. Okay, so if it's a choice for the woman to have the baby, it's a choice for you to pull out.
Ooh.
That's true. But at the same time, if it's already happened,
if it happens, then guess what? I'm not gonna jack up my body. I'm not gonna jack up my body and throw my body into.
It's about your body. See, about your body.
Kevin Salmi was talking about
exactly. It's about your.
He said he's.
I know, but is it about your body?
I'm not going to stop myself from cutting off my womanhood, and you're not going to cut off your manhood, and then in the same breath blame me for doing the very thing that I was put on this earth to do. That's what you're not going to do.
Nobody's blaming y'all. But I'm saying y'all have a choice after the situation doesn't happen. If it's too late, what if he did pull out or he pre-ejaculated and it still happened?
Okay, then that means God said let it be so.
Yeah, because
right, and then God said let it be so.
I'm going to mess my body up because of you. Because if I'm not going to be with you, I might be someone else around, and I'm going to want to be with the
selfish, the body.
Right, you're thinking about your body.
No, and you're thinking about yours, and you're thinking about yours. I'm using your logic.
Did you honestly?
But by the body, like they also. But by the body,
a man is not going to do that.
But by the body, what they actually mean is their health.
Right. Thank you. I'm not going to mess up my health because you want to label me as being a bad woman for picking a bad man. So now I'm going to go inside and mess up my body because of you.
Because abortion is detrimental on a woman's health and her womb.
Okay, what about adoption then?
What about adoption?
What do you mean? What about adoption?
What about adoption? I'm sorry. What about? Here's a novel idea. The two people that made the mistake. I don't want to call it.
It's not a mistake. The two people that made the baby.
The two people that made a baby together. How about those two people who had this unplanned baby raise the baby?
Exactly.
That would be ideal, but we don't live in that kind of society, kind of world nowadays. And that would be ideal, but we don't live in that utopian society.
We do live in that society.
So the issue is not the women who are having the babies. The issue is the men who are walking away from them. And these men who are walking away from them, instead of getting women pregnant because they don't want to be fathers, how about being proactive?
That's why some women don't even want to be fathers either. And then they keep the baby away from their mother and go to child support to put them on the baby if they don't pay child support.
I did not. You're responding to something and you don't know what I was going to say. Instead of men walking away from children, how about men being proactive in their lives and what they want for themselves and getting a vasectomy so that they don't have to have a baby with somebody they don't want to. And when they're ready and meet the woman that they feel is the one that they want to do that with, having the reverse surgery and then having the baby.
There you go, Thomas Dodson Jr. You right, brother. You right there. You right. Put that up on the screen.
How about, that's true, how the men just wear condoms? How about men just wear condoms like we've been doing?
You can. There's a such thing as a woman condom as well. I'm gonna get off of the thing with the making you have a vasectomy. But what you're not gonna do is shoot something inside of me and then tell me what I'm gonna do with it. That's what you're not gonna do. You're not going to tell me what I need to do with my body because you were irresponsible.
Exactly. That's why I said it's a woman's choice. Exactly. That's why it's your choice at the end of the day. Exactly. That's why I said it's the woman's choice. Because
it's a man's choice as well. Because if you shoot inside of me, you've taken away my choice. So what are you talking about?
If you make the decision to lay down with the man. Y'all both made the decision to lay down and get the high. I'm taking away your choice. You agreed to lay down with the man.
Okay, so then that means that the onus is on both of us. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to do. You can't say that. You just admitted to saying we both laid down. So that means both of us. Why can't it just be okay? She's pregnant. You didn't pick the right man, so I'm gonna walk away and this and that. Why can't it just be I laid down with you? We got a baby. Oh well, let's just take care of the baby. And every woman doesn't do child support. And if you don't believe me, my son's father, who lives several states away from me, we don't do child support. And guess what my baby with?
You a good one.
No, but I get that.
When you say that, every woman is not like that.
But she,
I agree with that. Hold on. I'm not categorizing y'all. I'm not putting every woman in the same category. I get that.
She red pill, so she different from the rest of them.
Right.
She
my sister she was married and divorced, and both her baby daddies, whatever, she don't put them on child support either. She just take care of her kids because that's what she gonna do.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
We don't do that. But the point that I'm making is you talk very general on that level. I need you to get off that level because apparently the women or the men that you're speaking to are only speaking on that level.
Okay.
I get it.
See, you woke. Maybe you need to teach some of these women something that don't know.
So talk to your friend. I'm not saying once they talk to her and she think it's a one-way thing. It's not a one-way street. You know what I'm saying? It's
you're contradicting yourself by saying it's a one-way street. We said it was a two-way street.
Wait a minute. Talk to who?
We all said that.
I really need somebody to answer that. Talk to who?
Never mind. It's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Me and her are saying the same thing.
You need her to talk to me because I don't want to know the same thing. I don't got kids.
I don't have kids, but if I had kids, I would be responsible man about it. Okay, that's all I got to say.
And vice versa. But
that's all you can do.
Problem, so you don't have to talk to me about
Right.
squad.
If you that's all you can do because I have a beyond. All you can do.
Okay. Lady T, let me ask you a question. What's your age and what's your dress size?
I'm 44.
Okay, that's all right. We ain't got to talk about it no more. Okay, we good. Back to your regular program.
Hold on, no. Hold on, can we? So, what did we just take away from that? From this?
What was that question for?
Like, what's understood exactly?
What was understood of that? I would like to know.
And VJ want to come on, so I'm gonna put the link. And anybody else who wants to come in, I think that VJ is here now. Matter of fact, because DJ has what's understood exactly.
What was understood? I'd like to know.
They jerk off.
VJ want to come on. Okay, somebody got us to be. Anybody want to know? And I think that VJ is here now.
Yeah, because he just set up and said.
Hold on, I'm playing in the background.
Everybody, I got kids and ain't none of my baby daddies on motherfucking child support. Hey, now I take care of mine since I was motherfucking 19 and a kid.
Hold on, VJ, hold on.
Talk about
hold on,
you need to be having a podcast about raising men, how to be adult men.
Hey, hold on.
Talking about superior alpha male when these men ain't even grow up with fathers to lead them in the right way.
Hey, VJ, I don't mean to interrupt us, sister, but somebody got like feedback. I literally hear like double. It's like a double echo and hard. I don't know on what end it is because I want to be able to hear what everybody is. Okay, it's on VJ.
I want her on the panel in the manosphere. VJ, I want her. They would eat her alive.
So, VJ, I want you to say like what you just said, if you can, because I want to hear. But it's like some feedback somewhere. I can't hear you, but it's on mute.
You're still muted, hon.
Yeah, you're still muted.
I'm still interested in the 44, me being 44, and then the room gets silent. I'm still wanting to know.
He just said it. It's that alpha male shit. He just said to her, "How old is you and what size you wear?" What is that?
Hold on. Don't. So we're not going to come. Don't combat the ignorance, guys. Just don't do that. Just. Don't combat ignorance.
That's why I said I want to leave because I ain't emotionally mature yet. I have, especially when it comes to men taking care of their children.
Right.
I have an issue with that.
It's all right. You don't have to answer.
No, ain't nothing. You can look up a file. You can run my name. I ain't never had no child support, nothing. I done took care of my kids since I had one that motherfucker 18 years old. By myself. My oldest son is 20, about to be 20 years old. Graduated from high school, went to college, everything. Got a 16-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 2-year-old. That's well taken care of, and the man can't never say they gonna pay their
women up here really attacking us. Y'all attacking us. Y'all women up here attacking us.
I'm not attacking you.
Y'all don't even know how to. Y'all in y'all superiority. Y'all don't even know how to speak to women that even make us want to listen to y'all.
First of all, I want to commend everybody because, like, hold on. Allow the host to be the host. I want to commend everybody on both sides for being able to even be in this space. This is real shit. This is what is going on between black women and black men in real life. What we're doing here is hard. There are going to be emotions. Let's not make the emotions the point of the focus, but what's being communicated, okay? This is real shit. Women out here caring for children that black men are not involved in. Black men have a certain attitude about that. Let's discuss it. The emotions are secondary, and let's hear the actual hurt. Let's hear where we've gone wrong on either side. Let's hear the critiques from both ends, because it's all valuable. It's all valuable. So I just wanna. We're doing the hard work. I'm proud of all y'all for even being able to be here and push through this shit. It's emotional. It's exhaustive. It's redundant. It's frustrating. All of that shit is here. All that shit is here. But this is hard shit. Bubs, to God, I know that you just stepped in. What's good, homie?
Hey, what's going on? Hello, everybody on the screen. I really do appreciate y'all coming in and sharing y'all experiences. Like Davion said, we are trying to learn about each other. And these conversations are needed so bad today, because look at what's happening right now. Like, we think that we're attacking each other, but we're trying to understand each other. But the only way that we're going to get through any understanding is to have accountability. And that's going to be very hard and difficult for a lot of us to do. We don't want to be accountable. But when we're accountable, we're actually willing to rectify what it is that we're doing to offend somebody else or to hurt somebody else, and to say, you know what, I'm willing to back away. I'm willing to look at myself. I'm willing to change the trajectory of what's happening so that both people can come together and become one, like we were before all this patriarchal stuff started to happen. So that's just my opinion right now. So y'all can go ahead and go.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Are you red pill or blue pill?
Red pill. So are you asking, am I straight or gay?
No, red pill or blue pill.
I don't think he was here for your red pill.
Yeah. But you can ask me the question. You can ask me the question.
I mean, are you a strong black man?
Are you an alpha nigga? That's basically what he asked you.
Am I an alpha nigga? I'm an alpha nigga within myself. Am I secure within myself? Yeah, I'll say that.
No.
No, but what is the alpha thing? Like, explain.
Okay, so you talk to somebody who don't even know like what you're talking about.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No, I want.
Can we just address the 44 thing?
You don't know what that is. You know what
Yes. Can we address the 44? Like the 44 years of age?
Explain what you mean so that everybody is on the page.
My thing is, who are we talking about? The 44 thing again?
Well, it never really got. It never really got broken down.
You know what? I can just tell you. Just take an evaluation through Kevin. That's all I can tell you.
Well, guess what?
Kevin is a twice divorced, removed man.
Perhaps you didn't hear me earlier, or perhaps you didn't believe what I said. I just ended a 20-year relationship that if I want to call right here on this panel right now and get back into, I would be in. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. That's what you're probably gonna have to do, baby.
I don't have to do anything but stay black and die.
Okay,
now,
but what
what I'm choosing for myself, I'm choosing to be with myself right now because it seems as if my counterpart is having issues with duality. It's having issues with balance. It's having issues with give and take. It's having issues with superiority. It's having issues with me being by his side, and it's having issues with, if you are going to be leading, I'm gonna need you to shape up and fly right. I'm gonna need you to lead me somewhere. I don't need to be led into a ditch. I don't need to be led into the dark. I need to be led somewhere positive, affluent, and healthy. And if you're not going to do that,
did that man provide for you? Did that man provide for you? Did he provide for you?
Yes, he provided for me, and he cheated as well.
Okay, there you go. Okay, there you go. Okay, you in the danger zone.
I get that now.
But it shouldn't just be monetary provision. It should be mental, emotional, all those things. It's providing a reference to trying to understand what's going on, because these women here are sharing their experiences, and experience is also fact, and fact is irrefutably the case. If these women are going and saying this is what my experience as a woman, as an individual who has to carry a child, how can you tell me about something that you haven't experienced?
Bro, that's not a man issue. You are a man.
But you're supposed to understand. But see, that's the problem. We need to
hold
find
on,
a balance.
Did you grow up with your mother and father?
Oh, yes. My mother and
I
father
did.
have been together.
And I did too.
Wait.
And I did too.
Yes, my mother and father was here. Thank God. My mother and father have been together for almost 35 years. When my father said he went to the grocery store, his ass came back the same day. He didn't come back 18 years later. So yes, my father was there. Very strong black man. Did what he had to do and provide. So, but here's it. But let me tell you why he's still in a relationship. I'm gonna tell you why he's still married to his wife, not divorced or anything like that. It's because he's also willing to listen and understand his wife.
But wasn't she submissive to her husband? Didn't she do her wifely duties?
They submit to each other.
She didn't have masculine energy and was bad mouthing and talking all kind of ways to him, did she?
Because he wasn't doing nothing wrong to be cussed the hell out. He wasn't doing anything to be cussed out. He was doing what he was supposed to do.
It's not about that. That man is providing for that house. See, women want a man to go to fucking work, come home, do mow the grass, do the lawn, do all that shit, and then come right back in and go help her wash the clothes and cook too.
So do you think that's what was happening? Do you think that's what was happening in my house?
No.
Oh my God, you gaslighting now, baby.
I'm not gaslighting. I'm asking a question.
No, I can't. I can't listen.
So let me ask you this. So would it be better? So let me just ask you this. Just yes or no. Would it be better if women and according to the narrative that you're putting out there, once again, we're trying to understand each other. We just have this conversation to find a gray area. Would you prefer for women to just cook, clean, take after the kids, and then serve some pussy up, and that's it? Don't talk to me about your stuff. No. I'm asking you. How about this? What do you want in a woman to do for you? What should a woman do for you in reference to her being like, okay, that's the ideal woman that I want to marry? What does she have to do?
Right. What are your standards? I would like to know.
Like I'm gonna hold them up.
Let me see. A woman will commit to wife duties without.
See, if you would have known that already, you would have been like this, like this.
Hold up. Let him talk. Let him answer.
I will. Yeah, most definitely.
Now,
you know what? I have a question. Let me say this real quick. The problem is with things nowadays. I mean, I said it. We going back to the 1960s, 70s, or whatever, or the 50s. But the problem is, women are forced to play roles that you have to. Y'all forced to play roles that you shouldn't have to. Y'all shouldn't have to work. Y'all can work, but y'all forced to work a job because
What about the women who had to fight in order for them to vote, in order for them to work a job, in order to do all that? They had to fight for that to happen.
Oh my God.
That's the thing.
This is feminist right here. This is the feminist society we live in now.
It's not feminist. It's equality. What's wrong with that?
Are you a male feminist? Hold on. Like, I want to jump in here too, real quick. We are entering into a feminine age. That's a part of the age of Aquarius. However, we're not going to act
Aquarius. You're the woman,
and we're not going to. But we're also not going to act like when we lived in a male society that it was the fucking Huxtables, because women were deeply oppressed in that male-dominated society. Black men were fucking suppressed and oppressed in that fucking male-dominated society. Queer people have been oppressed and suppressed in that male-dominated society. See, one of the issues with why Black men struggle to really be able to adhere and listen and be receptive to women when they speak is primarily because, first of all, it's your privilege to never have considered what the plight of a woman is. I mean, that is birthed out of this patriarchal bullshit. But second of all, I kind of lost my train of fucking thought because, baby, it's so much that has happened here. But what I will say is, what I don't understand, right? Men need women. And women need men. So I don't understand, because women seem to come to these conversations more transparent than men do, and seem to be more willing to be.
She say that.
Nope.
Because hold on. Because a part of this is what I was going to say. Because a lot of times, why why men in general, certainly black men, fail at being able to have productive conversations with the feminine principle is because black men, all men have, because of that patriarchy, you've been groomed, completely groomed to be emotionally shut down, completely emotionally out of aware. And what black men fail to do is be accountable, because you can't address the stinking part of the tail of the fish without addressing the head. And so because we live in a patriarchy and a male-dominated society, we got to start with you niggas first and foremost, because everything that happened at the top trickled down to the bottom. So you can't even address what happened at the bottom without addressing what happened at the balcony, what happened in Mount Olympus. So that's why we have to start with men, and men have to address what's wrong with them. What's wrong with y'all? Because everything else is a product of that collapse of masculinity. Whether that masculinity was well, whether that masculinity was whole, whether that masculinity was healthy, whether that masculinity was fragile. But as men, y'all have got to start with y'all, and what role have y'all played? See, when y'all saying that, well, a woman made a decision to fucking fuck a bum ass nigga and to have and to be pregnant by bum ass women, that's a part of the patriarchy, because women have been made to look at men as gods. Even the bum ass nigga on the corner, she has been groomed to see the value in. That's why black women. Hold on, wait a minute. That's why black men. That's why black women will keep. That's why black women will not allow the fact that a man has a criminal record to stop her from marrying that man or seeing value in that. Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all talk.
Let the host talk.
Let me do me real quick. I don't let everybody else rock and roll. Let me rock and roll. So because see, you keep fucking up my God. You keep fucking up my flow. And I can't even find where I was, but we gotta. Black women have accommodated men, both in their highest being and in their lower being. Men are out of motherfucking order. Men are out of motherfucking order to look at black women and say, what the fuck is wrong with you? When you groomed her. You groomed her to be with men like y'all across the spectrum, the best of them and the worst of them. Black men do not want to accept any responsibility in the role that they've played in anybody's oppression. Not queer people's oppression, not black women's oppression, not women's oppression. But see, the reason why we got to be compassionate with men too is because you niggas have been emasculated as well. You niggas have been oppressed as well by a white patriarchal system. But it is true that black men do not want equality. You niggas want power. You want power. And you want to be the white men to black people. And as long as that's what black men are striving for, there's never going to be equality. There's never going to be balance. These issues are never going to be healed because black men want power. They don't want resources. They don't want love. Somebody spoke in this comment and said that God created condoms. God also created love. Something that's oftentimes left out of these dialogues and conversations. What has happened to black men and their love for their community, their love for black women? Because black women are the ones at the end of the corner selling crack and dope and piling drugs into their community. Black women are not the ones in gangs that kill up and shooting up clubs and shooting up and killing up neighborhoods and making Detroit a rough and bad place. Niggas got to start with niggas. We gonna start with the head. You niggas wanted to be the head, and heavy is the head that wears the crown. So we're going to hold you accountable. We're going to keep our foot on your motherfucking neck. We're going to first and foremost deal with you and do these little documentaries and say, hey, what the fuck is wrong with niggas? Before we get to what the fuck is wrong with women. This is only logical. You niggas wanted to be the head. Y'all have used religion to reinforce the fact that you should be the leaders. Y'all have used all this Hotep Egyptian, all this weird ass philosophy to reinforce why you should be dominant. But the issue with black men is y'all don't mind playing those roles. But baby, when it's time to stand before the judge, when it's time to occupy the seat of accountability, y'all want to act as if y'all were never in the room. Baby, y'all you created and participated.
Cookies and Ray Rays. We are educated black men.
Okay, well then, can you go ahead and go to the Kikis and the Ray Rays and educate them to become black men like you?
That's not my job. They can come to the space and we'll teach them.
But you're supposed to be the king. You're supposed to be the head.
But first, we have to get these simps to understand where we're coming from about being too soft. Not saying all women do these things in these spaces, but there are a great deal of them who are angry. They want to make you pay for what somebody else has done for them. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of men don't date women who got kids.
Okay, well then my thing is this: let the women who are conscious within themselves and secure within themselves, let them check their fellow sisters. You check your fellow brothers.
Oh, that's why I'm at. That's why I want to ask you some questions.
No, but that's why I said no. But that's why I said earlier.
But they're trying to.
I want to ask you a question, brother. So, did you take after your father or your mother? Which one?
I took after both of them.
Nah, bro. Come on now.
I took after. No, I took. They both. Hello, sir. They both came together. They both came together and created me.
Do you have sisters?
Yeah, I have a sister.
Okay,
younger sister.
Do you have brothers?
No, I'm the only boy.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, we all around about the same age. So what I'm trying to say to you is, you know, your father at some point, you have to have taken something after him. You know what I'm saying? You can't stay coddled up in, because at some point when you grow up, when you have grown up, you got to be a man.
I did. You know what the greatest part about, or the biggest part about being a man, at least in my opinion, is accountability. Being able to stand in your stuff. No matter what you've done, you have to be accountable. With every action you do comes a reaction. So he taught me that, which helped me to be able to traverse in this world with both masculine and feminine energy, because it's called balance. It's not just one polar opposite extreme. That's the issue and that's the problem. It's too much on both sides. We have to come together and become balanced, because once again, using the whole analogy with male and female, coming together and creating life, right?
There you go. Now, Nathan, on the screen, there you go, brother. That's what I'm talking about right there. I agree with you.
I would say this is some, go back. But
you know what I find interesting? The fact that the terminology red pill and blue pill was used so often throughout this conversation, and it's absolutely referencing a concept, you know, brought by that movie, you know. Wait a minute. That movie, The Matrix, which was stolen from Black women. But the thing that I find interesting about, and who am I talking to? What's happening here? I think I'm having feedback. But the thing that I find interesting is in that movie, which was stolen from Black women, is a lot of equality as far as male and female roles. In that movie, they like the women and men worked together. So I find it interesting that there's this whole like concept of, you know, the alpha male, but you know, there's an issue with the alpha female. You know what I mean? Like I find that odd is, you know, the long and short of it.
So I want to say one thing. 1000, Mr. 1000. Do you have a wife?
I'm here. You know, we talked about that. You know, I don't have a wife.
I didn't. No, I actually did not hear that.
No, I'm divorced.
Okay,
no.
You're divorced. Okay. So if you're
time is on my side though. So
and that's fine, Danny. The reason why I ask is because you keep asking people how old they are and if they live, you know, if they took after their mother or their father. I'm just wondering what are the I
come up on men, I don't give a fuck what their lifestyle is. I ask those questions. I ain't gonna ask women a whole bunch of that, but I did want to ask the loudmouth women. I will ask loudmouth women certain things, but
why though? Why?
You know what's interesting? Honestly,
hold on one second. Wait a minute. Let me.
Okay, sorry.
Please. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. I know you're excited. I know. I get it. Hold your thought so you can put it back out. But I'm asking. I'm just asking because I just want to know, what do the ages have to do with a lot of this? I'm asking because when you look at me on the screen, I know that you don't know how old I am, and I know that you won't be able to ever guess it.
But you did what you had to do. Hold up. Now, what you say, childbearing age, right? The childbearing ages, they go between what now again?
I mean, childbearing age can go from 11 on up.
If a woman wants to have a child, the childbearing age is between what age? Between how 18?
And a child can have a person can have a child at 11 years old. What do you?
18 through 30 is what it needs to be.
But
that's not what it is, though. That's not what it is. Because that's not how it is. Because when our body actually tells us when we're a woman. actually.
Right, but y'all have a biological clock. Men don't have that.
No. You're not listening. Our body actually tells us when we can have babies.
Right, exactly. True.
And most times we're kids. Well, actually, not even most times. We're all children when that happens. So I'm just asking because
I'm like over it. I'm just here for it because I have nowhere else.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not over it. I'm just wondering where do these questions come from? What do they have to do with?
It tells us where you are in your life.
Yeah, but no, but it doesn't though, because a person I've lived a life that some of y'all can just dream about, and you would never know. Looking at me.
And I feel you, but is that supposed to be something special? But I know it's special.
Well, I'm asking you if it's something special because you keep asking people what their ages are because you said it tells you where they are in their lives and you don't even know who we are.
Okay, but we talking about men, women, and being submissive and do any of these women want husbands? Do you?
You didn't ask. You didn't ask. You don't know us. You just throwing things out there saying that we have one box and we don't.
I get that. If you want a husband and you're in the audience, put up one.
Put up one.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody want a husband.
You know why there's so little? You know why there's so little? People. So few people saying that they don't want a husband, or like you're not getting that response. It's because a lot of the guys that we come across are like y'all. And that's not attractive to me.
Ooh. What's attractive to you? What is attractive?
What's attractive to me is somebody that I can bounce ideas off of, somebody that is supportive, someone that is loving, someone that is a giving individual. Someone
so you just judge me. I am all of that. I am all of those things. I know that maybe my response haven't said that, but that's who I am.
A lot of your responses. And
I love women. You know what I'm saying? And I have a mother. I have sisters. You know what I'm saying? Nieces, and I love them to death. You know what I'm saying? And I will lay down my life for them. So that's not the case.
Right, but what I'm saying is a lot of things that
I gotta go out of here because I'm
all right.
I can't do it. Love y'all, everybody.
Don't run.
You're leaving me, DJ. Don't leave me.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
Stay.
Y'all have a good day.
Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Y'all enjoy this because I'm gonna sit and talk shit from the background because I don't want to be too much.
No, you here to talk.
You black woman anymore.
No, we really enjoyed having you up here. I wish you would stay in
yes.
On mute.
No, I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna be watching on my phone though.
All right.
Okay.
She want. I know your definition of a husband, but I want a partner. You don't partner with your husband, baby. Your husband.
That's what I'm saying. Right, that's what I'm saying. So I'd rather, because considering that there's a lot of men that think like that, I have come to the realization that I may have to just be okay with my fly ass self. Because guess what? I actually like me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the type of girl that when I was a kid, I would play hand games by myself on the wall. You know what I'm trying to say? Because I really enjoy myself. But I would love the company of a man. I appreciate that. Wait a minute. I appreciate that dynamic. But the problem is I come across a lot of men that when we have these conversations, it's not so much that we are seeing things from a balanced place. It's always from this place where they feel as if they're superior. And if they feel like they're superior, wait a minute, if they feel like they're superior, then I feel like they tend to lean towards Western teaching and Westernized religion. And that's not my thing. I'm not into that. I like that Egyptian stuff where the men and the women was adorned
Go back to the two messages back. Go back 2 messages.
You go back 2 messages and tell me what I said. Or what you
I'm talking about conscious. Go back 2 messages. After this one, before this one. I'm listening to you, lady. No, the one, yeah, right here. You cannot expect vulnerability when you have stabbed me. See, women like you get to the good men like us after you've been stabbed. I cannot fucking pay what this nigga done to you. Get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? You lucky for men.
You think y'all good men, huh?
Go to psychologists. Y'all never,
that's what I'm saying. God damn.
We need therapy. We all need therapy. We do.
Let me ask you. Let me hold on. Let me just ask a question here. Okay, like, because when Shirley says this, obviously she's also asking for men to help men. Now, the question is, because we all were raised up in, you know, amongst black people, like amongst black men and black women. A lot of the times, like I remember, right? There was a situation that happened like when I was in high school with one of my friends. His sister was walking home, and a guy jumped on her and pushed her into the woods and sexually assaulted her. When she got home, she called all her brothers. They went and found every nigga that they thought was this dude, put his ass in a trunk, and brought him to the house and had her identify if this was the dude. What was so interesting about that dynamic of them being so protective of their mother and their sister is that these oftentimes are not the same black men who just protect women in general. They only protect women who are in proximity to them. We know what the conversations are like in the barbershops about women. We know what type of conversations happen amongst cis hetero men amongst themselves, and how a lot of times black men do support a lot of misogynistic, like have a lot of misogynistic ass attitude, a lot of misogynistic ass rhetoric. Oftentimes, if you're in an all male space and men are just kind of being sleazy and talking their shit about women, there aren't men standing up, objectifying to that and declaring and encouraging men to be respectful, to be honorable towards women, to keep their dicks in their pants. It's not cool that you got a woman and you sleeping with her sister, her cousin, and her best friend behind her fucking back, and we're in an all male space and that's being celebrated. So it's the schizophrenia for me. It's all of the mixed messaging for me. It's all of the contradictory for me. And so when women are largely speaking to black men, even individually, and they're making comments like what Shirley is saying, they're asking, where is this total accountability? Where is it that we can find black men putting their foot in black men's ass instead of putting it always in black women's ass? Where are these righteous black men who are holding the community of black men accountable? Because even a lot of these black supremacy ass platforms, oftentimes when black men are feeling away, they won't project that energy toward other black men. They will find some way to cast the blame on black women. And so
and black women are the white supremacists as well. They just the same as white people because they help the white people attack us.
That's not true.
I'm serious. Let me tell you something. First of all, the guy that I was just talking about never made a meal. I made every last one of them. Okay. Never. I catered to homeboy. I supported him to the utmost. Okay. I would never, ever disrespect you guys on no platform to where, like I see you all do sometimes, to where those onlookers could sit there and say anything about my brothers at all. I adore black men. My issue lies in the fact that you all are taking a concept that comes from out of some biblical text that is, on one hand, you want to, abolish it, but then on the other hand, you want to uphold it as if this is law. And the fact of the matter is, living life and having experiences with the opposite sex, you should know by now that that we're equal, and no one is better than the other. I seem to be missing when I'm interacting with the male sex outside of gay men, because a lot of gay men it's a shame. Like, I have gay male friends to where if they saw me struggling, if they saw a woman struggling down the street with something, they would run up and help them get into their building. But I can try to get something into my building, and all these dudes will just sit there and let me struggle.
Okay, let me ask you something, sis. Let me ask you something, sis. Okay. I'm gonna tone it down a little bit, okay? I like you, I really do. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
What I want to know is now the situation where, what was that? Was he a football player, basketball player? What was he?
The football player, the white guy.
The white guy who had the
Chad Wheeler that hit the he choked out his
he choked out his girlfriend.
And
okay.
He was unconscious when they took her out of his house.
Okay. So do you think that they took it? The black women took it out on us and said that we sat there and we should have protected her. Do you feel that we should have protected her?
I have no clue what y'all are talking about. Can you describe this scenario again?
I feel as though any woman that's getting beat on by any man should be protected. Now, if you're talking about a black woman, yes, a black man should always protect his black woman because y'all are the ones that are supposed to protect us.
That's not his woman, though.
That's not our woman. She chose that man.
Yes.
That's her man. You see what I'm saying? If you chose a man and you keep going back to a man that's beating your ass, what I mean, hey.
That's a different story. You have to want help to receive help. That's a whole nother story.
That's the EMT, that's the police officer, that's security job to go out there and help, her at an emergency.
I really don't want to dumb down these type of like instances because we gotta have some emotional intelligence here. Like what people mean, like when black women are saying protect black women, like, I mean, it even goes back to a statement that was made about 3 hours ago on this long ass live where it was like, this is the type of shit that get a women killed when women step out of their place, when women speaking to a man a certain kind of way. This is the type of rhetoric that reinforces domestic violence within the community and violence upon women. Black men got to clear and clean that type of shit. They gotta like you gotta stop justifying it. I have a right to put my hands on you because you talk to me like a man, or you step to me like a man, or you disrespect me as a man. All of that shit equals the same thing: violence upon women. So when women are saying, once again, they're making a collective plea to the male community to protect women. They're talking about on all levels, including the microcosm, because it starts right here in the household. It starts with the way you're grooming young black boys. It starts with the type of conversations and dialogues that happen that women don't get to be in, like those male spaces. That's why you need a father in the home.
That's why you need a father in the home, so that son could.
But what about community?
That's not always though.
What about
community? Is good, uncles,
But if you go into a barbershop and you see a young dude sitting here acting out against somebody who an elderly woman, let's say that an elderly woman cussing her out and everything, are you going to allow him to do that, or are you gonna go over there and say, "Young man, check yourself"? So what I'm saying is that if the younger man is still doing some trash ass shit that is not of a king, since you're saying you're walking in king energy. If he's not walking in that king energy to be able to say, "Hey, wait a minute, bro, what's going on?" Like,
why is this lady putting this domestic violence shit up here?
Just in case there are some women.
Just in case there's some people that are triggered.
What's going on? But let's just say this.
Just in case someone is triggered. That's all.
Yeah, like leave my mom alone. 1000%. She
just be real is great, okay?
And then on top of that, and here's the thing: it's another woman right here that's doing another job for a woman. You ain't got to worry about that. That's cool. He put that up there for a woman to help somebody else. So now your job is a lot easier. You ain't got to worry about
this. Brother right here got some sense right here. I like what
I'm talking about. Listen, I just want to say one thing real quick. I love hearing everybody talk, but I want to say one thing. All men want a smart woman until she has to be smart with you. The problem is you can dish it, but you can't take it. If you can't take what I say as a woman and you're supposed to be a leader, then what are you going to, then if you can't take my mouth, then I know you're not going to protect me against the next man. If you can't take my mouth, I'm supposed to be the person, if I'm in a relationship with you, hypothetically, that means that you should be able to take what I say, interpret it how you need to interpret it, and then feed it back to me, and then say, is this what you're asking me or what you're telling me? That's what a man is supposed to do when he's leading. That's all I'm saying.
I feel it. But I'm gonna let you. Let me just let y'all hear some of the conversations that we have in the group. And I'm just. Is it okay if I play it, Conscious?
Wait, because I don't want nobody striking my shit because it's somebody else's intellectual.
No, they're gonna put up fair use.
I don't even.
That doesn't always work. So why can't we have the conversation?
I'd rather just have the conversation.
Yeah, why can't we have the conversation?
How are we ever going to heal if we can't hear from both sides of the fence? You know,
but y'all hear
communicate the other side. Communicate the other side.
Though too, not just us. It's just the two men. There's other men in other groups.
No, it's two men up here. It's really four, and it's
3 men. It's 4 men up there and 2 women. You're looking at the picture right here and thinking that that's the one. That's just the picture.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's not even that. I'm just saying that we should have a balance in both groups. Like, I like to hear from y'all.
Represent the
but then we need to add women to the conversation, not more men.
They asked the question. They said, "Man, do you really think that there's any space for men?" For especially, men who live alternative lifestyles to be in the manosphere. They said, no, we don't think so, man, because dudes from the alphabet community, when they come into the all men spaces, they are going to be blue pill and they're going to side strictly with females.
So you're implying that all gay men are going to think like women when that's not true, because all gay men don't think like women and all gay women don't think like men.
They're gonna take women's sides, but I say if we push
they're gonna take it from the place of patriarchy. They're gonna take themselves out of the equation and say, you know what? I'm a man, but let me think about how this woman would feel if I did this to her. That's just human beings.
And then on top
of us, y'all don't protect us.
Like, hold on, cause that's a loaded situation. I definitely want to speak on that. So hold that thought right there, 1000%, man. I do want to welcome Conscious TV. This is another Conscious TV. Oh wait, they're gone. Never mind. Okay, so go ahead, y'all. They're having connection issues, but go ahead. Because they've been trying to get on for a minute, but they've been having issues. But go ahead. Okay, hold on. So what was the question? Like, if alternative men have a place in red pill society?
Because someone is gay doesn't mean that they're going to fall into.
No. Let me tell you something. No. Hold on. This is what they would say. Even if they accept you into their community, nigga, you are a man, and just because you gay or bisexual or whatever it may be, it does not mean that you are retarded, that you need a pat on the back for being gay. No, you still a motherfucking man. And that's what they would tell you. So to be in that space, they don't want you talking on women issues.
But just like you said, there are gay men that have mothers, that have sisters, that have other friends that are women, and they're listening to them. See, they trying to put you on game.
Right.
They trying to put you on game. Y'all should be glad that the gay niggas is over there with the women, because they're getting all the information so that they can help you get with the women like you want to. That is the whole thing there. So at the end of the day, there has to be accountability on each side. Here's the thing.
There's some gay men who agree with the heterosexual men that some women can be super fucking nasty, and they are problems at times. Not all, but they are problems.
Well, have you ever met any good women? Because you're always talking about these women that need this bad energy. Some good women then? Can you?
You always say go what you don't want.
Yeah, listen, this is what I learned about life. I learned to go with more of what I want out of life versus what I don't want out of life. That's how I've become very successful. I haven't had any bad situations in my life, but I do sympathize with some of the men who have had to go through a whole bunch of shit with some of these women, child support, all kind of crazy shit,
What? Okay.
But where are the men that have these happy relationships, though? Because you're only talking about people who have difficult relationships.
That's what I'm saying.
You talk about, do you have any friends that have
listen, the reason why I got on this because of all the screaming with the other two women on the panel. You wasn't screaming. The other two were. See, you red pill. She's black pill, and the other one is straight up pink pill.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I want to welcome AJ to the chat. What's going on, AJ? Hold on, y'all. We got AJ who's in the chat. Hello, welcome, AJ. I know that probably a lot has been discussed here. I have no idea where you would want to jump in and double dutch at, but yes.
The only question I have for him when he said that it's not his fault that she was in a toxic relationship and she got hurt. My question is, maybe the guy that she was with
he wanted her to submit to him. Now, why would you want to keep the same cycle? You should break the cycle and allow her to co-lead with you in your partnership. Like it's a 50-50. Maybe then she goes to you, meets you, and you want her to submit, but she doesn't allow that, and then you just gonna keep repeating the cycle.
You know what? She had kept getting her ass beat anyway, and it just came out in public while she was at the game, and that man started whooping on her. You know what I'm saying? So
well, I mean, no, everybody, when you meet somebody, you're not gonna be like, "Oh, I want you to submit right away." You want to reel her in. Now, once she's in the relationship, then she starts seeing you for who you are, and you're like, "Oh no, you're supposed to submit to me." Then it might be too late for her, but it's not always too late for the person to walk away.
You making a good point. I like what you're saying. You're making a good point. You're making a good point. But my point that I'm making is the fact that you have a lot of women who are very, very rah, rah. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men don't want that. They want something soft, sweet, something that is,
You know what's that called?
But see, the reason why
that's called a toxic relationship. That's not a healthy relationship.
Yeah, and the reason why so many women have gotten like this is because
I'm gonna be honest.
Soft and sweet does not mean to be weak, to be weak or to take you away from who you are as a person. But
at the same time, 1000%, man. The elevation also doesn't mean a disrespect and disregard and violence either. It works in both directions. Like either one don't mean.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's the man that she chose.
But what I'm saying is that, like, it sounds to me,
and that's the women that he chose.
I'm gonna be honest though, like to me, like when I hear, because you're not the first, y'all are not the first black men to get hung up on like this whole black women so raw. I feel like honestly, a lot of times like a black men just use that as a way to justify not listening, something they're accustomed to, not listening to women anyway. So it's like, so a woman got to be so meek and so well in her presentation, and she got to get it so perfect, like just for you to justify to your own ears to listen. It's just like, come on, bro, like y'all got to let it go. Like just open your heart. Like stop entering into these things with y'all brains and open your heart. Like people are communicating from their spirit, and that's one of the main differences between the sexes is that women speak and communicate from their authentic self. Men speak from their intellectual self. So yeah, there can be a whatever, but like if we're talking about relationships and talking about how to love them on each other, at some point, like black men got to open their heart and stop listening to defend, listening to understand, feel your own damn feelings. Because when you give yourself access to that, you will be able to find the value in other people showing up in their truth and their feelings as well.
But listen, women think emotionally, men think logically. We don't get all deep into the emotion of things. We love our women.
Men are really emotional.
So that means that so what you're saying is women are just emotional and men are just not emotional at all.
No. But
most that means so you do have a level of emotion, right?
Yeah, you do, but not. But y'all are emotional about every little thing.
And so
are men. I mean, so are men. What is anger?
What is that?
Exactly.
Right.
And what is control?
Like, what's wrong with that?
Exactly. Yeah.
What is wrong with that? That's the
you
way
got men killing each other right now over the dumbest shit. Oh, this nigga Grim that be kind of hard. Oh, this nigga stepped on my shoes. Oh, this nigga talking to my woman. That's the problem. So it's okay. Wait. But
that's Pookie and Ray Ray. We ain't talking
about. Well, guess what? No. But guess what? Pookie and Ray Ray is the majority, unfortunately. That's why a lot of these women are speaking their issues, because there's unfortunately a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays. If there were men who were able to help turn Pookie and Ray Ray into some kings, they would have this problem. Because once again,
don't want a man that's not a Pookie Ray with that thing, or the man that's educated, that's speak well and that's about something. Oh, he lame.
That's not true. But that's not true. But I have found that what I find disturbing is in that community that you keep referencing, as far as the black men there, they don't seem to respect my master's degree.
I feel you, sis. And
they don't respect the fact that I don't work for anyone. I work for myself.
I feel I didn't ask you for yourself.
They don't respect the fact that I have made life choices to the degree where I don't have. Wait a minute. They don't respect the fact that I made life choices too, but I don't have children with what they call no count man. But instead of that looking valuable to someone, instead that community will say that because of my age,
I apologize for that because I know some. Excuse my expression. I know some bitches out there that's every bit of 30 years old, looking 50. Psalm 25. Same thing with dudes. You know, one dude called me Unc. I'm like, dude, you look every bit. You 25 and you look every bit of 50. You know what I'm saying? You know? So I get where you coming from. I apologize.
Mr. 1000, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you respect women?
Yes, I do. I love women.
Oh, no. I didn't say if you love them. Do you respect them? I only ask because
I'm sorry. I apologize. I know. I'm sorry.
None of us. I haven't said nigga, but once, and
That's why we need to
try to quell that.
Hey, Conscious, I gotta tell you, bro, you got a whole audience full of women. Oh my God, when you gonna have the guys here?
Y'all the guys. What you mean?
Tell them to come. Tell them to come from the group chat and come over to the live.
Right.
Like conversation.
If a woman doesn't have any value if a man isn't there, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Because all that is an AKA. Y'all need backup, and we understand.
Right.
Y'all need backup.
Right.
You gotta call backup. I know. But they welcome. Like I'm down. I'm totally down. I'm down.
It's okay to debate. We all have different opinions.
This is why I want.
And there's been a lot of men in this comment section too, and I've offered them the link, and they haven't hit it. So I mean, hey, I can't control if men hit the link or not.
That's because I think like not every man that is here thinks the same way that you think.
Right.
And the way that you're saying is you want women to submit. I mean, I said it earlier in the chat. If you want that, then get yourself a blow up doll that will not talk back to you. That will
come on, iRobot.
Not iRobot.
That would submit.
As you said, it's impossible.
That's all I'm saying.
Hey, are you in California?
No, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, you're in Virginia. Okay.
Oh, and I'm in DC.
Yeah, I know where you at, sis. I know where you at. I know the other.
Wait a minute. What T-shirt do you have there?
You talking to me?
Yes, ma'am.
This is from West Virginia.
Oh, okay. It looked a little bit like Howard for a second.
No, it's not a Howard shirt. I went whitewater rafting in West Virginia, and I just like threw the shirt on. It's like when
men would love you. See, look at that. You do things that normal black women wouldn't do. See, you would make a great wife.
Generalities, child.
Wait a minute. So, okay, maybe this is gonna be very ignorant to say, and if it is, please correct me in this. Y'all saying that you would want a woman that's soft and dainty, but yet she whitewater rafting. You got to go through the river and all that, and the streams and the rocks and all this shit, and that's something that normal black women wouldn't do. So I guess what women are saying, okay, well, what is it that you want them to do then? Do you see how that's
in the beginning of this stream? I mean, in the beginning, but what I said was that's why I said, what women are you referring to? Because I don't fill my space up with those types of women that you're speaking of. So that's why I'm like, what women are you talking about?
Regardless to you having a uniform, regardless to you being able to be a sharpshooter, regardless for you being able to swim through the ocean and get back up on the other side, we want you to still be a woman. You get what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about.
So what is your definition of woman?
It's just a woman a woman is not like, feminine energy. Like them chicks that was shaking their ass at that man's establishment. That kind of shit. Men don't.
The kind of woman you want?
No, men. Usually, that type of woman is loud. You get what I'm saying?
But you want like a hybrid. You want her to be soft spoken, but you also want to shake a little ass.
This is my issue too, though. But hold on. But what's interesting to me is that, see, and this is why I say it's never going to get anywhere if we don't start at the head, because those women are shaking their asses to music that men make. And so once again, like, women are being submissive. They're following the lead of men. Men are Men are liking all of the Insta thoughts on Instagram. Men make all of the ass shaking whole ass music. So men are informing women about how and who they want them to be. But then when women actually assimilate to that, then men want to back up and say, "Oh no, I don't want no ratchet. I don't want no wild bitch. I don't want no God. This unclass." It's like and once again, it's the mixed messaging for me.
There's
like,
a
robot. It's the mix.
There's a time and place for everything, and in that man's establishment, that was some classy shit. And he told me,
hold on. I agree, but it's interesting that he played that classless music in his classy establishment.
He didn't know that the DJ was playing that, but I will tell you this: that still don't make you be dumb and get up and start shaking your ass.
He didn't know what the DJ was playing. How you know?
He said it.
Oh, okay, okay.
So then, like, why he didn't direct his foolishness to the DJ instead of the women? Like, the women were just participating.
Also, all of them. He told everybody in there, even the DJ, to get the fuck out if they don't stop.
Okay, fine.
Because
get back to something that you stated earlier, and it was around the time of the whitewater rafting, and you said things that that's something that the average or the typical Black woman won't do or doesn't do, right? I don't know if you said,
and that's true. See, she's adventurous. A man would love her even just the way she is, because she's open, but she's not arguing with a man. You see what I mean? She still got a sweet voice.
I'm not arguing. The point is, I'm not going to argue with a man because there's no point in arguing. My great grandmother taught me a long time ago: don't you ever argue with stupid and ignore the ignorant. I don't argue with any.
I don't argue with it, but I do yell at it.
Wait! It don't mean he's stupid because you.
No. I'm just saying that I don't combat with. I just don't combat. I will say my facts, my piece, and let you have the floor.
And since the beginning of the time,
but you also know how to debate.
And just because she doesn't argue with you doesn't give you the right to treat her like trash.
Exactly.
Oh my God!
So I think it goes back to the question I was asking originally.
Are you red pill or blue pill too? What you
pink pill power? No, listen. It goes back to the original question I said.
Why is there so? This is what I'm trying to understand.
But you just don't like women to talk loud.
What is all of this categorizing and labeling?
Because I'm trying to get a brother up here other than conscious that think like we think, who are still men regardless to sexuality.
Right, but why can't you decipher that just by what they are saying?
Only feminine energy that a man should have is the conscious, because he's a show host. I want to see some more men come up here who have
a red pill. Red pill oriented.
That's why we were saying.
Red pill oriented.
That's why we were
Listen,
saying.
Me
like
and Daviana like the same person,
right?
So exactly. You don't even know. Like me and him are the same person.
A carbon copy of one another. So yeah.
And like you said, the link is down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's down there.
The link has been down
and
there.
If y'all
red pill men, please get up on the panel.
Red pill men, get up on the panel. Okay, but here's my thing though, right? Like, can we talk about though? Because I agree with Lady T. Like, it's the categorizing. It's it's like we're being forced to box each other into something because we want to identify so strongly with the binary. Like, men would not be afraid of woman's masculinity if men were not afraid of their own femininity. Like
thank you.
That it comes full circle, but the only reason men want it that way is because men are out of touch. Men are out of touch with their femininity. So it's like, as long as men don't want to like marry their femininity, and I'm gonna always go back to like spiritual texts. Like, it's interesting to me how, no, I ain't even gonna go there. But yes, like men, like I don't like we can't because once again, like what we're doing is like playing into this whole we're creating the social constructs all over again. Like, we gotta fall back and first and foremost accept that biological sex is literally just the biology of it. What it truly means to be woman and man literally is going to be some weird combination of masculine feminine interaction within all people. We all have variations of that masculine femininity. It varies in each man and each woman. But as long as we keep being tempted to then, because you're a woman and because I'm a male biologically, that means something in and of itself, philosophically or in terms of social dynamics, we're once again going to reinforce these social constructs that are going to be stifling if not to us, then to the people who can't move and navigate within those spaces. The only way to keep the balcony from being built is to literally not build a balcony. Don't build a construct. That's the temptation that man has to like stray away from, is stop being tempted to create the social structure. Just let people be all that they organically are called to be, and that's both masculine and feminine, however the fuck that shows up, and just learn to love each other from that place. But when we get into this, it's always going to be rough, because you got women who have masculine and they want a man too, and and you got men who got feminine who gonna need saving and gonna have to open their arms to being saved, even if their savior is a damn woman. Like these are just what is in reality going to happen. But if we keep coming back to trying to, you need to act like this as a woman, you need to act like this as a man, we are going to just be stuck again and 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 fucking again.
Okay,
and that's what I seem to be. That's what I seem to always come up against, is this. I'm trying to have a conversation with an individual, and they're trying to have a conversation with some kind of ideology, concept,
right?
Of what a woman should be, and I'm trying to accept you as an individual, as a person, as this, you know, whatever your name, whoever you are, you know what I mean? And
as a soul, just as a soul.
And it's like I'm not being addressed as a soul. I'm being addressed as
a biology.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, and not biology. Because if you want to go by biology, then these concepts wouldn't even be, you know, an issue. You know, an issue. It would be more about, you understand what I'm saying? It's more about the concept of what men and women should and should not do. You know, and that's where I'm having the issue. My issue is I want to meet the individual, the person, the soul, and I'm being here's this wall of, you know, this is the box that you should fit in, and fuck your experiences and fuck your life and fuck, you know, how you grew up and all these other, you know, things.
Let me ask you something. I'm going to not ask you. Let me just say this. A lot of women think that men in those spaces are talking to them disrespectful and on a level of you should fit in this and that. I think a lot of us are just saying, you know, it's not our problem, you know, because of the things that has happened to you. It's not our problem. So when you want us,
that's assuming something's happened to me.
No, when you come off a certain way and you want to say, well, y'all did this and y'all did this.
When I come off a certain way, that's assuming that first off is assuming that I drag my past into present relationships. And then that's also assuming what you think my relationships are, how you think my relationships went. Number one, as far as relationships go, yes, that 20-year relationship was on and off, but I've been dealing with the same person for decades, okay?
And that's fine, but you know he put up with that. So the thing is,
wait a minute, no, guess what, love? Put up with what? There's not no put up with anything. If we had disagreements, two people were arguing. But for the majority of our interactions, you know, he did not, until the other day, he never went and he's never gotten his own glass of drink out the refrigerator until just the other day.
Okay, how many bills have you paid?
I paid. What do you mean? How many bills?
I wouldn't even answer all that. I wouldn't even answer that. I wouldn't answer that.
What do you? No, you're missing the point.
Because now we're going to semantics.
I enjoy being feminine and catering and those things because the man that I was with has never had to pour his own drink in the 20 years that we have been.
But he could have found a woman. He could have found a woman 25 years old to do that for him. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying he could have.
First, you're saying that he should be providing and not paying, and I should not be paying any bills. Then in the next breath, I need to be paying a bill. You tell me which one I'm supposed to go with because I'm confused right now. Am I supposed to
just love your husband, love him. That's all you gotta do. Don't
so what does that look like? What does that look like?
Tell us what your definition
What does that look like?
Even after you said he cheated, you decide to take him back. Okay.
No, I have not. I have not decided to take him back. Hence why he had to get his own drink. Hello.
Okay. I get it.
And what is your definition? What is your definition of a woman?
Yes, what is your definition?
Help us understand. I took the pink pill, so I don't know. So help me understand.
You're not a woman. I'm not gonna answer you.
No. But I'm just. But see, what I can use this information. I can use this information to tell my heterosexual friends.
You're not a woman.
But I know men that I'm connected to that are involved with women. So help me and educate me, so I can go help educate them. Since y'all not gonna do it, and since I'm
and women are listening and women are listening and vicariously like living through these questions. Like we're here having a discussion, so let's just
It's not that I'm yelling, whoever this is. It's not that I'm yelling. Number one, I have an excellent sound system. Number two, I'm an actress, so I project.
Come through now.
As yelling as this. You understand what I'm saying?
and I love it because I'm a yelling ass motherfucker myself.
Okay. Because I can project. That has nothing to do with the fact that I've just been trained my entire life to hit the back wall. Okay.
Right. I have to say something. When I was growing up, my dad was the one that always worked. My mom, she couldn't work because she was disabled. But she raised her kids. She did all the stuff that she did, like cooking, cleaning the house. My dad tended to his gardening. That doesn't mean that she had to submit to him. It meant that, she couldn't work, but she also brought her own weight at 50-50 because my dad never wanted her to submit to him. My dad never disrespected her. And
but you know what it's
saying is like you want a woman to submit to you, meaning like she has to love you no matter if you cheated on her, no matter how many times you talk down on her. Like, that shouldn't be like that.
And I get what you're saying, brother. I get what you're saying. See, I'm Nigerian and Dominican, so I understand in that culture where the women are a little bit more submissive than the ADOS woman.
What do you mean?
They're more subservient.
Yeah. Well,
right. Yeah. There's a big, huge difference. I'm telling you, there's a difference between submissive and subservient. Okay. See, now submissive is, sure, you thank you very much. Here's something to eat. I appreciate the fact that you bought the food, you paid for the electricity. You he would say all I had to do was take care of the rent, period. Everything else he took care of. And he had his own place. So I'm not saying that he was a horrible human being. The problem is when I am talking to you and I'm being my feminine female self and I'm having my intuition and you don't allow me to be a female and have my intuition and have me to ask you what I as a female, as the way that you all want us to be. When I say, hey, I think you're doing something and you lie. And now we have, wait a minute. Now we have an issue. See, the issue, although I disliked it, the issue is not so much with the cheating. The issue is the fact that I got to take you at your word. And now your word is no longer good. So now that your word is no longer good with me, I can't take you at your word. I can't have you to lead me because what you say is not what it used to be. It's
but you cheated on him though, right? Did you cheat on him?
Did I cheat on him? I don't know.
Okay, but
a lack of integrity will create a breakdown in trust. You cannot have trust without integrity.
And how are you going to be able to establish trust if you don't sit there and get to know your partner, which means allowing your partner to be able to show up fully as themselves, just like you want. See, you can't ask for somebody to do something that you're not willing to do for them. It don't work that way. If an individual will sit here and give of themselves authentically and genuinely, that other person wouldn't mind being subservient, wouldn't mind cooking you up some food and putting on a plate, bringing it to you, wouldn't mind doing these things that will make you feel like the king that you want to be. There would be no problem. But when you sit here and instead of allowing yourself to talk to them, to understand them, and to realize what's going on, then all of a sudden it causes a constraint.
Will you do that? Will you do that?
It's a lot of hurt people that's dealing with other hurt people.
Boom. There we go. That's good. I like that. I like that.
It's a lot of hurt people that's dealing with hurt people.
Keep going straight from the comment section. I want to welcome you first and have the floor.
Thank you, Conscious.
You're welcome. I love you. I love you too.
Listen, you gotta fix yourself first. Period.
Amen.
That's what I think. It's a lot of hurt people that deal with hurt people. And what's the end result? A lot of hurtness. So what do you got to say about that, sir? The one that got a lot of mouth.
I'll tell you this. Hey, sis, you okay to think what you think? You know, I'm not hurt. I ain't never had a really bad.
No. I didn't say you was hurt. I'm asking you, what do you feel? How do you feel about that? Because there's a lot of hurt people that.
I do believe that there are a lot of hurt men, even in our space, because you got some men who just can't get over the fact that she called child support. Can't get over the fact that but
it's way deeper than child support. It's way deeper.
No. We ain't talking about the rejection.
The rabbit hole runs very deep, sweetheart.
Okay, hear me out. If you want me to answer that,
it got nothing to do with child support.
Okay, hear me out. That's what you think. It's a lot of men are hurt for different reasons. Right.
And it's a lot of women. Do you know how long the black women had to run a household? Since slavery. Slavery.
Right. Okay, but what about the men who had to go out there and make a living for his household? What about them?
Where are they?
You know what? And I respect that. I respect them.
That's what I want.
Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? I'm trying to find them. Please, I'm trying to find them.
Yes.
Are they hiding in the bushes? Are they hiding in the bushes, or where are they?
But you will find them. But you got to be kind of like a little bit submissive. No, she.
Wait, I gotta be what?
Submissive.
Submissive?
Yes. If you want to find a husband, you need to be a little bit submissive.
What else does she have to do?
And if you want,
you know what? I don't mind being submissive to a real man.
Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. But a real woman don't carry on the way some of the women do with all this loudness and loud mouth.
But like I said in the comment, you got to do your history on the black woman. Like the black woman had to hold the household down forever. It's not easy out here.
Okay, and what did the black men have to do? Tell me what we had to do.
The black man was more suppressed than the black woman. Listen. Wait. No. You ain't gonna take over the show. First of all, the black woman had to do a lot for a long time.
Okay, but you still ain't told me
both roles. We had to play both roles for a long time.
Hey, but that was your choice.
Whoa.
You're right. That was our choice, but we had to do what we had to do for our family.
Okay.
Sometimes it wasn't no choice. You just had to do what you had to do.
Hey.
So if you can't put up with somebody that's mouthy, then that's on you, brother. That's on you.
But why the other races don't act like that though?
But white women don't do
this shit. Handle a woman.
I know you ain't bring up somebody from the Caucasus Mountain. Don't bring no white women up in here. They ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Hold on, wait. My ex-wife is Latina. And she was not like that.
Talking about. We're talking about blackness. We're talking about blackness. We're talking about blackness. That's what we're talking about. Nobody or no other race should be included into this conversation.
Hey, well,
this is about black people, baby.
It's unfair because
this is about black people. And if you can't listen, let me tell you something.
We got a Latino brother.
You sound like you're very weak. You sound like you very weak, sweetheart.
You won't say that. You sound like you very hard, sweetheart.
Well, wait a minute.
That's right. I am. I got 7 boys. I got 7 boys by 1 man. 7 boys by one man.
And I applaud you for that, my friend.
And he passed away serving the country. You goddamn right I'm hard. And I have to be.
My friend has 8 fucking kids. And
why are you cursing? Why are you cursing? Why are you cursing?
I'm just saying. So I mean, what you want?
Why are you cursing? You ain't gotta curse.
That's why I asked you if you have respect for women because you just keep cussing.
Yes, he cursing. Like, what's up with your vocabulary? What's up with your vocabulary?
Listen,
what's up with your vocabulary? You don't gotta curse, sweetheart.
But like she said,
you don't gotta curse.
Why you screaming? Why are you screaming?
They don't take all that.
Why are you screaming?
But once again,
why
like
you cursing?
Earlier,
why you cursing?
Earlier,
Can y'all deal with strong black men? Can y'all deal with strong black men?
Why are you cursing? The same reason why I'm talking like this is the same reason why I want to know why you cursing.
Listen, there's a cause for every effect. You thought you was gonna get up here and think you was a man and talk.
I didn't think I was gonna get up here and do nothing. I didn't think I was gonna get up here and do nothing. You've been running your mouth about nothing. You've been running your mouth about nothing.
That's
what you've been doing.
Come
That's
to the.
what you've been doing. That's what you've been doing. That's what you've been doing. You've been running your mouth about nothing. You've been running your mouth about nothing. You've been running your mouth about nothing, sweetheart. Nothing.
It's nothing. To you, it's nothing.
You make no listen.
I ain't listening to nothing. Go ahead, next person.
I don't care what you listen to.
Bye.
You're weak. You're weak.
You're weak too. You super weak.
You're weak.
No, but
you're
it goes
weak.
back. Listen.
You're weak.
You're
weak. You're weak. You're disrespectful. You're weak.
Let's bring some more.
You talk about white women and Latina. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here.
But listen, but like you said earlier when you first came in,
there's a Latin brother on the panel. So
sorry. No. I'm not being. I'm talking
Clean it up.
I'm talking. First of all, I'm talking specifically to you. I'm talking specifically to you. That's who I'm talking to.
But like
so what's up? What type of women? So we got to be submissive to your bullshit?
Might as well be. You know, hey, I'm a good man. I'm a very good man.
But yeah,
I didn't say you wasn't. I didn't say you wasn't. I never said you wasn't. I don't know you, brother. I don't know you.
It's women like you.
I don't know you.
It's women
I
like you.
never said that you was not a good man. I don't know you. I don't know you.
But here's the thing, y'all. Listen. Here's the thing. You said it earlier in the conversation when you first came in. You hit the nail on the head 20,000 times. It's hurt people dealing with hurt people. We are speaking from our own experiences. So how are we going to learn from each other and be better if I sit here? Now, listen, my brother, first of all, I thank you. First of all, let me give you your roses. I thank you so much for even being up here for almost 5 hours, willing to have a conversation and to stand in the gap for men that is a part of your tribe and what you believe. We're not trying to be disrespectful or anything like that. What we're trying to do is to have a conversation of understanding so we can move past this.
Your tone like you said, good. Your tone is good, but when you get
that's true. That's true.
But once again, we're dealing with hurt and we're dealing with pain. Now, here's the thing.
If you a woman yell at you coming up or something because you just can't deal with a woman being loud, and I don't understand why.
That's submissive. She wasn't loud. I don't like loud. It's just too.
But loud,
but that's to your liking. That's to your
liking. Wait. So, sir, let me ask you this: What? Because I want to know more about your mind. I want to pick your brain. I'm part of the pink pill, so I don't understand according to everybody else what they say to believe it. So
sound too deep to be pink.
No. First of all, I'm spiritual. I'm a spirit that's inhabiting a body that's living an experience that deals with being LGBT. That's what it is. But see, I'm willing to try to understand you. See, it's hard for you to understand other people. But see, I'm trying to break the gap and trying to understand you.
Whoa. It's hard for who to understand what? You don't know me. I'm talking to.
I'm talking about.
He was talking about him. He wasn't
talking about him. I was talking about you.
I see what's going on here. I see what he wasn't talking about. Do you mind if I speak real quick?
Oh my God, Lady T, I'd rather have you. Come on back, Lady T. I'd rather have that New York than this one down here.
You don't like a woman to challenge.
I'm from New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey.
I heard a little distinct.
Are you from Asbury Park or somewhere?
Yes, I am from Asbury Park, Neptune, New Jersey.
Okay, I figured.
But see, that's the problem right there. You're sitting here and you're trying to say all these things to downgrade her and to make her feel some type of way. But then when we start talking about your shortcomings, apparently, then it's a problem. Because here's the thing, sir. If you were really speaking in what you were speaking of in reference to being true, you wouldn't be divorced. You have a wife right now, and we'll have her ass on the phone to talk. That would have been the thing.
And then wait,
but see, you can't sit here, sir, and speak about anything in reference to nobody.
He can't never degrade me. He can't never degrade me. He can't never degrade me.
I divorced her. She didn't divorce me.
Well, okay, you divorced.
It doesn't matter. So let me ask you. So why did you? So it didn't work out.
So if it helps you sleep at night, then so be it.
Thank you.
But what I will say, I love this conversation. I love this dialogue. It is beautiful. Even if we don't agree on everything, I really love this dialogue because we really need to have it.
I apologize for saying Asbury Park. My ex-wife is from Asbury Park.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so that is how out of all the towns you gonna say Asbury Park? That is so funny. I am straight from the Boston. Look, I'm straight from the Boston way.
But don't you see how synchronistic that is in reference to the conversation? How we were able to have someone come up on the show. Like, but see, that's why these conversations are important. And that's why, even though, we having a very tough conversation, my brother, I'm telling you right now, I appreciate you. Because there's a lot of men right now who are heterosexual that wouldn't even sit down and have a conversation with women and gay men on the panel and say, I ain't got time for that. That's why I appreciate you. But see, while we got you here,
and that's
we
why
have your attention. Now we want to talk to you. We want to talk to you. We want to have a conversation.
You know what? And I also gotta respect him because he holding his ground.
He sure is.
Been holding his ground.
Right.
Absolutely. So I have to respect him. But
y'all got me smiling over here now.
Nothing else. That's what it is. But
because at the end of the day, it's all love. It's all love. We need to have this conversation.
Boom.
I didn't come here.
Love you, Conscious TV. Love you.
Where's you at, nigga? Bring your ass back.
Exactly. It's also like in addition to the only thing that I'm hoping to get accomplished here is that you 1000 don't just and your homeboy, y'all don't just express, your rhetoric and everything like that without really taking the time to hear with an open heart what we are saying. Because it seems as if, and this is me assuming, but it seems as if if I got up here and said, you know what, brother, oh yeah, you right. That's probably why we not in no relationship. We ain't being submitted. I feel like as if you would be okay with that. And if that's the case, then you don't really care to engage with women the way women deserve to be engaged with, because we have a brain. If God wanted us to be the way that you all are saying, that we would not have the capacity.
We would be that. That would be us. If that's how it's supposed to be.
We would not have the
So are you upset that I said something about being older and alone?
No, because I'm not older and alone when I have people that I could be with if I wanted to.
It's like that you have the audacity to say that and assume that.
I apologize for that, but you assume that because I asked you your dress size, I asked you your age, and how much you weigh, that I was going.
Wait, he did? What was the purpose? Wait. What was the purpose of that?
Excuse me. Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say anything except for my age. I'm gonna tell you. 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you if I had heard you ask about my weight and my age, I'm gonna let you know right now. I would not be talking to you anymore.
Right.
I would not have talked to you. I don't know if I would have got down off the platform or cursed you out. I don't know how it would have went because I didn't hear it. But I can tell you that was extremely.
You know what? He's still entitled to feel, and he's still entitled to feel the way how he feels. But the way how we respond to you,
how you say it.
It's not exactly.
The issue is this: he reduced me.
Right, to your age and your size.
And I would never, as a black woman, I would never reduce him to his age.
Now, what if we would have asked him if he got muscles? What if we would have asked him if he got muscles or if he, you know, certain things about.
Well, what's going on with that package? I don't care. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't care.
That package, yes, that package, honey.
How big is your dick? Like, I would
how big is your package?
I would never.
You got. Like, why you mad? What's your size and your shoe size?
Excuse me, sir. Are you slinging down there? What's going on down there?
Right. Like,
yes, I am. I'm not gonna lie. I really am. Heavy.
Are you a 2-minute man? Are you a 2-minute man? Do you eat coochie? What do you do? Do you pay for dinner dates?
Listen,
all of that.
Just as long
as it's not sour.
But my point is this, brother. Can you hear me, brother? My point is this. Please, guys. I'm trying to get my point out. I'm sorry. My point
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem. My point, because it was geared towards, it was directed to me, so I want to direct it to him. The point is, brother, I would never reduce you to a number. I would never reduce you to superficial.
And that's fair. That's fair. That's only fair.
I would never reduce you to the superficial. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
I want to know about your...
I just don't want you to talk.
Whoa.
Yeah, but you can't have a relationship.
So how you gonna know?
Whoa. What do you say? What you say? You don't want her to talk.
I would take her out on a date, but I wouldn't want her to loud talk. Just not.
Oh no! Oh
so
no!
What is loud
talk?
Wait. Y'all, listen. We have someone. Look, like I said, let's pick the brain. So let's ask this question. What, like I said earlier, what is it that you want in a woman? What is it that you want in a woman?
Hold on, everybody, because we got 2 new additions, and I definitely want to give everybody an opportunity.
Me and him will have.
Love you, Conscious TV. We love you,
baby. I love you too, baby.
I have nothing to say to him anymore. I'm done with him.
We had Monica, but now we have Swan 1, I believe.
How are you doing this evening?
Hey, Swan, how are you?
Yes, okay. She sounds like she got a lot of wisdom. Go ahead, girl.
I've been chatting on your conversation. That line is Shirley Williams, and that's who I am. I don't mind revealing who I am. I have been very impressed with the conversation this evening. It's very informative. What I wanted to add to the conversation was that this young is speaking something that is something.
Hold on for 1 minute, Miss Swan. Hold on. Let me just get, because there's a lot of people on here. Monica, did you say hello? Monica, are you there?
She might be new, like how I was.
I think she said hey, but I just want to make sure that if you guys
hey, Conscious.
Is this Monica? Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I just wanted to just let you know that you are definitely here. We can hear you loud and clear. I'm glad to have you here. I definitely want your thoughts. I'm gonna let Miss Swan.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Monica.
Okay. All right. So welcome to the stream. I'm gonna let you go as soon as Miss Swan.
Okay.
All right, boo. Okay, Miss Swan, go ahead. Oh, and before you get started, Miss Swan, yes, if you are in the chat and you want to come on, anybody can hit the string to pitch in. So I will be dropping the string.
Baby. Okay, baby.
Okay, Miss Swan.
And you should tell them the rules and regulations of how this works too.
Okay, so the rules. Thank you for guiding me along. The rules.
Sorry.
I love it.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you guys decide the rules. I mean, I'm tired at this point. So
I just feel like everybody should talk at one time. Make sure everybody, one at a time.
Please, everybody, please. I know it's a lot. People got a lot to say, but if people start talking at the same time, the chat will literally not be able to hear because it just sounds like mesh. So please just try to reserve your thought and do one at a time. Try not to be so long-winded so that people can actually remember their points. But yes, other than that, just be respectful, enjoy yourself, be free, say what you got to say, be passionate. We invite all that here. So, Miss Swan, definitely take it away.
Okay, so his opinion is one that is coming up to the forefront very frequently these days, and it is the differences in the role and what Black men expect for Black women to be. And it's not just being purported by Black men, it's also being purported by Black women. It's hard for me as an individual to hear their points because it feels so degrading when they start speaking to the issue, because it feels like everything that the Black woman does is wrong. So I want to hear the position so that I can have an informed opinion about it. But I need you to do it in a way that respects who I am, and not as if I'm wrong in being who I am. So I want to hear what they're saying. I want to understand this new thought, this new position. I just need to hear it in a way that I can accept it. And I often come with the statement, people have fruit, they have gifts without fruit. So you have these gifts and you're able to pour into people, but you have to have to go along with that gift so that people can what you're giving. And so
because he's been very disrespectful, that guy.
You're getting all of that pushback because the fruit is not coming with the gift. That's all I have to.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So 1000% man, definitely people interested, honey. But delivery, I think as YBTV, who's here too. Hello, darling. I'm gonna let you definitely chime in after Monica, who is up here to slay too. We want to hear, we want to understand. So Monica, what is your input into this discussion? If you can hear us, yes.
Oh, because the thing was breaking up.
I think it's a delay.
It was breaking up.
I'm pretty sure she heard enough money from him.
Good now, baby. You can hear you now.
Yes. So, what are your thoughts on everything going on here today? We look like the damn Brady Bunch up here too.
Yes.
There's a story that we're telling.
Okay. So, Monica, what is your feedback?
Monica, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I think you might be having some connection issues on your end. Yes, we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me though? Because
yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And we can see you and hear you.
All right. Well, my thoughts on it is, you know, I have my issues with Black men, and I feel like Black men really don't get where Black women come from. People put Black men on a pedestal. They quick to put them on a pedestal, and they want to, especially cishet Black men, especially cishet Black men. They are quick to put these guys on a pedestal. And they're also innocent when all I see them doing is victimizing other people. You know, they victimize Black women, they victimize Black trans women, and they really are the white men of the Black community. They really are the white men of the Black community, and but they want to act like people are just downing them in every time somebody calls them out. Like, people have got on to me for men. They want to talk about, oh, I hate Black men. People have said this about me. They want to talk about, I hate Black people, I hate Black men, I hate Black women. That's completely not the case. But I do not like taking bullshit. I don't like taking bullshit from no fucking body. Still not
and you don't have to.
And just because I call it out does not mean I hate my Black people. I love my Black people to death. But I'm sick and tired of the bullshit.
Wait, Conscious TV.
Yes.
Being
can I ask you a question?
A nigga. It is.
I want to know what's the difference between when we talking about Black women and Black men. How is it in the LGBT community, as far as like a man with another man? Is it the same issues? Like,
you're talking about a lot.
Yes.
Are you talking about
in the relationship? It should be 50.
Hold on, because I want to make sure that I understand the question exactly. Like, are you asking if some of the same issues
Right. No, what I'm saying, everything we've been talking about, is it a difference when it comes to like when a male deals with a male? Is it the same issues? How we feel like Just in general, as far as like in a relationship.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Yes, I'm definitely gonna let the other queer men on the panel chime in on this, but baby, my whole marriage.
Is anyone there?
Huh?
Oh, I wasn't done talking. I think my thing was pretty.
I'm sorry.
Was
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a delay. I think it's a delay, Monica, on your.
Yeah, it was a delay.
Yeah.
Well, I was finished talking. Well, let me just finish my little piece. Anyway, as I was saying, like, black men are the white men of the black community. And me, as a black trans woman, you know, I'm only 20 years old. So I'm really more outspoken for people my age. I'm 20. I'll be 21 next month.
Come on, 21.
I have a soul. I have an old soul, but I am still just really young and really outspoken. But me, as a black trans woman, like, it's hard. Like, you get flocked from the fucking black community, and then you get flocked from these white people. So it's like, really, we stuck in the middle and not knowing what to do, because it's hard. People tell me that, well, you still black, you still black. They quick to talk about you black first, you black first, you black first. It's easy for you to fucking say. But if you're not walking in my shoes, you will never understand where I'm coming from. See, it's easy for somebody that's not me to sit here and come on and tell me that I'm supposed to be black first. If you are not black and trans at the same time, LGBT while black, you really can't tell me nothing. And you really out of place.
You trans?
Yeah.
Are you trans,
Yes,
ma'am?
I'm trans.
Are you trans?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can I add to that, Monica?
I want to answer.
Hold on 1,000, man. Because I'm gonna let everybody go, because I know it's a lot going on.
Who said they want to ask me?
Hold on.
I want to answer you.
I said you're beautiful.
Hold on 1,000.
Thank you. I'm talking. Somebody said the trans. Call me Monica. I ain't no damn the trans, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Her name is Monica for everybody on the panel. Her name is
Monica, you are beautiful.
This
and
I'm
I
on
want
something.
And I want to thank you. Hold on 1,000%, man. Because I just want to add to what Monica said, because it's interesting that the black community will tell you to be black and trans at the same time, while at the same time they don't want trans women to even be trans if you're black. So that's like the whole oxymoron of the whole shit.
But why though?
Because of the issue of homophobia, patriarchy, transphobia.
The black community is homophobic and transphobic as fuck. And them just
I got 7 sons, and I wish they would be disrespectful to somebody that's trans or gay. I wish
That's what I'm talking about, girl. That's what I'm talking about.
I wish they would. And one of my sons is gay, and I wish they would.
Exactly.
Treat everybody equal. If you're a good person, you're a good person.
But Monica, what kind of gay is he? What kind of gay is your son?
What kind of gay?
Wait, listen. He more fabulous than me, child. I don't know. He flamboyant, I guess.
Okay.
I guess you call it flamboyant, if that's the proper word, because he is.
Okay.
He real out there, honey. He don't care.
Spectrum is what
yes, and he will fuck you up if you try to fight him.
Same way.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. They underestimate me.
Right.
That's what they think somebody's feminine.
But I heard that there's a ghetto gay and a real like womanly type gay. You know.
Well, he's a womanly. He's a womanly type of gay.
What are you talking about?
There's
and right there, you're trying to discriminate women. What?
But you always know how to ask the wrong questions, honey.
You know, hold on, because I'm gonna let Yes Bitch TV talk too. It's something I want to say here. Okay, so let's also try to remind ourselves that a lot of the more heterosexual people are very they're very new to a lot of this. So I just want us to not be so quick to like dumpster dive on like people not asking the questions the right way.
But what I like about nowadays, is a lot of gay people are allowed to come out versus back in the day. Back in the day,
you ain't finna call me no the trans.
Exactly, Monica. But in terms of like him asking the type of gay, because with in the
fair question.
Hold on. Yeah, it's a fair, especially because we're talking about
right place.
Well, hold on, but we don't even know yet because he didn't follow suit yet. But what I will say is that that question is even a valid question for those in the community, because we do deal with issues of like a mass presenting privilege, passing a passing privilege. And so are you a effeminate gay? Is it a masculine queer male? Is it a trans woman? Is it a past? Like, we have all those nuances and intersections.
They lump us in one, they lump us all in the same thing. So then we just faggots and die.
Miss Monica, it get really deep with everything, because you could be like you could be trans and still like women. You know, it's
I mean, that's what I do. I like men and women. I go for both. I like men mostly.
Both of them.
So that was a valid question, but our question, where from, like, did he? I don't know.
Okay, hold on. So I would give 1000% Top Man a chance to ask whatever.
Is that his name?
But yeah, it's 1000% Top Man. I just call him Top Man, I guess. Or 100. Or 100 is his screen name. So, but before he get there, I want to welcome Yes Bitch TV. Hello, Yes Bitch. I know you just chimed in, child. We have been we've been here for almost 5 hours, and we have traveled the motherfucking world, honey, from east to west to north to south. But we're here for a reason. So what is it that you want to add to the conversation?
When I walked into, first of all, how's everybody doing this evening?
Wonderful.
We doing good. We love Conscious TV.
I love y'all.
Hey.
Yes.
You had me roll. You be roasting the shit out these motherfuckers. I tell you that.
Look,
man, I love me some Conscious TV, honey.
Y'all are so funny. I love y'all.
Rolling.
I love y'all.
One of the things that caught me when I came through, and I was just hearing a lot of the rhetoric that Mr. 1000 was putting out there, right? And it immediately made me think about something. We have to learn to break the chains of social conditioning. It has been beaten into the human psyche forever. And the way that he's thinking, he's not the only one. That is something that has been perpetuated since the beginning of the realization that we have to start controlling things that look different. And that reigns from white supremacy.
I told you it runs deep. I told you it runs deep.
There has to be some sense of control. We have to start identifying and labeling and putting people in boxes, because we need to control this so-called, I'm going to say figuratively, outbreak of things that we can't control. And I'm just so sick of that, because what happens is we end up breeding a generation that becomes so self-conscious to the point that they will do some crazy fucking things just not to be grouped up with the so-called taboo of society. So when he speaks this way, yes, I do get offended, but I also have to understand that, sir, how are you raised? What were you looking around? What were those figures in your life that taught you?
That's why
so forth. This goes on. This is a chain that is going on beyond his father's father's father.
He sound like he old as hell.
That's why I don't argue.
You know,
his perspective in spite of.
So for us, yes, in a lot of ways, it can come off like some type of ignorance.
I need my charger.
But you do have to be willing, sir. If you're here on the platform, one thing I say that I appreciate you being here, still being here, because that shows that you have somewhat of a sense of wanting to understand. So, but also with that understanding, you have to be willing to adjust the way you address.
Pull your damn pants up or even take them off.
Because we might need to mute somebody in the background. I don't know, something about pants and taking them off or keeping them on or something. Because it's interrupting what YB is saying. Okay, so go ahead. YB, I'm sorry.
Okay, because what this can shit, fuck.
I know it's a lot. It's a lot going on. Like we on the party line, honey. There's a lot going on.
We don't want to. We have to understand that this goes beyond all of the generations. So appreciate you being here, wanting to address, but you do have to be mindful. And what we don't want to do is, I can't coddle you either, because you still should know how to address people. That should be something that should be innate in human nature. The learned behavior that you have for how you address people, I get it. But the way your delivery is, child, you got to calm down with that if you truly want to be looked at as someone that's either an ally or someone that is trying to have some sense of understanding of what other people are going through and what they have gone through.
Okay, I totally agree with that. And to 1000% man, I did want you to like when you asked straight from the comment section, because I see that 1000% man is still here. He's on mute. If you can unmute yourself, if you can hear me, 1000% top man, I would love for you to elaborate on your question about her son being what type of queer man and where you were going with that, etc. Are you still there? Okay.
Yeah, you know, in that community, the alphabet community, you know, they have different types. You know, we talked about this before. You know,
you need to stop that alphabet stuff. First of all, that's offensive.
Hey, shut up.
Who the hell you think you talking to, motherfucker? You ain't finna talk to me like you ain't got no damn sense, motherfucker. I don't know who the hell you think I am. You ain't finna tell me to shut up, motherfucker. I don't know who the hell you think you talking to. You can talk to anybody else, but you ain't finna talk to me like you crazy. You gonna respect me. You want the motherfucking stand me,
speak
nigga.
to a woman up here, please. A real woman.
1000%.
Bitch, I am a real woman. I'm realer than your motherfucking mama, bitch.
Bro, 1000% man. I'm gonna hold on. Let me, because we should have actually did this a long time ago in this discussion. Now that you are here 1000% man, and you are sitting here before the community.
Yeah, but this person came up here with anger. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, they came up here. Hold on.
I wasn't angry. Yo, that ass was
this here has nothing
to me, bitch.
This person ain't got this person,
my nigga.
This person it ain't got nothing to do with this person. We was talking about men and women and their issues.
But the initial topic is also about trans attracted black men. And Monica
exactly.
Hold on.
No. What I said was, I was going to address. I said to the trans person, he got mad.
Hold on. But we are going to respect trans people on this panel. We are.
You said the trans.
Hold on. We are going to use the proper pronouns. And we are going to refer to people the way that they desire to be referred to. That's what's going to happen on this platform. Secondly, when we talk about the angers, I like when y'all say that black women are angry and y'all say trans women are angry or queer people are angry. Look, I want y'all to understand, you're saying people who sit at the bottom of the social totem pole. You're talking about people who sit at the bottom of that totem pole. I think everybody is within right to be feeling angry and frustrated because society is collapsing on top of them. So this anger, this frustration, this passion that black women and black trans women speak from, this is valid. But I don't want us to keep focusing on. Hold on, because I just want to give this a little discourse on some emotional awareness here. If we are here talking about community and talking about making this place a better place, we've got to literally transcend using how people are speaking as a point of contention. Let the passion be whatever it's gonna be. That's a given. People are hurt. People are frustrated. Here's what it is.
Yeah. See,
can I just say something? I didn't mean to come in hot like this. Let me just say something.
You have already had your turn. Let somebody else talk, please.
Hold on, because Monica hasn't actually been up here for 4 hours. Everybody else actually has done all this.
I ain't talking to you.
So let's let Monica
bitch.
talk.
I ain't talking to your ass. Shut the fuck up.
No,
girl, I'm finna go get
trained.
Thank you, Conch. I'll be in the bushes.
I hear people talking about.
I'd rather talk. Address me properly.
Now,
YB and
I'm like, y'all sound stupid. Like you shit look funny. You're actually not the victim. They want to talk about people's making them feel bad about being straight. Like this is completely ridiculous. Y'all shit on us all the time and y'all don't give a fuck. When somebody is talking about y'all, then you want to talk about
young punk. My brother is a transgender. So trust me, he's nothing like this. You're disrespectful, you're loud, you're ghetto, and
who the fuck you think I can be loud if I want to, nigga? I'm fucking grown. Last time I motherfucking checked, bitch.
Okay, whatever you want.
I'm motherfucking grown. You better shut the fuck up talking to me, motherfucker.
Ghetto.
Who you think you talking to? I ain't the motherfucking 1, 2, other 3, my nigga. You ain't finna talk to me, crazy bitch.
Ghetto gay.
Who you call? I'm not ghetto. I am really outspoken, okay? When you piss me off, I will go there. And you gonna respect me on this motherfucking panel. That's what the fuck you gonna do, bitch.
I ain't gonna respect you. I ain't give you shit. I don't owe you nothing,
I ain't got respect your talk ass either, motherfucker.
1000%. Like, then what I want you to do, 1000%, if it would be difficult for you to respect a Monica, I just don't even want you to address her if you cannot.
I've been trying to, man. But
No. Hold on. No, I don't even want you. Hold on. I don't even want you to try. Like if you would not be able to respect a Monica, I don't even want you to even address Monica.
But listen, I mean, there have been other people up here that ain't talk like this.
Mute that motherfucker. You ain't finna talk to me. I ain't none of these. I can talk like a way the fuck.
Hey, you do whatever you want to do if it works for you, Miss Lady. Okay? All right, now next person.
Shut your ass up and let me keep talking, bitch. I went done. Anyway,
okay, Monica, please proceed, boo.
As I was saying, they want to talk about people are being heterophobic. Like, y'all sound stupid. All the shit we've been through. And then this is funny to me. This is the only time they want to bring up bullying. They want to talk about the LGBT community is bullying us. This is funny that this is the only time y'all bring up bullying. But when we get bullied, y'all don't give a shit. Y'all don't care. You want to talk about all this kid shit.
Miss Monica.
Yes?
You're a beautiful sweetheart.
Thank you.
You are beautiful. Don't let him ruffle your feathers.
Oh, I'm not.
He has his own personal issues. You can tell. You can tell in his tone.
Yes, ma'am. I can tell.
I did not attack this person.
So don't.
Y'all got me on?
Don't even do
and
it.
I appreciate y'all for letting me on and letting me do it. I really appreciate it.
Girl, you are welcome here. You are welcome here. This is
you're welcome.
This is just as much as your platform as it is my platform, honey. This is our platform together.
That's right.
Yeah,
because the disrespect that he displays, you can tell he's hurt within himself. What's his name? What's his name? 1000 man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 1% man. That's what you acting like.
Okay, I feel you, sis. I mean, but it's not.
First of all, how old are you? How old are you, sir?
I'll be
36. His IQ is 1%.
36.
Wait, 36?
Yeah.
Do you got children?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Okay, with that Mob Deep symbol. Okay.
You know, infamous.
Yeah, because they wasn't too respectful either. So you could just tell. You hurting inside yourself, sweetheart.
Oh, Mob Deep wasn't respectful?
Oh, you don't know the history about them?
Yeah, I do. But I mean, I like
I
like Mob Deep, DMX, 50 Cent.
Yeah, disrespectful men. That's what you like.
Hey, my son wanted to get on, but he didn't want his face on.
Yeah, disrespectful men. Anyway, Miss Monica, please speak, beautiful. Please speak.
Oh, thank you. Well, this is the only time they want to bring up bullying. And it really gets on my goddamn nerve. This is the only time y'all want to bring it up. People commit suicide. We even have suicide after suicide after suicide that's LGBT related. None of these motherfuckers say it. They want to talk about these goddamn kids being kids. There ain't no damn kids being kids. Kids need to be taught motherfucking respect. One damn the black community don't do.
My gay feminine son will smack the shit out of Mr. 1000.
And then he should. Don't let this trans just because I'm trans,
he will smack the dog shit out of you.
I will whoop your motherfucking ass. Do not let the sweet face and the cute face fool you, bitch.
I don't know.
I will still fuck you up.
I don't know who told you. What was the other
Hold on, because I want to. Are we going to get into
all the time y'all want to bring up bullying when y'all little badass kids in school bullying from damn body, but when somebody get to going in on them, you want us to stop, drop, and roll. Nigga, I ain't stop, drop, and roll for none of y'all motherfuckers. You can kiss my ass until you start fighting for ours. My children ain't doing shit.
Mr. 1000, do you know one of the members of Mobb Deep got raped in jail? Did you know that?
I mean, why are we talking about that?
Because I feel like it.
Before we talk about that, because I put a pin in that, VJ came on here, and her son actually wanted to make some comments as well. And I'm interested to hear what her son has to say. BJ, are you there? We ready for your baby if you're ready.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey,
He
how you
didn't want to
doing?
be on camera.
Okay, he ain't got to be on camera. Like, if he just want to speak, he can speak. I mean, he don't have to visually be on.
Hey, baby.
About how you feel like.
He is so shy. He was.
That's okay.
That's
okay. That's okay.
He is a young man. Just he disrespectful, and it's in all communities. But like I said, I raised my sons to be respectful.
My mom raised us by herself. She ain't never needed no man.
Okay, so what's the point?
Hey, Conscious, I'll talk to you later. I got to get up off here.
All right, 1,000 man.
All right.
Buy 1%.
Oh.
Okay, so y'all. He just got so shy. He got camera shy, I think.
He can handle their pressure.
1,000 man. 1,000 man.
Wait. Lady
1,000 man.
I want to hear Lady T talk.
Hold on. 1,000 man. I had text.
Hello, Lady T.
I'm gonna call.
What's up?
Hold on. 1,000 man. I'm gonna call you after this live.
All right, that's cool.
Okay.
And I hope you get him together.
We got some things to talk about.
What's wrong with her?
We got some things to talk about. Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Hit me up in the
1%.
DM, Mr. 1,000. I would like to have a conversation with you.
That's fine. You can call me too, sis.
Just a
Yeah.
conversation.
Oh, for sure. Don't. Child, I'm from Asbury. I'll find you. I will find you.
No, I'm talking about
Hit me up in the DM.
All right.
So,
Don't leave
BJ.
now.
The college perspective, that's what he want us to do. He not comfortable with grown women expressing their feelings.
I ain't used to all of this extra. That's what I'm talking
Okay, well, bye. Hang up. Goodbye.
Are you going to stay with us 1,000 man, or are you gonna or you gonna hang around?
I'll listen for a minute.
Okay, thank you. Now a VJ's son was making the point that
because he
his
want to be one of us.
A VJ's son was making a point that his mom has been a bad mama jamma. She has held the household down. She has done what she had to do to provide a great living and great lifestyle for them, and he is proud of his mother. And this just speaks to my point earlier in this conversation when the comments
that my
about
sons are not homophobic. They're not masculinity, none of that. My son love everybody.
That's right.
As you should.
Yeah.
Congratulations, sweetheart.
Amen. And I think that that's commendable. And that goes back to my initial statement when the comment got made about when 1,000% man said that he would never allow himself to be led by a woman. Women have, once again, like, we keep making this about about sex, masculinity and femininity, and the qualities of both of these principles have nothing to do with actual sex. It just has to do with whoever can access them. Women are leading. Women are whole CEOs out here. They are whole principals. They are holding down households. You know, so funny. I never really understood why women got a bad. I mean, I know why, because of patriarchy and toxic masculinity. Why women got a bad rep at not being capable of leadership when even America's culture is completely matriarchal. Like,
Mr. Conscious.
It's matriarchal.
Mr. Conscious, what type of mom did you have? Was your mom hard, or was she soft, or was she?
My mom was both, and maybe that's why I'm both-handed.
My
mama was like
both-handed.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm both-handed, because my mama was both-handed. My mom, I had a father, and my father.
He said both-handed.
I had a stepfather. He was a drug addict and a cokehead. He was in the
my daddy. I grew up around both of my parents all my life.
Yes, and he was he was here, but he wasn't here. He wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was here, but he wasn't here. So my mom had the task of holding down the household financially, all of that good stuff, bringing the bacon home. But she also had the task of also being of the divine feminine. So she played both
Right,
roles. Maybe that's
right.
where I get my reference from.
How many children? How many siblings? I mean, was it just you, or did
No,
she
it's
raise?
me and a younger brother who she raised. That's my only.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Is he with the LGBT community?
No, he is completely hetero, and he.
No, I have 3 sons and a daughter.
Okay, 3 sons and a daughter. Okay,
I
wonderful.
have 3 sons. I have a 20-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 10-year-old.
Oh wow!
Okay, wow.
Good.
And a 2-year-old girl. My girl is the last one. But I brought them a transgender woman. Loved me all my life. Helped me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I always brought my kids up. I have gay uncles. I have gay cousins. Everything. So that's why this was important to me. Carlotta, I love you, baby. If you listen.
Yeah.
That's
You
why I
have
said
to
I
be
got 7
respectful for
sons.
everybody. And I
That's
might
right.
be cause yes, I had to raise boys. I grew up like I grew up. But I try to be, but when stuff triggers me, when men do things that triggers me, I go off. And I apologize to everybody on this panel. I had to come back in and go back out. Sorry, you all.
You're fine, honey.
But my
Regroup.
son sat up here and they was watching this shit. They like, Mom, what he saying?
That's why I just wasn't. That's why I said I don't argue with stupid. My great
I don't
grandmother
wanna kill
told me that
nobody.
a long time
Girl, stop
ago.
threatening.
He
He worth it.
would never argue with stupid and
He a
ignore the
clown.
ignorant. So and someone who can speak like that so freely, you already know what they're thinking and they're not going to change. So it's no point in explaining yourself to them.
I was about to say, is she talking about the guy the Mr. 1%?
Yes. Yes. There's no point. That's why I say when I say there's no point. It's just no point at all. You can't fight him with stuff like that.
And you know, so crazy. Like he talk like we have to be so respectful, but yeah, he's the disrespectful one.
The disrespectful one. Yeah,
He been disrespectful.
He provokes conflict.
Right. So
conflict. Y'all play right into it. That's why.
The universe is going to give you what you give it. Like, what are you talking about?
That's why I didn't give him, because that's what he wanted. He wants someone to combat him, and he wants a woman to do it. Because when the man was talking,
she had the right one.
He didn't have anything to do with it.
So let me ask a 1,000% man. A 1,000% man. Are you there?
I think he left.
No, he on mute.
I
here.
think he told me. I thought he left too. That's why I came on.
No, I'm here.
I have a question to you, a 1,000% man. Now, how do you feel about everybody's experience of you being disrespectful, gaslighting, narcissistic, unyielding, nonsensical? Like, how do you feel about that feedback?
Those are all the things they thought about me?
No, it was more. It was a lot more, but I just shortened the list.
Oh, was that in the chat?
It was expressed all throughout the chat.
Do you feel that way about me?
Well, there's a reason why I have you here. I mean, I think that it's important that you be here. I think that it's important that we all be here. So,
can you answer the question, sir? Can you answer his question?
You already gave your thoughts on me, so I mean, Asbury Park, it's all good. You talked about Mobb Deep.
Oh man, can you just answer his question? Like, he is the host. Can you answer the question?
And the question is from the perspective.
You mute your mic so I can answer it and not cut in. If you mute your mic,
them feathers is ruffled. Them feathers is ruffled.
Can everybody go mute for me? Because I do want to have a tad bit of a heart-to-heart with a 1,000. So the reason why I asked that.
Okay, sorry.
Pretty good. Like, the reason why I asked that is because these streams obviously are a attempt not for people to really speak at each other, but to encourage communicating to one another. And I think that you are a brother, you are a man in this community. You're having to live with us, we're having to live with you. We want understanding. So I just want to know if the feedback means anything to you, if you're willing to internalize that, because I would like you to be up here as often as you would like. I would like for you to come back and chime in, but I also want your experience to be just as beneficial as everybody else's. But that can't happen if it's perceived that you are not listening and you're only listening to defend and you're really closed off and you only insist upon your own way and you're not really absorbing and internalizing and really considering what people are communicating to you, whether it be Black women, whether it be trans women, whether it be queer men. So I just wanted to know what your posture is.
I'm the type person, man. I could, like I'm used to, hearing women talk like this. I could sit down and look at the damn football game while she, I don't even hear it, but it's just, I've heard other things, but not to that degree,
Okay.
Not nothing that bad, but hey, it is what it is, I don't
well,
I don't know.
Want you to also see it as bad. I want you to see
right.
it as
Mr. Conscious TV, I gave this man his props. I respected him in the beginning. I told him, he's still up here. He's still standing strong. He's still standing in whatever he believes in. So it's not a bad thing. I still respect him, but he just has to receive what we're saying.
I'm hearing it, I receive it too, but yeah. I really just don't have much to say on that because I know who I am.
Right.
I
did respect you.
But I can't.
I respected you. I told you.
I appreciate it. A lot of people do in the real world respect me. But what I want you to understand is I can't talk when you're talking. You get what I'm saying? I've been shutting up.
Okay.
Because you won't mute your mic. Every time I say something, you throw you.
I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. Now, to be really feeling like, damn, I'm a monster by so many women.
No, you're not a monster. We're not saying you're a monster. You're definitely not a monster.
That's a narcissistic tactic. Just let him talk.
See what I mean?
You're not a monster.
No, nobody ever said a monster.
And Harold Moselle, I've been giving you props from day one, baby. I don't know why you doing all this.
We're not. Nobody said you was a monster. So stop.
Okay,
man.
Can you listen? Can you please mute the other conscious person, please? Because she's gonna continue to talk while I'm talking.
Stop telling him what to do on his show. If he want to mute me, he'll mute me.
I know that
that's what we talking about with the narcissist. Okay.
Conscious is capable of a personal restraint, but see, like, there's a reason why I also encourage, like, I talked a lot, 1000%, man, about emotional intelligence. So you're internalizing the feedback wrongly. Yes, it's harsh, it's tough, but it's out of love. Like it was a Miss Swan came up here and expressed much passion about being interested in your.
Now, that's the type of woman that I would talk to her.
Okay, but this is something else I want you to consider, 1000% top man. I want you to understand that just because you may have a even keel tone doesn't mean that the things that you're saying are any less abrasive, okay? You can speak in a very calm way. That doesn't mean that you're not being violent in your language. It doesn't mean that you're not being aggressive in your language just because your tone is right. So I don't want you to conflate the fact that people have raised their voice here and also spoke with much sense and passion and logic. So you're focusing too much on the tone.
Okay, I apologize for talking to the transgender person that way. I don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I told you my brother is a trans person.
Yes.
However, I just never seen anyone that was like a damn Tasmanian devil. All through the damn, I'm like, what? What the fuck is
okay.
going on?
Mr. 1000 man, you talk so much about other people. Let's dig in and dive into you. Can you say something about yourself that you feel like? Let's talk about your flaws.
Okay, but let the host the show, please, ma'am. You continue to talk. Kevin Samuels would have been.
I can't. He would have. It's an open dialogue.
Perspective. Why do you keep talking about another man? Why you keep giving another man properties yourself?
I applaud him. He got control.
This is an open dialogue. What are you talking about? This is a panel. This is a panel.
I wasn't going to speak, but I to him anymore. I said I wasn't going to speak to him anymore. But I have to address. There's not a woman who has seen or heard Kevin Samuels, who has not thought that he was in the closet? Not one.
But his audience,
not one. No, his audience. They're not gonna say it to him, but his audience thinks that he's in the closet.
Kevin is not. No.
Wait, who's Kevin Samuels?
No.
As a latent homosexual, if there's a
Come on, sis.
Lady T.
Kevin Samuels would be there like this.
Lady T.
Lady T. Who's Kevin Samuels?
Don't do that.
Girl, you
No.
Go over to YouTube, right? Mute your mic. Go over to another window to YouTube and Google Kevin Samuels, and you come back.
Okay.
Why are you doing that?
I didn't know who Kevin
Samuels was. See, and there's a lot of men who are like coming, like embodying or you know, kind of like going along with what he has to say and everything. But that man is homosexual if I ever seen him. I don't care what nobody says.
Nah.
Can I ask a question?
Because that man is intelligent, has a degree.
And he doesn't have to do anything.
And he
doesn't have to do anything.
Heterosexual, good-looking, intelligent man.
Listen, and he dates high-value women.
Hold on.
And like typical latent homosexuals.
High-value women.
Hold on. Kevin Samuels, I believe, is a content creator, right? He's the one who had the infamous video of him telling the black woman that she was
she was not she was an average at best.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, because we talked about him on one of the panels.
1,000. You remember that part, don't you? You remember that? That's right up your alley.
Okay, so let's just move on because if you guys want to check out Kevin Samuels, just type him into the YouTube search engine. But I also don't want to spend a lot of time talking about another content creator. I don't know that man. I don't know what his situation is.
You're going to have them upset at me. Please don't tell them to go over there because you're going to have most of these women over here upset more.
Well, he knows how to upset. We ain't going to be upset. Be quiet.
Well, if you know the women are going to be upset, then why even give him props then?
No, but I'm just saying, you know, I would send her.
1,000% man agrees with all of Kevin's train of thought about black women.
Yeah, but you're giving yourself.
I'm gonna tell you, there's a sister, a very conscious sister. I agree with. Her name is Sister George. Check her out, and she don't think like none of these women on the panel. Everybody
has been assumed things about me. If I tell you that the reason why my voice is loud is because I have a very good speaker and that I was trained as an actress, so I project my voice automatically.
You don't have to explain that to him.
You don't register it. You don't hear me. You know,
Lady T, you ain't got to explain that to him.
I hear you, baby. Talk to me. Don't listen to her. Talk to me.
Excuse me.
Stop telling her what to do. Stop telling her what to do.
Listen, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think you're a latent homosexual.
Okay. Okay. Wow. That's cool.
How about that? And how about everybody on this panel
I think he's download. I think he's download. Like
everybody on this panel and in this chat thinks that you are latent homosexual.
You had to come back.
And that's fine. All because I like.
No. You know why I think so? You know why I think that? Because I'm gay. I don't hate women.
Exactly.
Now you
hate 1,000 sounds like he hate women. He hate women.
Great, but you want
don't have respect for women.
Exactly. You don't feel it.
Right.
I don't feel
I guarantee you he got mommy issues. I can guarantee you that.
You see how he just got off?
I'm sorry, Conscious. I didn't mean for the make him
sorry.
Y'all.
You see how he got off because he couldn't face it.
Exactly, because I'm gonna call it out the way that I see it. I got sick of it. First of all, when I asked you the question in the beginning, you didn't give me an answer.
He's not answering any questions. These are classic narcissistic tactics.
Now I jumped on about an hour.
Where's his wife?
I jumped on
Where's his
about an
wife?
hour
Hold on,
ago.
everybody.
I jumped on about an hour ago. So y'all been talking to this man for more than an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woo.
We are very long suffering here.
I peaked his narcissism way in the beginning. That's why I was like, oh, I'm about to see him.
But can we kind of
narcissism? No, I wasn't.
Because he was doing that whole triangulation to
yeah, all of that. I wasn't about to do that. Y'all was getting loud with him, and
Yeah. Mr. Conscious TV, where did you meet 1,000 from?
So 1,000. I think it's feedback. Somebody got some feedback.
Wait, y'all.
Okay.
Mr. Conscious TV, where did you meet 1,000 from?
Hold on, let me get some feedback out. Okay, I think it was DJ.
I just muted.
Okay. All right. It's still in the background though, BJ. I can still hear the feedback in the background, boo. Okay, there you go. Okay, it's good. Well, hold on, no, I still hear the feed. Okay. I think she just okay, well if you come back up, VJ, if you're good. So apparently 1,000% man has been with me since my Dr. Cleo interview, which was like a few months ago. That's when he found my platform. And then I have not interacted with him directly until my last live, which was about a Jimmy Smacks, whether he could be straight or gay, because of the whole situation. So that's been our first interaction.
Wait. So can I ask you a question?
He was in the chat.
Interesting.
Yeah. That is interesting.
Really quick, I didn't catch the live about Jimmy Smacks. What's the little bit of feedback that you have about Jimmy Smacks, real fast? Because he went live tonight.
Oh, he did. Okay, I didn't.
Yeah, he went live. Okay. No, I know about him, but I just wanted your take on it real fast.
My feedback was because the controversy was whether I still identify as straight, because after he had leaked the video, everybody was like, well, you're not straight. And he was like, I'm still a straight man, blah, 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 blah. So my feedback in a nutshell was, I believe there's room for cis hetero men to still identify as hetero, even if they're with a trans woman, even if they're with a pre-op trans woman, because of something called a genophilia, which is a attraction to femininity, which leaves a wide range of partners, irregardless of their sex, to be a partner to genophilia individuals. So if you are somebody who is attracted to femininity, that's not going to be exclusive to just women. That's going to be a cross-dressers. That's going to be effeminate men. That's going to be women themselves. It's going to be trans women. All variations of femininity are all expressions. So my posture was, I believe that there is room for him to be able to proclaim that, even if he is having sex and or romantically involved with a trans woman. So
I think it's unfair, because I have thoughts about women. Like, I really have thoughts about women sexually, but I don't feel like I'm gay. I don't think I would act out. So why can't I feel like that? And then why can't a man feel? I feel like when it comes to a woman, it's different. Like,
it is a double standard.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, it's a double standard because homophobia impacts men more than it does women anyway. The truth about why women don't get a lot of heat, to be honest, socially, religiously they do, but religion is a whole different monster. But socially, the reason why we are more accepting of women being gay, bisexual, even being trans men, or whatever they want to do, is because in a patriarchy don't give a fuck about women. So like women are completely disposable. Women have no value. So women, it really don't matter. And that's why patriarchy perverses females the way that they do. That's why patriarchy don't give a fuck about how a woman feel. They don't give a fuck about you compromising your sexuality just to be with a man. Like, eat this pussy, have this threesome, invite other females in, go get me, girl. Like, because all of this is just an attitude of being of the patriarchy objectifying the feminine principle and disposing of it. So in that way, women get away with a lot more. The reason why homophobia impacts men is because the patriarchal attitude is, it means what is being masculine and being a man is valuable. Why the fuck would you ever how could you ever as a man? How could you ever How could
Right.
you ever want to devolve? Because that's what it's considered to be if a man is gay or a man is effeminate, or if you have a trans woman. How could you? Why would you ever want to be trash? Would you ever want to be the other, the lower of the principal? Women are subservient and ran over and disposed of. And so who the fuck would that? So that's why homophobia, like black men have such an objective attitude, because they feel like it's such an insult on men for a man to be anything other than masculine because of toxic masculinity wrapped up in patriarchy. So it's a whole, it's crazy.
The rabbit hole runs deep. And since black men are at the bottom of the totem pole, what's under the black man? Us, which means we're at the very end of the totem pole.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And because black men have no power in a white patriarchal nation, they project all of that insecurity and toxicity onto women and to any other female principles. So that's why black men can be narrated as being more homophobic maybe than any other race of man in America, or even domestic violence between black men and black women are like 3 times that of a white household. And it's because black men, what's interesting about black men is black men are the villains, and they're the villains because they are the victims too. And they try to strive for power, or they try to strive for wholeness and healing through the process of obtaining power instead of healing. And that's why black men are not going to get better. That's why they're not going to evolve, because they're trying to substitute healing for power. And so we're going to keep falling back here again, dealing with.
But you see all this stuff that we're talking about, this weighs heavy on just a person in general. We got black people in general got so much weight, like just so much, even just the conversation you're having about sexuality, that alone. Then we got all types of other stuff. We got so much weight that's on our shoulders. It's like, it's ridiculous. And for somebody to, child, just
add to it rather than look at somebody and exhale like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's baffling.
Capitalism profits off of all of it.
It's just a lot. Black people in general got so much weight on our shoulders with everything. So if I can't find a man that can't understand, if I'm upset or angry, or you just want me to be submissive, man, it's more than life than that, sweetheart.
Yeah.
The rabbit hole runs really deep.
And and then with the pills, and you keep talking about the pills and pills and pills, and the red pill takes you down the rabbit hole.
I was like,
right.
Go down the rabbit hole.
What does that have to do with anything? Red, blue, blue pill. I said, what?
Let me tell you something. If I can't find a man that's deep and can't, like that man 1000, he is so like
surface.
He's miserable.
So surface.
He's miserable.
So surface. And I still respect him. I don't hate him. Right. I'm not like that. But sweetheart.
When he said that whole, I wouldn't want her to talk, I lost every ounce of respect for him.
Right. I was just
like, I held my peace for a good 20 minutes. I said, I'm gonna hit him with a right in his mouth.
He's so angry. That lady, he didn't even know that trans lady. He just said something off the wall like, bro, you is bugging. I'm gonna find out who he is. We from the same hood.
Like that, you can't argue with people like that. He never.
I'm gonna tell you
anything.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm very patient with because 1000% man isn't the only kind of like straight male. I've had a Jay Lethal up here. We had a whole 10-hour long freaking 10 hours. He was like, what the fuck? But I the reason why I'm patient is because people
you're a good person.
Well, no, I ain't gonna give myself that, even though I am. But
wait. Conscious TV. Let me tell you something. Your energy through this YouTube is so powerful. I don't think you understand how powerful it is. This one live that you have, I thought about it for days when you was talking about. It was something you was talking about, and it was heavy on my heart. It was a good thing. Like your energy is so powerful.
Well, thank you
Absolutely.
for one.
So powerful.
I appreciate that. You know, like I try to have, you know, I like having these dialogues with you all, like, because I mean, we are all in this together, and you know, 1000% man is men like him represent the men who have been so deeply groomed, and then in that, and because as he also said, I think he alluded to it too when he was kind of like trying to boomerang the responsibility back on Black women, and the issue with that is that unfortunately you have, because patriarchy has led women and women have allowed themselves to be led, they also bit the apple of toxic masculinity themselves, so they also have played into a lot of these toxic things, and so now we've gotten ourselves into a social knot or a community knot, and so and I'm very understanding of that, because we didn't get here overnight. None of us learned how to be here overnight, and so it's going to take a lot of patience to really sit and work through this stuff, talk through this stuff, and we're going to have to do this again and again and again. And I mean, well, those of us who are interested in doing it, we'll have to do it again and again and again, because we are talking about mind control. This is what has happened to Black people. We have been under MK Ultra mind control. Slavery did it. The government did it. Religion did it. And so attempting to be free is a big feat. To be free in yourself, to free your mind is something that is profound. And it takes a profound amount of courage to free yourself from a lot of the toxic entanglements that your culture, that your family, that society, that the church has taught you. And so working through these pillars, it's a lot. And so I have to be patient, because as somebody, like, I didn't roll out of my mama's womb, you know, just running for the hills and wide awake. I had to go through my own journey of awakening, and it took a patient God. It took me being patient with myself, and it took people who were willing to like hear me and my views and challenge me and all that shit.
Let me ask you this: do you think do you think he has the potential to be free?
I do, because he's here.
Yes, yes, I agree. That's why I respect him.
No.
But my thing is, he already thinks he is free.
That's narcissism. That's
and you do have to be mindful of narcissists, because they
those people don't change,
and they have that whole thing. Like, of course, he'll hover, and he'll do that hovering.
So he can see what people are talking about.
You know, but
that's narcissists. People gotta really do their research on that. That narcissist is really, really, really bad. Like. It is disgusting. Like, if you really do your research on being narcissist, woo.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's the thing about privilege. Privilege is narcissism. This is why white people struggle to accept accountability for their history and what has done. And now we're talking about men and patriarchy. All of it is a form of narcissism, which is why people are fighting to maintain their privilege and to maintain a place of accountability. But we're
talking about him in specific. We're talking about him specifically. We're not.
If you look at what, like, if you research what makes a narcissist and how they were raised, and then when you see the list of things that mothers who raise narcissists or raise up narcissists, and fathers, who raise up narcissists, it looks a lot like the way Black women raise their sons, which means that in turn, we are, they are producing this, it's mind blowing.
Oh, I agree. And that's something that we're going to have to really talk about as a Black community, because to be honest, like as Lady T was saying, a lot of the components that really create narcissism is a lack of nurture, a lack of proper development due to maybe even possibly being raised by narcissists, or just living in a deeply emotionally, spiritual, and psychologically void space or environment amongst emotionally out of whack people. Even when we're talking to him today about just emotional intelligence, this is something that most people don't realize they don't have. When you really can't sit and listen to people, when you can't even like really interpret what somebody is communicating. Like when you can't see, like people don't realize they don't have these tools because most people have been raised and have interacted with other emotionally unaware, emotionally disconnected people. And so is it a task to try to work with this? Yes, it is. But in the Black community, we're going to see a large growing, like our young people are really entering into a lot of the narcissism, which should bring into question what are we really creating? Like, what are we creating in our parent to child relationship? What are creating in our family ships and our relationships, and addressing this emotional void and this lack of it? Because I'm gonna be honest, like my mom was a wonderful person, but my mom was also emotionally disconnected because she was in a fucked up marriage and she was having to wear the crown and the head, and she really didn't have anything left after dealing with all of those dynamics. And so she wasn't emotionally available. I learned that the reason why I've made a lot of bad decisions when it comes to who I've chosen as partners, and even the things that I've settled for in friendships, has been due to being raised by emotionally disconnected people. And therefore I have pursued emotionally unavailable people my whole life. And so now at the age of 35, I'm just coming to this fucking epiphany and now having to realize, oh my God, like I'm really big time frustrated with a lot of motherfuckers in my life because I was taught to accommodate emotional unavailable people. And I'm having to teach myself that I don't have to settle for this. I don't have to be okay with your 10%. And it's okay to be without than it is to be with something that's deeply flawed. I would rather just not have it at all. And so now just undoing all these knots in my life, but all that shit stems from childhood. And so it stems from the culture. My mom was raised by emotionally unavailable parents. My grandparents were raised by emotionally unavailable parents. This is how we get into generational cycles and patterns of I mean, so
all the stuff that we have to carry on our shoulders, though.
yes,
Oh
it's a cycle and a cycle, and it spins and spins until somebody wakes up and truly breaks away and divorces it. And now I believe, because I am doing this work, it was ironic because my little cousin called me a few weeks ago and she said, Davion, have you ever heard of narcissism? I said, yeah. And she said, oh my God, I think that the guy I was with is a narcissist. And then this made her go on this whole rabbit hole hunt of studying up narcissism. And she's like, so many people in our family are narcissists. And I was so proud of her for waking up to this. And then she was like, guess what I did? I said, what? She said, I blocked my mom. And I said, why? She said, because I realized that our relationship is toxic and abusive, and she didn't even know it. She didn't even know it because we are trying not to really see abuse for what it is. We're taught to not to identify emotional abuse and psychological abuse, and it's all this rhetoric of, well, that's your mom, that's your dad.
Right.
It's all this rhetoric of stay in a child's place and honor your parents, or else your days will be. And so all of this is what abusive people use. Yeah, this is what a lot of abusive people use to psychologically condition you with, and to keep you submissive and to keep you entangled in their fuckery. And so I was like, see, but this is ironic too, that this happened to her after I started breaking cycles. I believe that when one person in a lineage, especially when DNA is there, that you create the opportunity for other people in your lineage to wake up, which is why it's like, so that when you break cycles, you're literally giving other people in your own lineage and tribe the opportunity to wake up to something, even if you're not involved in a awakening. But the deep awakening kind
and
of
breaking cycles sometimes, like with your cousin or your whoever she is, it's not an easy thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's her mother, and she had to break it off with her. Like, that is not an easy thing at all.
Listen, I cut off people for less. I cut off people for less. So if I cut off people for less, what my family does, they're gonna be cut off because we give them the most, and they know it's the most.
Yeah,
they getting cut off. So they getting cut off because they know me the best. So they getting cut off because you know me inside and out. You should be the person that shouldn't be treating me like this. So yeah, you getting cut off. I've done that to a family member. I no longer even count her as my family, but she is, but dead to me.
Yeah.
Dead to me.
I always tell people,
easy.
I always tell people, love is thicker. I mean, a blood is thicker than water, but what's thicker than blood is love. You are not obligated because this is your family. Fuck that shit. I don't give a damn if it's your mama or your cousin or your second, the second, the third, fourth husband. I don't give a damn what part of the family tree spectrum they fall on. Abuse is not okay in any way, shape, or form, and you should not take that off of anybody. And yes, it is difficult to separate from people that you have invested in, people that you love, people that you know they love you in some weird twisted ass way too. But at the end of the day, if you don't prioritize your own mental sanity and your own mental and emotional health, like, you will be preyed upon. That is just the reality.
Oh my
You
God,
have to make.
my mother scared me with that quote. You know, she'll say, you know, the Bible says you should honor thy mother and thy father. She always scared me with that.
But read the next line. The next line says, and fathers, you know, and parents, if you go, you know, to another version, don't provoke your children. That's the next line.
Don't provoke your children. Yep. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Really?
They don't mention that.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that.
But that's the thing. They only give
they don't mention that
one part of the scripture, and you gotta read what's before it and what comes after it.
Yep.
My mother always scared me with that. She always scared me with that.
I have to go. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, AJ. And thank you so much, Boo, for the Cash App and for coming up here. Thank you so much. I love you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And then there was 4. Baby. Yes, I mean, but this is real, and this is like why we gotta. This is why we gotta have these conversations. We gotta get into this stuff. The shit runs deep. The shit is generational. The shit is black. It's white. It's racist. It's
a lot.
Sexual. It's psychological. It's spiritual. It's all of it. It's everything is going on. Everything is going on, and yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, sometimes I think, where the fuck did you get in? Where do you jump in at? And you just jump in somewhere. Like, when there's a big ass mess, just find a point and jump the hell in. Just like cleaning your house. Everything needs to be clean. Just find a spot and start working.
What do you do when your counterparts are like?
I was just about to ask a question.
You know, when your counterparts are, you know, just seemingly like lost or like missed the awakening, or, you know, like still holding on to these westernized patriotic
patriarchal. We've been up here for a long time. It's okay, child. We've been up here for a long time.
I was like, why am I saying this wrong? I can't think of how to say patriarchal like mindset. Like, what do you do? Because like, we need you. Like, it's not just a one-sided situation. Like, that's imbalanced. Like, it's gonna take the both of us, and you're not hearing me. You know what I mean? Because that's not the only time that I've had that conversation. That's when the whole topic came up with average at best. I was in some chat, and I couldn't believe the amount of men and women that was like, yeah. And I'm just like, are you all kidding me?
Wait, what was it?
Okay, so basically we had.
I remember that. You got to find that video.
It's basically this young woman. Do you remember how old she was? She was in her 30s.
She was like 33 or something like that. And she made like 6 figures, and
yeah, she was making 6 figures. She was a single mom. Her son was 13, and she was looking for a man, and she had come to the conclusion that she wanted somebody who was making 6 figures as well. Before she could finish her sentence, he basically like let her have it, told her she was too old, in her early, like mid 30s, that, you know, she might have been in her mid 30s. In her mid 30s, she was too old. She should not be like her. She set the bar too high because she was average looking at best. And that she should not even aspire to be with someone who has 6 figures, because he's not going to want you.
Oh my God.
And that she needs to find herself an average man. But yet I'm in the chat with the average men who are saying they don't want her either. And I'm in the chat with the women who are saying, who are saying, yeah,
Lord have mercy.
And I'm just saying to myself, okay, so you all think that this man is supposed to head this woman, but yet she can't make as much as he does. Like, and then he was saying, like, the guy was saying,
she said about him being a high value. She said she wanted a high value man, and she said, "You're not a high value woman because you don't look high value." I was like, "Oh
my God."
Well, like, just to add some further context to that, he reflected back to her what her core belief was, because he had asked her, "But what would you rate yourself?" And she said, "Probably a 6 with makeup." And he was like, "Okay, so you're saying that you're average at best."
Right. Okay.
And then he was like, I think he said something like, "How many high value men do you know?" She was like, "None." And then he was like, "Okay, so you don't even have access to high value men." And so then he made the point that high value men have a plethora of options, like they are a commodity. What are you bringing to the table? Because when he also asked her, "What do you bring to the table for a man?" And she said, "Well, I know how to plant a garden."
Which
and
is
he
good.
said,
Because I don't.
Well, I tell you what, in these days and age, that you better know how to plant a garden. I'm about to get her myself. She got 6 fingers and she plants gardens.
Yes, because that rabbit hole runs deep too.
And so he was like, "Okay, so you are in the tax bracket yourself, because you make 6 figures owning your own pet grooming service. That's cool, but you don't have access to high value men. You say you're average at best, and the only thing you bring to the table as a woman, according to you, is you know how to plant a garden." Now, think about what that looks like to another high value man who has access to women across the spectrum. Matter of fact, high value men don't even need you to be 6 figures, because they the ones who got the 6 figures. So now it's about, what is it that you bring to the table of a man who has everything? And if you're saying you only know how to plant a damn garden, and you're competing against women who are a 10 at best, on top of bringing more to the table than just knowing how to plant a damn garden, do the math. Do the math.
But I look at it differently, because perhaps she doesn't well,
Yes,
first of all, I didn't hear her say that she didn't know any higher about men. I heard him ask the question, and before she could answer, he went in and said, "You don't even know where any high profile men could be." But outside of that, perhaps she doesn't know her value to where
I was about to say that. I was about to, yeah.
You are a single woman, okay? A single.
Well, did y'all get a chance to see what she looked like? Did y'all get a chance to see what she looked like?
Yeah.
You can see the video was on. Oh, hold on, wait. And that was another context. He had pleaded with her several different times before they got started, because he was doing a whole different show. And she was like, "Well, I came up here to get the one on." He was like, "Baby, this is the wrong show for that." And she was like, "Yeah, I know, but can't you just act, like I'm here now?" And he was like, "Baby, just book an appointment. You can book an appointment. Like, just Google, just send me." He was like, and she was like, "No, well, I'm already, I'm here, And he was like, "Look, this is something, trust me, like, you gonna want me to have a personal session with you. You already know how to get down. Like, don't make me do this. First of all, you already pissing me off because you disrespecting me. I'm here doing a whole separate live, and you are insisting that I do something on today that I don't do on these days. And then on top of that, I'm going to give you the blazing truth as I know it to be." And she was like, "No, I'm fine." Like, and then when he did what he did, baby, she crawled up underneath that rock, and it was just like, "Girl, you kind of walked right in. You walked into the stairs. I mean, you walked into the lion's den, but I don't.
She did. I can't, front there, but she does have the gumption, the wherewithal to, accomplish what she has accomplished. Being a single mom, which means that you have a lot to bring to the table, that to where you should have ran them attributes down for him. But
right.
She needed to be there. The fact that she needed to be there was all she needed to know to begin with. Because why are you going to stand of all people to validate you?
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And that was something else he pointed out to her too. He was like, "Okay, you have a 13-year-old son. Now, ask yourself how many high-value, six-figure men are rushing to place stepdaddy to a child that's not even theirs. On top of that, all these things keep you like." He was just basically just like sizing up how disqualified she was from what she was trying.
Is she allowed that?
Well, I mean,
You have to see the
she came
video.
for the feedback, but
It was brutal.
the bad thing about it is that what Kevin did, he was giving women a true insight into how men approach relationships, which is from a strictly mathematical, like very masculine way. Like, it's about the ABCT 1, 2, 3 for men, and men are tallying up them fucking scores. Unfortunately, women don't approach relationships that way, which is why women.
Well, just how men thinks in general, like.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lord have
And
mercy.
it was rough. I was like, God damn! Like the left side of the brain is rough.
Listen, it was not even. She don't got the way, according to what I saw on that live, according to what I saw in those chats. Me, you, her, none of us got a chance in hell.
I don't want to.
All
Girl, I
think
don't want
together because none of these men want us. That's the way that they look. I was just sitting there like.
Can I ask y'all a question though? Can I ask y'all a question? Do you think if it was a white woman?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Oh, what?
If it was an average best white woman that was making 6 figures, she had something to bring to the table. But apparently his sister didn't.
But let me tell you something. But let me tell you something about.
That's what I was talking about.
I don't know because white. See, white women.
No, that's why Conscious TV, I asked you, like, is it different, like when it comes to heterosexual and like regular, and then like is it the same with you guys? Like,
yeah, I had one to
do
speak
y'all
to
get
that.
judged?
My marriage fell apart because my ex-husband came back into the relationship because we had separated in 2018. Then I took him back in 2020 of April. And by the time he came back into my life, I was much more set up in life in terms of just having a lot going for myself,
And how did he like
stable.
that? How did he receive that?
Well, first of all, my ex is a textbook narcissist, which I knew before I took him back. That's what led to the divorce to begin with. But however, when you love somebody, that love covers a multitude of sin, and that hope in the betterment of them is really deep. And so I had spent 1.5 years away from him. We got back together. He had a bittersweet reaction. He was on one end very proud of everything that I had become, everything that I had obtained. At the same time, because he was inadequate and he was coming off of the heels of not having a job, he didn't have his own place, he had been living from pillar to pillar. There was a deep insecurity and a fragility to his masculinity that then got projected onto me. This man left my house feeling homicidal and suicidal in the back of an ambulance because that was the type of mental collapse he experienced due to feeling so deeply insecure as a result of, I'm talking about, I couldn't even go sit in my living room and leave him in the bedroom and go read a book without him like coming around there flopping on the couch because he felt that me even being able to exist outside of him meant I didn't want him. Like he interpreted all of my independent behavior as me, wanting to cheat or me not. Well, like it was just like so crazy. Like,
were you guys the same age?
No, I am 35. He was 27 at the time. Now, mind you, when we were married, we were married for 2 years. Before 2 years in, he got locked up and was in prison for 3.5 years. And I held him down for 3.5 years. Held him down. Like when he got out, we maintained being together. Shit didn't work. He was even more crazy.
Now, let me ask you a question. If you was locked up for 3 years, would he have held you down?
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell to the hell no.
I'm trying to get up. I'm trying to figure out what type of character he is. Okay.
if Kevin is a high value man, then my ex was a very low value man. I mean, he was almost free of charge. I mean, there was almost no intrinsic value there at all. So, and I got the clearance and I got the clearance rack version of a relationship. That's what he on his.
He said clearance rack.
The clearance rack version of a relationship, and it was ratchet and terrible. But see, that's the thing about being complete within yourself. I wasn't incomplete. Like I loved him. I didn't need him for anything else other than love. And I knew he would get a job. I knew he would have his own. I knew he would eventually bring something to the table. I wasn't butthurt over those things because it's like I honestly, this is my approach in relationships. I really don't give a fuck about what you enter into the relationship with or don't, because first of all, my priority over my own livelihood is always going to be my priority. So I really don't give a damn whether you got a car. I'm going to have one. I don't give a damn if you got I'm going to have my own place. Whether you have or don't have, I don't even allow it to have anything to do with me. I'm just pressed about me having my shit together. So I don't even look for those things or care about those things. Really, when I meet somebody, it's all about just how I feel and what the chemistry.
But do you think you should care about those things?
I think that, I mean, you know what's so funny? Just like, I'm gonna be honest, just like men look for trophy women, I honestly don't mind. You know, like I don't mind somebody who is honest, like for real. I honestly, like, if I'm going to be in a relationship, I just want to be happy, to be honest. Like, cause I said, I don't really care about the material because it's like, I'm always going to have my material and my bills always going to be my bills. So even when we get married, like I think about, okay, yeah, we can get married. You can leave me. I'm still going to be on my own. So my attitude always is, make sure my shit is together. I don't give a damn whether this is engagement, marriage, whatever. Like, I just have to make sure my shit is together. As long as my shit is together, honestly, I just need a man to be healthy and to be healthy. Like, just be a healthy ass man. And I'm cool. Like, I mean, I ain't gonna be with like just a straight up bomb, but it's just like, I also don't need you to be some 6-figure guy. I don't need you. Like, you can work McDonald's, like, long as you happy and I ain't got to cover none of your tab, like.
And you being a good person. What's wrong with somebody's a good person?
Yeah, like it's not. And I'm really sick of that because, like, I can live in a ditch with my nigga. Like, I'm prepared to live in a ditch. Like, when I love, I really love from the inside out. I don't love superficially at all. Like, that's why I held him down for 3.5 years. That's why I waited on him. I married him even when he wasn't a complete man and he was still finding himself. Like, I never allowed myself to judge any of those things. The only reason I even divorced him is because, like, you just didn't appreciate it. I didn't care what your situation was.
What's your sign? What is your sign?
I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, and I'm a Cancer, honey.
And both of those signs love very hard and love very
hard.
Yes.
And the sex is amazing.
But
what
yeah,
it worked.
Huh?
What was your husband's sign?
Unfortunately, he was an Aquarius. So he was already susceptible to narcissism because male Aquariuses are already close to the narcissistic spectrum.
Lord.
And yes, it's a lot between the Scorpio and Aquarius. But I would say this too.
My dad's an Aquarian.
Yeah, a lot of times it
I'm
is
a Libra, so
a lot of times, in same-sex relationships, a lot of it is the same because a lot of same-sex relationships are mimicking heteronormative relationships. So we still have to deal with the same male-female dynamic. Who's the receiver? Who's the taker? Those power dynamics still exist. Tops in our community still, they follow the model of cis hetero male shit. So, you know, they are just as fragile in their masculinity as well. There are gay tops in the community who literally, like, they don't want you anymore touching their ass. Don't ask to touch my ass. You're not fucking me. You're not, like, don't like, they just, as with all that, as straight men will protect their sense of masculinity. Like, gay men are the same way. So yeah, it literally just bleeds over. It bleeds over.
That's why I wanted to ask you certain questions just to get an idea of, you know, your world and how these conversations could, affect your world and how you live and, you know, the LGBT community or whatever. So that's why I was asking those questions, just to get a better understanding.
Yeah, it's nuts. But I do have to go, you guys. My food is on the way and I got to shower and get cute and shit. But I do want to thank you all for literally. I mean, this was a legendary ass fucking show. This was fucking epic. Like when I
Yes,
got
and
up
tell
here,
Mr. Thousand Man we don't hate him.
Oh, we ran him off the show.
we will. You look. I look here. Look. 1000%, man.
No, I don't hate him. I just don't want to talk to him again. But I don't hate him.
Yes, like I don't even.
That was exhausting. Like
It is.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a
Conscious
lot.
TV. I appreciate you having me on your panel. I appreciate you, ladies. You ladies are beautiful. Good night. I don't even know how to log off this thing. How do you log off? Oh my
I can
god!
take you out. I can take you out.
It says leave studio.
Yeah, but I can take you out. It's fine.
Okay, bye, Mr. Conscious TV. Bye, ladies.
Good night. Good
Bye,
night.
baby. What you said, Lady T?
Does she have a channel?
No, I don't believe that. If you have a channel, from the comment section, put it in my stream so that you can, yeah. Oh, do you guys have channels? Like, do you guys have any social media for people to follow?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and make y'all, like, get the people where they can find y'all at.
Let me put it at. It's just my name.
Hello, who the hell
Instagram, Twitter.
Is Mommy?
That was outside my house. I'm sorry, y'all.
Mommy, you still in the chat? Can you grab my link? Where the heck?
And here on YouTube. It's just Hammer Michelle.
I don't see no way to add a comment. I got to go to the pop up.
Okay, I can type it in if you want me to.
It's the Tea Lounge.
Okay. Oh yes, the Tea Lounge. That's right. You guys make sure to go and subscribe to the Tea Lounge, honey. The Tea Lounge. I will also leave everybody's information in my description box. You guys just check the description box later on tonight, and I'll have everybody's links and stuff. The Tea Lounge. Let me put this in here.
Y'all go over to my page. Go watch my video I just put up the other day.
What's your channel?
Mademoiselle.
Oh, Mademoiselle.
Hair and that's
Mademoiselle.
But no, but you got it right. Hair Mademoiselle. That's where it comes from, but it's Hair Mademoiselle.
Okay, Hair Mademoiselle. Okay, no problem. I got it. Okay,
right.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy your meal.
Yes, bro. And thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night.
I love you guys.
Check your DMs at IG.
Okay, I sure will.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.
Have a good night,
guys. You guys heard it first, honey. This was a girl. 6 hours. Girl. We did this shit, baby. I want to thank Monica. Thank you for coming up here, boo, giving us your truth. All of the trans women who were in the comment section, thank you guys so much for coming through. All the other content creators who came through here, even 1000% top man, honey. It takes a lot to be a part of these dialogues, so my hat goes off. But once again, we strive to be a place, a meeting ground of all thoughts, honey, and definitely not going to always agree and not going to always like it. But nonetheless, we are a family and we are a society of folk, and we're going to have to learn to listen. We're going to have to learn to also accept each other's differences and positions. But I hope that even in our differences and where we disagree, what we all do agree on monolithically is just respect. Respect. Whatever you believe in the privacy of your mind, whatever you believe in the depth of your heart is perfectly fine. But in terms of just our social dynamics, romantic relationships, the way we engage each other societally, we just all need to definitely practice more respect and teach our children deep respect for one another. And, and just accept that the world is vast. People show up differently. People live differently. People express themselves differently. And if you want a healthy world, a part of that is actually permitting people to be who they are, because people who are showing up authentically are happier people, and happier people stay out of the streets. They stay out of violent activity. Happy people stay out of committing crimes. So the pathway to happiness and a safe society is by supporting each other in showing up authentically. Okay? It's only when we get to this separative and divisive thinking that we start to mutate each other mentally and spiritually and emotionally, and then those things we need outlets for. And so people act out, whether that's violently or emotionally or in their hate for one another. So respect, honey, and happiness and peace and liberty in the pursuit of happiness. Support all people in their pursuit of happiness, whether you agree or not, okay? I love you guys. This was a bomb-ass motherfucking show. And you guys share this out, honey. And I'm impressed. This was epic. This was fucking epic. Oh, and shout out to all of my cash apps. My Nicole didn't even have a chance to talk. Nicole, I'm gonna have you up here, wifey. I'm gonna have you back up here, baby, so you know you can give your thoughts, honey, because you was on here but you never got a chance to speak. I'm so sorry about that, but I love you. Thank you for your cash apps. I want to thank AJ for his cash app as well. I want to thank Asbel. Asbel might be AJ. I'm not sure, but thank you all for your cash apps and your donations. I will see you guys